Good morning, everyone. My name is Deneen White, and I am going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. I am so excited to see you guys here. Awesome. All right. So, before I introduce myself, there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube, and that's really cool and all. But if you want to get discovered, if you want someone to see your face, you can't watch us on a streaming service. You have to be here live on Zoom. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come on over here and join us live on Zoom. Now, how do you do that, you ask? What you do is you go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com and you will pop in here. And then if you come here, this is what I want you to do. I want you to say, "Hey, Deneen, I just joined because I heard you inviting me here." All right, guys. So let me introduce myself. My name is Deneen White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and our virtual events. In addition to that, I also host 2 podcasts for VIP Ignite. I host the Coffee in the Green Room podcast and the VIP Ignite Live podcast. I've had the opportunity to do some really amazing things in the entertainment industry and in the business sector. I've had the opportunity to interview Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. I've had the opportunity to interview the man who discovered Lady Gaga. Ask me about that one day. I've had the opportunity to interview the heir to the Sheraton and the Purdue dynasties. I've had the opportunity to interview some of the most amazing people in the entertainment industry on those 2 podcasts. And not only that, I've helped create a lot of success stories here at VIP Ignite. And if you want to know one thing about me, it is this. I give everything I have to the talent that we work with. So if you're an aspiring actor, model, or musician, or maybe you already are in the industry and you're looking to elevate your success, you are in the right place, because for the last 18 years, VIP Ignite has helped create over 10,000 success stories. So before we even get started, you might be thinking, oh, that's good for them. They're so successful. What about me? The way I believe life to be is this. We all start out with an A+ on our report card. Okay. So I want you to know that if you can hear the sound of my voice right now and you're here with us live on Zoom, I already consider you successful. What does that mean? That means that you are doing today what so many other people had the opportunity to do, but chose not to do. You made a choice today to be here for this Model and Actor Bootcamp. You made a choice to be sitting here live on Zoom with your cameras on, listening to myself, to Alicia, to Mike, to all the amazing speakers. We understand that there are so many other things you could be doing today, but you chose this. You chose to elevate your success. You chose to invest in your future self. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to type in the comments, "I am successful." That's our baseline. I am successful. Because I consider the fact that you're here to mean that you are successful. And I know that there are some people on this call right now, some people who can hear the sound of my voice, that have never had anyone tell them that. And for that, I am so sorry. But we're going to put that behind us, and we're going to start with an A+ on our report card today. You are successful. And I want you to understand that. And you might also be thinking, okay, Deneen, that's awesome. How can I be more successful on this boot camp? So I'm going to lay out some groundwork for the way that you can be even more successful on this boot camp. How many of you are here because you want to elevate your success? How many of you are here because you want to elevate your success? If that's you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you want to elevate your success. That's why you're here. So let me give you a couple ways that you can elevate your success. And they're so simple. Okay. The simplicity of what I'm going to share with you is probably going to boggle your mind. The first thing that you could do to be successful is I want you to get a pen and paper, and I want you to actually write notes down. I want you to get a pen and paper. We're going old school here, people. I want you to get a pen and paper, and I want you to write notes down. This is why you're going to do this. When you write things down, you change the synapses in your brain and you sear the information in your brain. Now, you may not be able to recall it like in like 3 weeks, if I tested you, okay, what did I say at 11:09 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? You're probably not going to be able to remember that. But I can tell you that as you're going through this weekend and you're hearing from people like Michael Fompkin on what type of model you qualify for, Jeffrey Gurian, who was a dentist and now he's like literally an industry icon. When you hear from Haviland Stillwell, who this has been her whole life. When you hear from Bobby Finaro, who is one of the stars of The Sopranos, when you hear them, they're all going to give you clues to how they became successful. What your job is this weekend is to sit down and say, oh, okay, Haviland said this, I love that. Oh, Bobby said this, that's awesome. Alicia said this, Ryan Colby said that. Your job is to sit down and write out those notes, because one day, it may be tomorrow, it may be 10 years, maybe 20 years down the line, all of a sudden you're going to have a thought and you're like, where did that come from? It's going to come from this weekend. This weekend is going to be life-changing. So take notes. I'm also going to ask you to be on camera, be super attentive. Again, we have over 10,000 success stories. Some of our biggest success stories in the last 4 years started on one of these boot camps. Don't take this lightly. Take it seriously, because this is your life we're talking about. It's not my life. I have a great life. I love my life. And I'm not saying that to be flippant or anything like that. I'm saying that because my life's goal is to help people be even more successful. I'm addicted to creating success stories for VIP Ignite. I'm giving you tips on how to do that. Okay, so be attentive, be on camera. Again, none of the agents have ever said, oh my God, Deneen, that black box Serge, I love Serge. Serge is awesome. No, they're going to say, wow, Rhonda, she has a really cool look. That John Norman, he did nothing but smile all weekend. I love his energy. Oh my gosh, Ronald, I saw him laughing at your stupid jokes, Deneen. He must have a warped sense of humor. Maybe we could put him in a comedy. Okay, they're literally going to be looking to see this, but never once has a black box ever got cast for anything. So be on camera. In the comments, don't just answer the questions that I want you to answer. If one of the agents or managers or speakers asks you to put a question in do that, but don't be going give each other advice. Because you know what? You want advice from people who are even more successful than you. And even my fearless rebels who are on here, my inner circle, I love you guys, but you're here too because you want to elevate your success, right? So let's not give each other advice in the comments. And for the love of everything good and pure, do not put your personal information in the comments. I don't want your Instagram. I don't want your phone number. I certainly don't want your home address. Don't put personal information in the comments. Here's why. This is call open to everything. It's like an open call. I've hugged it out with some of you. Solange, you know what? I would trust you with my personal information. But Rhonda, no offense, you're really nice and all, but I don't know you well enough yet to share that with you, right? So what I want, and I'm picking on the people that I can literally see right above my box. So if I'm not calling your name, don't take it personally. It's just these are my people on Hollywood Squares right now. Okay. These are my Hollywood Squares people. Okay. But I want you to understand, like, don't share your information. Be all in. Because you know what? No one can do this for you. I wish I could wave a magic wand and give each and every one of you exactly what you want. But the reality is that this is going to take some dedication and work, right? Alicia and Mike put over 18 years of their lives to create this today. Over 18 years of their lives they dedicated to bringing you this today. So don't take that lightly. Don't take that for granted. This is a gift that you're getting, and I want you guys to appreciate this gift, okay? Because, again, I'll tell you guys have no idea what it's taking for me to be here today. And I'll share it with you at the end of the weekend, but I want you guys to know that you have to be dedicated to your own success, okay? All right, so how many of you have ever talked crap on yourself? Rach? You know what? I really don't want you to acknowledge that too much. Okay. But this is what I want you to start. Oh, everyone say happy birthday, Mason. That's some dedication being here on your birthday. That's awesome. For your birthday, we're not going to sing you happy birthday because Zoom happy birthdays. They're like the gift that keeps on giving in a funny way. All right. So let's talk about how you talk about yourself. Because I think that a lot of people, no, you know what? I don't think, I know. I've worked with a lot of talent. And even before I worked in the entertainment space, I've worked with a lot of people. And the one thing I've learned is that we all have these recurring stories that go on in our brain that of why we can't be successful. So this is what I would love for you to do. And this is the only time I'm going to ask you to write anything negative in the comments, okay? What is it that you feel is holding you back from being as successful as you want in the entertainment industry? Put that in the comments. What do you feel is holding you back? I love all the birthday cakes flying. That's awesome. Zoom is so cool. My scars, okay? Not enough money, self-doubt. Here, I'm going to take notes here. Money, self-doubt. Myself, that's honest. But what about yourself? Stress, time, money. Okay, finances. Okay. Shyness. Oh, that's one of my favorites. Okay, shyness. Okay, myself. I like that. Knowledge. Okay, Erica needs more knowledge. We all need more knowledge. That's true. Money, location. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Anxiety. Yes, I got that one. Money on my own. When you say that, I want to start singing, but I'm not going to start singing. You're welcome. Okay. Awesome. All right. Getting in front of the right people, network, discipline. Okay. All right. So I would like to address a couple of these things. Is that okay? Is it okay if we change some of these stories that you're telling yourself? I need some water. Before I start, everyone, let's take a sip of water and get this started. I've only been talking for like 30 minutes. My voice is already going. Rah, rah, rah. All right. I hear all these stories so many times. So many times I hear these stories. So let's talk about a couple things. Anxiety, yes. Okay. You know what? I get it. And you know what the thing is? Would it surprise you if I told you that I've struggled with every one of these things myself? Every one of these things myself. So let's start with location. We're going to start with the easy ones and we'll work our way up. How many of you know that? How many of you remember 2020, the craziness that happened in 2020? Yeah, it was crazy, right? It was absolutely crazy what happened in 2020. But let me tell you something. That changed the industry for the better in a lot of ways. Now, the way it used to be is you would have to, if you lived in Kansas, we'll just go with Kansas because it's smack dab in the middle of the country, right? If you lived in Kansas and you wanted to be an actor or a model, you would have to literally, if you wanted to audition, you have to hop on a plane and fly to LA, fly to New York, right? Those are the good old days. But when that craziness of 2020 happened, the whole industry had to shift. Even we shifted. During 2020, we were based out of LA and New York. We were there all the time, but those two cities shut down. You know what happened? We had to pivot, just like the industry did. So now, if you're an actor in Kansas and you want to submit out for roles in LA and New York and Atlanta, you do a self-taping and send it out to them. Okay? So location doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't. I mean, Alicia is based out of Orlando now. She lives in Orlando. Mike and I split our time between Pennsylvania and Tampa, Florida. Like, when I'm in Pennsylvania, I live in the country, y'all. Okay? Location doesn't matter anymore. Okay? So if you're telling yourself, I can't be successful because of where I live, like, stop. We're going to go over that this weekend. We're literally going to dispel that this weekend. And I think that two things that are kind of hand in hand, even though people don't necessarily associate that, is self-doubt and shyness. I am actually one of the shyest people you will ever meet in the history of the world. Like literally, I'm an introvert. Like I am like the stereotypical introvert. Like If you see me in the wild, I will be wearing a sweatshirt. I'll be sitting in the corner and I don't want to talk to anyone. How many of you have seen me at events where I had to go into introvert mode for a couple minutes? I'm like, hold on, I can't, people. I have to go to the restroom for 20 minutes, right? But I used to be super shy. Okay. Like I'm definitely an introvert. And for most of my life, I had a lot of self-doubt. Like I didn't believe in me. And how many of you have that? I don't want you raising your hands to affirm this, but how many of you have had that experience? You don't believe in yourself. Can I help you guys really quickly with these two things? So first of all, if you're an introvert, you definitely have to learn how to recharge your batteries, but you don't have to live a shy life. Okay. It's really simple. You just have to go out there and do it. And I know that so many times people are like, well, did you take a pill? Did you go through hypnotherapy? No, I just went out and I just started talking. Like yesterday, we were traveling for 18 hours to get here today. And we struck up conversations with people all over the airport. Of course, we all had a common thing to talk about, but you just have to get out of your shell and you have to do it. Self-doubt comes from you making promises to yourself and breaking them. That, did I step on someone's toes? How many of you have started something and stop? Like stop and go traffic. That's where self-doubt comes from. It's actually, it's not that you don't believe in yourself. It's that you've proven to yourself over and over again that you start and you don't finish. You start and you don't finish. So your doubt has nothing to do with your mom telling you this, your dad telling you this, your first grade teacher, your 10th grade calculus teacher telling you you'd never be able to do calculus. Okay, sorry, that was mine. That was mine. Has nothing to do with any of that stuff. Has to do with the fact that you continually break promises to yourself. Do you know how you stop self-doubt? Keep your promises to yourself. If you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to be on this boot camp for 2 days, no matter what. I don't care what happens. For the next 2 days, I'm all in. Be all in. Show up. Don't leave until the Zoom ends today. Get back on tomorrow morning. And then don't leave until the Zoom ends tomorrow. Congratulations. You just kept a promise to yourself. Simple things like that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a lot of notes today. Take notes. You know what? If they allow me to ask a question, I'm going to raise my Zoom hand and ask a question. Do it. Keep promises to yourself. Okay? Stress comes from a lot of that too. A lot of stress is because you're so busy trying to do what other people expect of you that you don't even take yourself into consideration. That happens to me all the time. And then I'm like, oh, hold on. Why am I feeling? Oh, okay, that's right. Because I'm not taking care of myself first. You being here for the next 2 days, you taking action, that's going to help relieve some of that stress. And you might be thinking, Deneen, you have no idea what I'm going through. Let me tell you, you have no idea what I'm going through and I'm still here. Most of you would have called out sick if you were in my situation today, but I'm here. You know why? And I'm not saying that because I want to pat on the back. I'm not saying that because I'm better than anyone. I'm saying that because I know my goal. My goal is to help you become more successful. That's why I'm standing here today. That's why I'm here today. So you know what? There might be a lot of things going on in the background, but the way you maintain stress, and I can give you, you know what I can do in the free school group? I can do a real easy class on that one. I'll actually do that. It's called the circle of focus. A lot of times the reason you're so stressed out is because you're trying to do too many freaking things at once. Be focused. Be here. Be all in. If you're still all in and you're still with me, type all in the comments. Type all in the comments. So I want to know. I want to know you guys are still here and all in. Okay. Let's talk about the big elephant in the room. And I think that so many times this is what people say holds them back. And the truth is it's not. Time. I don't have the time. I can't do this. I don't have the time. We all have the same 24 hours. I hate to, I'm going to step on all of your toes right now, but you have the same 24 hours that Elon Musk does. You have the same 24 hours that Denzel Washington does. You have the same 24 hours that Al Pacino has. You have the same 24 hours I have. I have the same 24 hours that you do. It's not that you don't have the time. It's that you don't prioritize the things that you want to do. What does that mean? That means that, okay, you know what? In the free school group, in the school group, and I'll go over all of this later. If you're like, school, what? I don't want to go to school. I'll take you to school later today. In the free school group, we have something called the 21-day challenge. You can do it on your own. Some people finish it in 21 days. Some people finish it in 8 months. Doesn't matter. But the thing is, oh, I don't have time. I work. I have a family. I'm going to school. I have friends. I have to do this. That's all great. So you know what you do? You forgo an hour of sleep. So get up an hour earlier so you can do the work. Go to bed an hour later so you can do the work. Tell your friends, you know what? It's Saturday and I know it's a beach day. You know, it's beautiful. I want to go to the beach, but you know what? Today I'm allotting my time to my future self. Say no to some things. You have the same time that everyone else does. You're just not using it wisely. And if you don't believe me, what you can do is go through your day, write down every 15 minutes. This is what I'm doing. 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 You're going to find that, and again, I'm talking to myself here. Maybe TikTok takes up too much of your time. Maybe you don't need to know if those baby goats were born because you want to be, you have a goal. Your future self isn't going to be contingent on a TikTok feed. Your future self is contingent on you going all in on your freaking self. So stop wasting time. Start going in all on you. Do what's important. And now I'm gonna touch on the biggest white elephant in the room. And some of you are gonna get real mad at me, and that's okay. I'm not here to make you happy. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you grow. If you want to be successful, you have to do what successful people do. So I'm going to share a story from my own life. Okay. So about 8 or 9 years ago, I was working in the dental industry. And I was not happy. Like, I was not making the money that I wanted to make. I was not using my money wisely. I was a hot mess express. And I was just really unhappy. Okay. And what happened was I had the opportunity to be on these free calls like you are for mindset. And I was like, I was on every one of them. I was all in. I was like, yes, this is amazing. I love this. I'm growing this, that, and the other thing, right? I was doing that. And I was so excited. I was so proud of myself. And then the person who was hosting the calls called me out on the call. She said, Deneen, you and I need to have a talk. And I was like, okay. And again, I was single. I was living in Philadelphia. I was paying way too much for rent. I was wasting my money. Like, I was going out every Friday night because, you know, I deserved it. I was not being a wise steward of my money or my time. And she called me out and she's like, Deneen, I see potential in you, but you're never going to tap into it. And I was like, ouch, that hurt. Why are you being so mean to me? She said, I have this program and it's 6 weeks. And the investment is $5,000, and I think that you should be a part of it. And I was like, how am I going to do that? What do you mean you want me to do that? She's like, yeah, I want you to be a part of it. I think it would really benefit you. I was like, her name is Megan. I was like, Megan, I don't have the money to do that. I'm really sorry. Like, sorry, I can't do that. And she was like, no, you need to. And like, even when I tell the story, I start sweating because I remember the anxiety I was feeling. And I was like, okay, I don't know how I'm going to do this. And like, it literally took her a while to like convince me I needed to do this. And finally I was like, okay, let's do it. And I made the commitment. And it was scary. Like, I literally ate ramen noodles and beans for weeks because I did this, but I made it happen. And within a week or two of me saying yes to that, making the investment and starting to work on my mindset, I got a call from a guy you're going to meet next. His name is Michael Funk and co-founder of VIP Ignite. He's like, hey, what are you doing? We were friends. I was like, I'm at work. What do you think I'm doing? And he said, I need you to host a podcast for my company. I was like, are you insane? I'm an introvert. He was like, uh-huh. I was like, I don't know anything about the entertainment industry. He's like, oh, what? You can't learn? I was like, Mike, I've never hosted a podcast before. He was like, you don't think I'll teach you? You don't think you're going to learn how to do it? And I was like, what? And he was like, you're not up for the challenge? I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. I'm German and Italian. You say that to me, I am going to do whatever it takes to be up for the challenge. 2 days later, I'm interviewing the former art director of Vogue, who you're going to meet later today. Scariest thing of my life. But you know what? I did it. And that's why I'm standing here talking to you today. So you might think, okay, Janine, that's great for you. What does that mean for me? That means that everything you want is on the other side of you making an investment in yourself. That right now you're making an investment of time. You're going to have to do things that are going to scare you. But here's the thing. Nothing bad ever happened when I moved forward to do something that I knew I wanted to do. Did I know I wanted to help actors and models? No. But I've always, no matter what, I've always wanted to help people become successful. So people here who are saying, oh my God, I don't have enough money, I don't have the finances. You do. Sit down and budget. What are you giving your money to? I bet you that if you look, you're wasting money on something. We all have these things. There's these cell phones. We all have stuff we can do. So don't tell me that you lack resources. You lack resourcefulness. And I've seen this over and over and over again. One of our biggest success stories started out homeless, been homeless most of her life. She's rocking it. So don't tell me you don't have money. What you lack is resourcefulness. And we're going to help you with that over the weekend too. We literally are going to help you with everything that you need. Yeah, how do you enter the industry? You are in the right place. Congratulations, you're here at the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. All right. Okay, hold on. So I know I shouldn't be checking my phone because I don't want you guys having your notifications on, but I think I may have found Alicia. Oh my God. Is it okay? Alicia, are you here? Allie. 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 God. What do you have to do to get a guy here? Allie! Oh my gosh! You're here! You made it! Look at this! Look who I am!
I brought my VIP pass.
Oh my God, you're inner circle, baby.
I am. Hi. Nice to see you live in person. Wow, I like this setup.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
Everyone say hi, Alicia.
Morning. Hi. What's up?
Awesome. Well, we were just going over changing your story, changing your life. Now, you've overcome a lot of adversities to get where you are. So can you talk a little bit about like some stories you've had to change so that you could be standing here today?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very much an introvert, which is kind of really crazy. I was just actually putting my son in the car and I was telling Jeffrey I have like butterflies today. He's like, you've done like 4,000 Zoom calls. How do you have butterflies? I think if you don't have butterflies, it means you're not doing something right. You should always be nervous because you are always on stage and you never know when your life is going to change.
Yep.
And I'm speaking of life changing. Did you see just, when was it? 2 weeks ago? Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank invited me on his new show. How many of you guys love Shark Tank? Anybody ever love Shark Tank and you're like, man, that's so cool. Imagine getting a chance. Sorry, I just drank so much coffee to sit down face to face with one of the sharks from Shark Tank. So we just co-wrote a book together, really cool. And he invited me to be on his new show. So I was just on Fox Business with Kevin Harrington himself. And look at that. Magic.
There we go.
And that was really cool. And my mom got to watch it.
I know
it was on Fox Business.
What did Sandy say when she saw you on TV?
She said, I knew you were doing some really big stuff, but like, and you see this like award behind us. This is like winner's circle, kind of a big deal. And when she said that she saw me talking about like my childhood and things that like I wished, like, because I'll tell you, at the age of 6, I heard your story, which I know like the back of my hand. But at the age of 6, I knew I wanted to make movies and I never wanted to be in front of the camera, always behind the scenes. And I'll never forget, like my 3-year-old just left, so I can say this because he's not here. But like one year, Santa brought me a Fisher-Price movie camera and I thought I was the shit. I thought it was the coolest thing in the whole wide world. My mom would like help me. I would give her ideas for like costumes, like, oh, this is what we're thinking about. And my mom would like go to Joann Fabrics and like sew up some little costumes for my friends and I in the neighborhood. And I didn't know how to write scripts, so we kind of storyboarded, which we go over now with some of like the biggest, casting directors and producers ever. And so like at the age of 6, I knew I wanted to make movies and I got a Fisher-Price movie camera. And that was like the start to like amazingness. And I talked about that a little bit on the show with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. And I want you guys to think about it. What did you want to be when you were little? because I think that like reality sets in and you're like, oh, I'm too old to do this, or I've got kids, I've got a life, I've got a job. Yes, that's called life, or as Les Brown says, life be life in. But if you really want to get into show business, why not today? Why not? What is today? July 13th?
July 13th.
Why not July 13th? What are you waiting for? Tomorrow is never promised. And I applied to film school at the age of 17. I applied to film school. I was graduating from high school, and my parents thought I was going to follow in their footsteps. My dad went to West Point. He was a big corporate lawyer. My mom was a paralegal. So at the age of like 6, you have this dream, and your parents are like, yeah, let's do it. I could have said I wanted to be the tooth fairy, and my mom would have like made some wings and but at the age of 17, like, and I saw somebody ask, are we going to have to pay anything? At the age of 17, I wanted to go to film school. That's like 80 grand a year. And my dad said to me, are you on drugs? Like, why would you want to do something that's not guaranteed? And I thought to myself, you're a lawyer. That's not guaranteed, right? Like, you never know what the outcome is going to be. But why not you? Why not you? I mean, there are so many people. I'm sure you've seen Netflix or Amazon or Hulu or Disney or any, even just going to the movies or just anything, even going to Target. I'll tell you, I was at Target the other day and they had plus size mannequins. This business loves diversity. It does not matter your age, your height, your weight, your location now. How cool is it that you can live out your dreams even from Tampa, Florida, which is where we are right this second. We're not in New York. We're not in LA today. But you can live anywhere as long as you have access to Zoom. But most of all, when you have access to Zoom, you need to make sure that the person that's on the other end is somebody legit. And that's like the biggest scam out there, that no one has those types of connections. No one. I mean, we've done it, but we built it the right way. We built it the right way.
Yep.
And I was just on a podcast the other day, and I know how many of you guys checked out my podcast I just did with Sean Michael Kelly?
Oh my God. It was so awesome. I was so proud.
Yeah, I was so proud because I was trying to stay calm. Number one, we were in Vegas. I flew to Vegas for like 24 hours. How many of you guys would fly to Vegas just to be on a podcast? Now, the podcast does not pay you anything. How many of you guys would invest in yourself, flight and hotel, to go out to Vegas to be on a podcast that is non-paying? Let me type, I would or I would not. Let me see it in the comments really quick. I would or I would not. And I'm wondering for anybody who would say I would not. The guy's podcast I was on has 12 million subscribers. So hell yeah, I will be there. I didn't say I flew first class or stayed at like the Fontainebleau or the Ritz or anything like that, but I made it happen. And I noticed that whenever someone like harps, is this going to cost money? You sound like a loser. And here's why. If given a chance to live out your dream, the same person that says, is this going to cost me money, isn't going to show up, isn't going to show up on time. You're now showing me, like poker, your cards, you are a liability and you don't take this seriously. If you agree with that, type agreed or type 100, because I need to know you are 100% on board. If your excuses outweigh your dreams, that's a huge problem. And I think that's kind of what that sign back there recognizes. This is an award, guys. If you follow us, we started our company with literally less than the price of a cell phone, less than $1,000. Okay. And we turned this into a very lucrative business. We've been part of the movie industry.
Yeah.
We produce major motion pictures. We have 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. 6 Tony Awards. Recently, we were at where were we? We were at Hollywood Studios here in Orlando, and my little boy is learning about Avatar. We have a 12-year-old and he loves Avatar. And I kind of made a comment like, oh, I worked with Sigourney Weaver on one of my Broadway shows. And my 12-year-old's like, what? Do you know the type of life you get to live when you have proximity to greatness? And that's why you're here today. You're not here at the studio. You may not ever get a chance to go out to one of our live events, but having access today, this is 20 years worth of connections, and it's all for free this weekend.
Yep.
So I really want you guys to understand that, like, we're here to help, but I don't want to see any like negative mindset in this chat. Because if you're a winner, you don't want that shit. That's just going to cloud up your vision. So I want to make sure everyone types I'm on stage or I'm all in, because we're looking for committed individuals. We have cast members from hit TV shows like The Sopranos. We have some of the biggest casting directors in the world that cast for Academy Award-winning movies. We have top agents on. Everybody, oh, how do I get an agent? Oh, woe is me. Are you what an agent wants? And that's what we're going to go over this weekend. This isn't about you. This is, are you what an agent wants? This isn't Chick-fil-A. You don't get to pick if an agent represents you or not. Stop looking for a quick way to get into this industry. It is hard. It is competitive. But we have a formula here at VIP Ignite. If you want that special formula, type formula, because that's the most important thing. But it starts with this one right here, Deneen White. I may have a lot of connections, but I'll tell you what, without her, mindset is everything. So I want you guys to think about this. If you got a chance to stand in front of someone who could snap their fingers and change not only your life, your family's life. I mean, we've met some really cool people.
Yes, we have.
Like tremendous, like A-list people, like the head of Warner Brothers casting for North America, the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions, who literally have all the connections in the world in their phone. They can make one phone call. It's kind of like being blessed by the Pope. You are in if they vouch for you, okay? The fact that you have a mindset coach clearing up any of the cobwebs, getting rid of the negativity. Like, I want you guys to understand this. Friends and family are here. Industry experts are here. Why the hell would you ask friends and family or people that have never done anything in this business for advice? You are here this weekend because you're going to hear it live from the horse's mouth.
Yep.
So, okay. And that's the truth.
Yes, it is.
Wow, I love the paragraphs. Try not to write paragraphs because no one has time to read them. And here's why I say that too. And this is going to sound arrogant, but hey, you're here because you want connections. When someone like myself is speaking or any of my experts, do not write a paragraph to distract everybody else to read what you just wrote. Capiche? So I really want to make sure if you are here and you are serious and you have to be committed. Now, I'm getting a lot of, I'm trying to like respond to all the text messages. This is a 2-day live event. So today it's kind of like, here's a forest. Well, I dream about building this big house and a pool and okay, awesome. A pickleball court, which I've never played pickleball. Have you?
Not yet.
Not yet. So
It's on the list.
it's always on the list. So I want you guys to understand today we're like envisioning, we're clearing the forest because tomorrow we build. This is a 2-day live event. This is not either or. So I want you all to type 2 days. So you're here all day today and all day tomorrow. But, you know, if you're really trying to get into this industry, take notes, listen to this one because her mindset, I mean, literally, I call her in the worst of times and in the best of times. But mindset is everything. So some of you are on here, you've been to these, I call them the horrible boyfriends of the industry. And please don't take offense to this, guys, but a lot of times people have been lied to, cheated on, scammed. They've had their hearts broken. They've gone down these paths where it didn't work out. It was a bait and switch. We understand, which is why we're doing this for free. We are literally on our feet. We are literally on our feet. This is a stand-up desk, 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, just to help you. So show appreciation, not for ourselves, but for you, because you're standing up to your dreams. And I can't wait to see you all day today and all day tomorrow. And I know who's on here now. Let's see. This is like Survivor or the Hunger Games. Let's see who makes it to the end of the day and comes back tomorrow, because those are the people that are meant for greatness in this business.
Yep.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay. Awesome. How awesome was that? We found her. We found her.
I've been found.
She's been found. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off our day by getting ourselves energized. Are you guys ready to be energized? Okay. I forgot to tell you guys at the beginning, this is not a pants for you party. So with that thought in mind, everyone please stand to your feet. Everyone please stand to your feet. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Ronald. Everyone stand. If you're able to stand, everyone stand on up. Thank you very much. And this is what you're going to do. I'm going to find my timer here. And we are going to do one of my favorite things. We're kicking off the day with this. Normally we save it, but we're going to start. Wait, hold on. Okay. Are you guys ready? So what we're going to do is my favorite thing. It's called the running. Oh, hold on. Not 20 minutes. Hold on. We are going to, for the next 15 seconds. Okay, first of all, everyone face to the right. Put your right foot forward, your left foot back. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna move your arms as fast as you can like this. For 15, we're not running, we're literally moving our arms as fast as we can for 15 seconds. This is called the Running Man. Are you guys ready? Ready, get set, and go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on now. Come on, move those arms. Carla Hodge, I see you not moving. I'm watching. I'm participating. Rhonda's like, Deneen, if I do that, you're gonna get seasick. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Woo. All right. You guys feel a little more energized? Good. We don't do anything on one side. We cook both sides of it. So turn to the other side. Left foot forward, right foot back. All right. We're gonna go fit. I want you guys to go harder for this 15 seconds than you did for the last. Are you ready? Oh, Marjorie, I'm glad to hear that. Send me a message. All right, here, ready, get set, and go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on now. Oh, but much better. Carla, don't make fun of me. I'm gonna be on my feet for the next 16 hours. All right, let's go. 2, 1. Woo! Stop it. All right, you guys feel good? You didn't know you were gonna stop buzzing. How good did that feel? You guys feel good? I feel good. Everyone take a seat. Get a sip of water. Everyone get a sip of water. Thank God for a half-gallon jug. Whew. I'm gonna need it today. All right, are you guys ready for our first presentation with slides? How are you guys feeling? Are you glad you're here? If you're glad you're here, type, I'm glad I'm here. I know you guys are all glad you're here because you're all successful. That's why you're here. You're all successful. That's why you're here. All right. So let me introduce our first speaker to you. So he is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony Award for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to that, Michael is also the author of the #1 best-selling book on arts and entertainment on Amazon, Finding Fame. In addition to that, he is also a co-author of a book with Brian Tracy, and he has an upcoming book coming out this fall, which he co-authored with Michael Gerber. In addition to these entertainment business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped to rescue over 3,500 children globally from sex trafficking. Michael Fonkin's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Are you ready to be empowered and to learn what type of modeling you qualify for? If you are, everyone give it up for Mr. Michael Fonkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Okay. All right, guys, how's everybody doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. That was a really great opening. Obviously the whole point of the weekend is a lot of people, like the first question we asked about what's holding you back. And for a lot of people, just the end of the day, it's really mindset. And I'll touch upon different aspects of mindset throughout the weekend. But today's about the foundation. Tomorrow's about, having the opportunity to meet with some really amazing casting directors and agents and so forth. And I know Deneen talked about a little bit about resources. had mentioned that the resources in the world are unlimited. When you think about the universe, there's an unlimited amount of money out there. There's an unlimited amount of resources, right? And it's just a matter of people being resourceful. And a lot of times people always focus on what they don't have rather than focusing on what they do have, right? So it's like spending this weekend here, it's focusing on, hey, here's this information that I have. How do I take this information and apply it? Like I can guarantee you everything that we're going to give you over the next 2 days. Obviously tomorrow, yeah, will we offer something where you can come to a live event and meet casting directors and agents in person and get your photos done and so forth? Yeah, absolutely. And does that cost money? Absolutely. Right. So I'll be fully transparent about that. Of course, we're going to make an offer to you guys who want to take this further. There's only, 2 days. I can only cover so much in 2 days, but I can guarantee you the information that I'll cover in the 2 days, even if you decided not to come to the event, you're going to have enough information to be able to launch your career the right way. And that costs you absolutely nothing other than your time and being here. And time is your most valuable resource. For most people, they don't realize that. People always focus on money. Money is considered a resource that replenishes and can be replaced, right? You lose a job, you get a new job, you make more money, you get better, an advancement, you become a manager and so forth. But time, once you use your time, time can't be replaced. It's like Deneen said, the most successful people in the world have the same 24 hours. They just micromanage their time. And, the best thing you could ever do for your life is to really sit down and say, hey, how am I spending my day? Like literally down to the second. How long does it take me to brush my teeth? How much time am I spending on TikTok, on Instagram? How much time am I spending watching Netflix and so forth? And if you write that down, what you're doing every single second, every single minute, even if you just did it for a week, you'll realize that you have like a lot of hours that if you just changed your focus, change your story, saying, hey, what can I do in the next hour to help better my life? Even the Running Man, right? Deneen just did it for, I think, 15 seconds or 30 seconds. A couple of you guys looked a little bit winded, okay? Normally you do that for about 2 minutes, as fast as you can, staying in place. You do it once to the left and once to the right. So it's 4 minutes. I can guarantee you, if you do it as fast as you can for 4 minutes, you're going to feel a little bit winded and your heart rate's going to increase, which means throughout the rest of the day right now, for those of you who fully participated and went all in, you're actually burning more calories throughout the entire day because you've elevated your heart rate. You didn't have to go to the gym and run for 20 minutes on the treadmill. You didn't have to do any of that. You actually elevated your heart rate where you're actually burning additional calories throughout the day. Plus, it also gets your energy up and so forth. Most people are very complacent, right? You're sitting, you're watching TV all day, you're playing on your phone, you're not moving, right? You should walk like 30 minutes every day. Try and do it every single day. Walk 30 minutes. Be aware of how much sugar you consume. There's a ton of sugar in everything. Like look at the labels and so forth. If you could cut sugar out for 30 days out of your life completely and walk for 30 minutes every single day for 30 days, you will change your life. Like you literally will change your life in ways you can't even ever possibly imagine. So I want you guys to focus on being resourceful this weekend. Take notes. Ask great questions. At the end of the day, we'll open up for Q&A and, because we'll cover a lot of information very rapidly. But be aware, like we're giving you a lot of tools and resources. We're going to break down a lot of misconceptions. I've been doing this for 18 years now with Alicia. I learned very early on in my career to surround myself with the best people possible. When me and Alicia started the company, we struggled. Alicia gave an example. We started less than $1,000, and 18 years later, we've won 38 awards, 6 Tonys. We have multiple books coming out. Alicia has a book coming out with Kevin Harrington in a few months. It'll be, the guaranteed #1 bestseller on Amazon worldwide. We have we're working on a new Broadway show. We've won 6 Tonys. We won the Tony in 2013 for Best Play. If you've read Finding Fame, the first chapter, my background was I worked as a dishwasher in a pizzeria. So somebody who washed dishes in a pizzeria could win 38 awards. And thank you, Jemima. Jemima actually dropped the first chapter to the book as a free gift for you guys. So if anybody who didn't have a chance to read it, I highly recommend it. And you can pick it up on Amazon. It's not that it's inexpensive. For those of you who are part of school, you can actually unlock if you're part of the free group in school. All you have to do is interact. We'll show you how to use School later. You'll actually get a free digital copy. So even if you're like, but Mike, I can't even afford to buy a book. Great. Go to the library. Or if not, just be really nice in school. We'll show you how you can level up. I think it's like level 2. where you can actually get a free digital copy of the book. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go over how to be resourceful, how to be the person that agencies want to work with. A lot of times, you know, I talk to a lot of talent, and I notice it's just the mindset, or they just don't know, right? It's just little things that trigger agents. Like, you know, somebody like, how long is this going to be? Oh, you know what? It's over for you right now. You don't have to stay any longer. Because agents, their job is dependent upon finding the right person for a casting, right? So that's what they're looking for. So you just like, how do you become that person that they're looking for, right? Like, so yeah, do you need great headshots or a reel or experience? Yeah, for certain jobs, but everyone has to start someplace. Everybody has to be given a chance. Like Denzel Washington wasn't always Denzel Washington. He followed a framework. I noticed earlier, and somebody said it in the comments, I'm going to do this no matter what. I'm going to do it somehow. And they use the word somehow. And words are very powerful. You got to be very careful with the words you choose, because your mind doesn't understand fantasy from reality. Whatever you tell your brain works with. So if I tell my brain somehow, that means I don't have a plan. My brain just doesn't have a direction to follow. Like when you know, think about all the great ideas. Like, oh my God, I had this greatest idea. It's because your brain kind of helps you, right? You're retaining information, right? The reason we ask you to take notes is because you're going to get so much information this weekend. When you're writing it down, it triggers a different part of your brain to remember it. Even if you feel like you didn't retain all the information, a part of your brain has it. And a lot of times, I always recommend to always come to every single boot camp that you can. You'll notice, like most of our success stories, the common denominator they have is they've been to multiple boot camps, because they're consistently learning. And the person who you were on the first boot camp is going to be completely different than the person you'll be on the third boot camp, because you've learned more. You're a different type of person than you originally were. You start, you know, building, right? It's kind of like Alicia says, the lasagna effect. You're building layers of knowledge, information, connections, and so forth. And eventually that one success, that one person who believes in you, that one person who's willing to give you that chance to get you on set, to get you in a magazine, to give you that opportunity, that one job turns into 2, turns into 4, turns into 8, and it's called momentum. And before you know it, you're working full-time in the industry. You know, during the day today or later tomorrow or later today, we'll go over some of our success stories. We have talent that have been in major motion pictures, on the covers of major magazines. They've earned hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this. They're married, they have children, you know, they own homes, all from income they earn from the industry. Okay. So at the end of the day, if you want to change your life, you need to change your story. You need to change the people you surround yourself with. And you just have to be committed. You have to be willing to give up certain things today to have the life you want in the future. Right. So many times people, they have the money for the things they want. They have $1,000 iPhone. They have a, you know, 75-inch TV. You know, they get a brand new car. Sometimes you have to just maneuver things. You give up something, right? You give up the sweets because you want to get in better shape. You give up, you know, a luxury item to invest in yourself. You know, the best investment you can ever make is in yourself. Warren Buffett, that is his #1 quote. He is one of the richest men in the world. Okay. And it's like picking up on the little things that people who are successful drop and being able to apply it to your life. I can tell you one thing, there's no secret formula. Okay, at the end of the day, the secret formula is connections, being a professional, being reliable, being dedicated, and having basic knowledge of the industry to get you where you want to go. Okay, so with that thought in mind, today we're going to start off with what type of model you qualify for, because I know we have a lot of new people on this call today, and that's usually one of the biggest misconceptions is they don't know where they fit into the industry. So we're going to talk about both the modeling industries, and we're going to talk about the acting industry. For most people, you want to consider doing both, because a lot of times there's a lot of different opportunities in both areas of the industry. And you never want to be the person who says, well, I only want to do this, because then your agent's like, okay, well, you just cut my income in half, because agents get paid when you get paid. So you just cut my income in half. You sound like you're going to be difficult to work with. And you may have just meant, well, I just want to do acting because I just don't feel good enough to be a model. Or I just want to do modeling because I don't feel like I have good enough experience as an actor. You didn't say that. You said, I only want to do this. And an agent, they listen to things very specifically. They take things word for word. And I'm going to tell you the reason why, because when they're given breakdowns, it says, we need a blonde-haired girl, 5'6" to 5'8", who can swim and also play ping pong. So their life, their entire day is by specifics. So when you say to them, you got to remember, you're speaking into people's listen. When you're saying, okay, I'm only willing to do this, they're like, okay, well, that just cut my income in half. They're not going to read between the lines. They're not mind readers, nor are they interested in being mind readers. So again, to go back to that concept of, the words you choose are very powerful, whether they're for yourself or for the world, for the people that you're speaking to. Okay. All right. Let me pull up my slides. Actually, let me share my screen. That'll work a lot better. All right. All right. So this is diversity in being you, the science, or structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And everyone should be able to see my screen. Ronald, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Thumbs up. Okay. Thank you, buddy. All right. All right, so the world's changed, right? We can all admit that the world's consistently always changing. This is an election year. Obviously, you'll see, a lot of changes. I'm not interested in politics or, who you like or don't like or so forth. To me, all of that is a lot of waste of time. It really has very little effect on your life. Obviously, you can control your life, not somebody else. You live in the greatest country in the world where there's unlimited opportunities, but the world's always changing, especially in the entertainment industry, right? If you watch movies from 20, 30 years ago, you'll see the cuts, the angles, the types of models, and so forth. The industry is always consistently changing, okay? At the end of the day, you have to have a new mindset to get new results. If what you're doing doesn't work, you make a slight change. You don't change everything. You don't throw everything in the garbage and say, I'm going to start all over from scratch. No, you say, what little adjustments can I make? Right? Think about when a plane is flying, right? When a plane's flying from, say, Chicago to Las Vegas, the pilot has a set path. But as the plane is flying, it's moving a little bit because of the rotation of the Earth. So it's kind of going off by like 1 degree, right? So a pilot has to make that adjustment, because even something as simple as being off by 1 degree, that plane's not going to land in Las Vegas, right? It may land in New Mexico. It may land in California. It may land someplace completely else, completely different. It'll be off by 1,000 miles, even though it was just off by 1 degree. So you have to understand that sometimes the simplest thing is like a horse race. A horse can win by a nose. The difference between boiling water, right, and warm water is 1 degree. So it's the same thing for most of you guys that are on this call. You have, kind of going through everybody who is on camera, you have the right looks, you have the right attitude, you're here. It's just kind of making that slight adjustment to make you kind of being able to step into who you are in the industry. What's going to be the best type of persona for you to follow through with. Okay, in today's world, it's all about diversity. Okay, so the common denominator, most people, when they think of the modeling industry, they always think of like the tall, slim girls that walk the runway. They always think of runway modeling, and we'll talk about that. But in today's industry, it's about diversity. It's about different looks, different types, different ages. Okay, in this industry today, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Okay, we have people on this call today from all over the country, from all over the world. Okay, we're going to have casting directors and agents that are coming on from different parts of the country. Zoom has kind of changed the whole perspective of how the industry works, how castings are done. So again, you have to shift your mindset, right? You shift your mindset and say, hey, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, and I'll go through all the reasons why. Okay, it's about what makes you unique, right? Each person on here has a unique look that appeals to a certain set amount of brands. At the same time, right, if you're thinking about a banker, right, if I was running an ad for a high-end company where I wanted it to be for stock, and I'm not going to hire like a 7-year-old to represent a bank ad. I'm going to hire somebody who's mature. They have glasses. They have gray hair, right? I'm going to hire the person that matches the avatar of the client that brand is trying to catch. So again, age doesn't matter, right? It's what is the brand. We own an agency, myself and Alicia, called Truth Management. Alicia, Denise's actually the president of Talent Services, so make sure you're really nice to her. But it's all about diversity. It's all about representing different ages. Some other agency. So what we do is we place talent with larger agencies. Same time we get talent on sets and booking. Probably today there's probably several talent of ours somewhere across the country that are working on set, that are working on bookings. We have talent that are on hold for one of the girls. She's not here today. She had a little bit of an emergency, but she's actually on hold for a huge ad campaign, $250,000 ad campaign. So we work partnerships with the agents, casting directors, and so forth. So we're a mother agency. So what we do is, as a mother agency, we become the person who represents talent. We're non-exclusive, which means our talent are able to work with other agencies, and we place them with other agencies. It's a very simple process, and our success is being able to have a wide variety of ages, talent in different locations, and so forth. We have an event coming up in Las Vegas where we have the owner of the largest promotional modeling company in the world. We'll talk about what promotional modeling is for those of you who say, what's promotional modeling? It's live modeling, trade shows, book shows, baseball shows, NFL. It's like handing out things. Promotional models can make anywhere from $18 an hour to $250 an hour, $750 a day. Hair shows, being at the Super Bowl, being at the US Open, right, for tennis. So it's like there's so many different opportunities. Like there's so many different ways into the industry. It's just not one way. Okay. So again, we represent talent in a wide variety of aspects, everything from screenwriting to fashion, lifestyle, commercial, social media influencers, and so forth. Okay. Now, let's start off with the basics. Most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong answer. So if I go up to the average person who doesn't work into the industry and I just say, describe to me what a model looks like, this is what I get. All right, I've been doing this for 18 years. I hear the same answer all the time. I go to events. I work with some of the most powerful people in the not only in the entertainment industry, but as entrepreneurs. And even somebody like a Les Brown or Mark Victor Hansen, who they may not specifically work in the entertainment industry, they'll kind of give the wrong answer, right? There's this common misconception that models are always associated with the glitz and glamour. It's good from TV, right? You see the Kim Kardashians and the fashion shows, a lot of glitz and glamour. So people always think models are tall, thin, walk the runways of Paris and France and live this glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. Here is the exact standards of what that model should be. So now let's talk about standards, okay? And I'm going to give you some other facts that'll blow your mind. So for females, to be a high fashion model, okay? So I'm not talking about these things where they tell you you're going to be a model if you sell tickets. You're not being a model. You're being a salesperson for that company. And I know what's out there on Instagram. There's not a single thing you guys could tell me that would shock me. I know all the cashing scams. We're going to pay you $4,000 and it's going to be your job to pay everybody on set, and then you get to keep the balance. We're going to send you a check. You just need to cash the check, but we want to make sure you're good for it. So you're going to send back 1,500 of the 4,000. And of course you send them the 1,500. Once you get the check, you cash the check, deposit it, it bounces, and then now you owe the bank $4,000 because the check wasn't real. And people send me these all day long. So if you've gotten those, they're not real. Nobody's ever going to reach out to you on your Instagram account because you're so hot and send you a check for $4,000 or $4 million or even $4. It's not real. It's fake. Agents, casting clients go through agencies, plain and simple. They need to know the models are going to show up. Okay, imagine like right now, right? We have 106 people on the call. Maybe there was 120 people scheduled. Well, that means there were 14 people who didn't show up today. And we don't know the reason why. Maybe they got into a car accident. Maybe they got sick. Maybe they overslept. Maybe they went to a bar and got lucky last night and they forgot about the call. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. The point being is there are 14 people that if this was a shoot for Vogue, if this was a television commercial where we had camera crew, lighting, photographers, catering, where I wrote out a check for $100,000 to pay for this, and I was dependent upon those 14 people to be here. Well, guess what? I'm screwed because those people got to get paid no matter what, right? So it's understanding that, like, the reason why clients go through agencies at the end of the day is because agencies guarantee the talent are going to show up. That's literally it. Like, that is the number one reason. Agencies carry insurance. They know their models. They're constantly in contact with them. The ones who don't return their agent's call, they just don't get submitted for the job. Like, it's just plain and simple, right? They usually get dropped. And that, that's kind of like a little bit more in-depth training. Something I go through, for those of you who work with us, but let's just go back to where we are. So for female models, they're tall, slender, unique looking, hired for high fashion. British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11" with a 6'8" dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. Very specific, okay? Here's the reason why it's specific. When you're a designer and you're producing clothing for a show, those are one-of-a-kind pieces. So when you're producing a clothing, right? Imagine you got to go buy the material. You have to sew it. You have to lay it out, right? It's labor intensive, which means it's expensive. It's time consuming, which means by having a set standard, right? If there's 105 people on the call, if all 105 people, if I design the clothing like this, it probably wouldn't fit 99% of you. Like every single person here, your measurements are probably completely different. Even though you may buy a 32 waist jeans, you may not be exactly 32. Maybe it fits a little bit too tight. Maybe it fits a little bit too loose. Maybe you're, a size 12 dress. It kind of fits, but it's not perfect. It's not custom made for you, right? It was cut like when a man gets a custom made suit, it looks good. Like it's measured exactly to his body type. Well, when you have exact measurements for models, that means all the models who show up, the clothing is going to fit them, right? With very little alterations. So if I'm a designer and I call an agency and I say I need 10 guys and 10 girls, when the models show up, the clothing fits them. That's the reason there's a set standard. That's all it is. At the end of the day, high fashion, the models, they're just walking hangers. The unique look means that they want to be nice looking, right? But they don't want to be so good looking that they distract from the clothing. Like you don't want the girl or the guy to be so hot, right? I'll show you a great example here. Girls are kind of a good example too, but she is pretty. Here's a gentleman, right? So for males, right? He's got a nice look. He's definitely high fashion, but he doesn't look like Brad Pitt, right? He's slightly awkward looking, got slightly, got nice bone structure, but he's high fashion. I wouldn't consider him like the face of a leading romance movie, right? He could play the best friend or something. So they don't want them overly good looking because of the fact that they don't want to distract from the clothing. So for male models, same thing. They have to be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photograph for editorial advertising, required to be 5'11", 6'2", fit into a 40-yard jacket, right? Set standards, simple, okay? Here's the interesting thing. Whenever people outside the industry, they think of high fashion, right, as being the modeling industry, they associate that. The reality is high fashion is 10% of the industry. It's actually the smallest segment of the industry. So even though the common person, probably your friends, your family, your mom, your dad, your husband, wife, boyfriend, significant other, will all think that a model is high fashion. It's just how people are. But when you work in the industry, you understand that, right? So I want you guys to understand that this is the smallest segment of the industry. Okay, less than 2% of the world's population would qualify to be high fashion based upon the measurements that we went over and the specifications. So really being a high fashion model has nothing to do with you. It's just the right mom met the right dad, and boom, out came a fashion model 9 months later, and 18 years later, grew up, right? Okay, the next category. So we just went over high fashion, which is also editorial. So you have high fashion, which is runway. Editorial are like some of the higher end designers will sometimes hire those models for campaigns. Less than 1%, okay? We'll get to do a campaign. Here's the interesting thing. Everybody wants to be on the cover of, the Gucci model, right? Or the Versace model. They want to have their face in Times Square. Yeah, they pay pretty well. You can earn like $250,000 for that. But here's the interesting thing. When you become the face of Versace, that campaign may be 6 months. And then your kind of career is cut short because now it's like, well, you can't be the Gucci model because you were just the face of Versace. So a lot of times these high-end models, their careers are very short. For high fashion, the cutoff range for females is about 22 years old. It's considered aging out of the industry. And a lot of us, they want younger girls, younger guys because their skin is clear. They just make a better presentation under the lights on the runway. But the second category, which is the largest segment in the industry, is what's called commercial print. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. Commercial print is magazines, billboards, catalogs. So this photo that you guys are looking at with the mom, the dad, the baby, this is a commercial print stock photo. So this is something that can be used for a hospital, for paternity care, maternities, right? Hospitals advertise. I'm sure all of you guys drive up and down your area, wherever you live in this country, and you will see big billboards with hospitals advertising their care, advertising that they exist and so forth. So you got to think of, wow, why does a hospital advertise? Hospitals is a business. It's a competitive business where people choose to go to, give birth to their child or to, when something happens to take care of their loved ones and so forth, right? They compete against each other. So this is commercial print, okay? 80% of the industry. So for everyone who was on camera while Deneen and Alicia were talking and not only do I do this, this is why they tell you to be on camera, but Ryan Colby, he's one of the largest agents. He's a Hollywood super agent, New York super agent. All the people that'll be here throughout the weekend, they go through and they say, hey, hey, that girl Rhonda with the glasses, she has a really great look. Can you find out a little bit more about her and so forth, or Ronald, or Faith, or Lewis, right? So they're always on the lookout, right? They're always going to be on the lookout. So that's why you should always be on camera, right? Here's your chance to be seen, right? Paying attention, sitting upright. But for everybody that was on here, this is going to be what you qualify for, right? There was not a single person I could find on here that did not fall into commercial print. Now, there may be a couple people that do fall into high fashion or editorial, but because I don't know your measurements, I couldn't tell that from, sitting, even when you were kind of standing and running. I couldn't be 100% sure, but there may be a couple of people, but you're definitely going to fall into this. This is the best category to be in because A, the qualifications are very easy, but it also pays very well, and it's a long-term career, right? Age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, right? Example, commercial print models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and so much more, right? There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So you can see here some advertisements, right? So when you think about it, right, here's looks like Macy's ad, right? So when you come home and you got that big pile of mail, right, the little flyers from the supermarket or, the local, the air conditioning company, the roofing company, all these different companies, they hired advertising companies to put those ads together. The models that you see in those are commercial print models, right? So somebody may have landed a national campaign with $75,000 to be in a McDonald's ad that's going to run, for home delivery, through Money Mail or something like that. And they're all excited. They're like, oh my God, millions of people are going to see me. And then you kind of look at your junk mail and you call it junk mail and you throw it away. Right? That was somebody's career. You just threw in the garbage. They were so excited, right? Don't worry. They don't feel bad because they got the job, they got paid. But again, it's commercial print. I want you guys to start looking at things. Don't just notice the clothing in the ads. Start looking at the actual models, right? See the different types, the different ages, see the different things that they're qualifying for. Because again, the industry's changed, right? You would not see ads like this 10 years ago with two dads in an ad or two moms, right? You now see different types of interactions. You also see different ethnicities, okay? Like people from Latino backgrounds, Asian backgrounds, African American backgrounds, okay? Huge market, actually outpacing being Caucasian. It's kind of almost reversing very slightly, where it's now they want people diversity. If you notice all the car commercials now, there's usually an African American dad with like an Asian or a Latino woman as the wife and so forth, mixed ethnicity kid, because they're appealing to a wider variety. The world is changing. It's not just black or white anymore. It's now a mixture of different relationships, different skin tones, and so forth. Okay. This is how the industry works. Start paying attention to the commercials. Start paying attention to the ads. You'll see this. I see this every day, all day. Okay, this is how the industry works. Again, new mindset, new results. For children, it's always going to be, being cute. Kids will always fall into commercial print. At the end of the day, for kids, their parents have to be able to be on set with them. They have to have working papers. They have to have a trust fund set up. So if you're working with some company and they didn't ask you, do you have a Coogan account set up? Just run away from them. They're not a real agency. Because before even working with a child, you need to have a Coogan account set up. You need to have a trust fund set up. You need to have working papers in place. There's a whole process before your child would ever even be walking onto a set. Okay, this is how the industry works. You yourself have to be responsible for being knowledgeable. Don't depend upon anyone else. Don't depend upon me. I'm going to teach you guys all the legit right ways, but I can only be with you for a set amount of time today. I can't be with you. I can't be your little magic chat GPT in your pocket on your phone. So you have to be responsible. We have programs in the town we work with. This is what we do, right? And for those of you who are in the free school group, Deneen will go about that later. If you've never heard of it, congratulations, it's free. we put in some of our best content. Deneen's been doing some amazing accountability calls, answering questions every week, having special guests on. Of course, we have a paid for service that's a higher level where you get to work with some amazing people. But again, we do this because we've reached a level of success. We can afford to do this, right? People say, why would you guys do all this for free? Why do you have these free boot camps? We can afford to do it, right? We found our niche in the industry, and you reach a certain point when you want to help others, right? At the end of the day, being able to help people, being able to, there's going to be somebody, I can guarantee you, somebody on this call by the end of the weekend that 6 months from now will be a part of our success stories. My goal is 108 people. I want all 108 to be able to book $50,000 a day jobs, $100,000 a day job. That's our basis of success, right? But even if we can change somebody's life, even if we can just shift somebody's mindset, to me, that's success too. Being able to have a deeper understanding of how the industry works. So again, commercial print. Here's Christine, Tina Harding, okay? One of our inner circle, great person. She's commercial print, right? She's TV, she's film. She can play the mom, the grandmother, the aunt. She can play the shopper, at Kmart or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS. She can play the Lipton soup ad, right? She can play that, but she can also play the vice president of the United States. She can play the president. She can play the military woman, right? She's an entrepreneur, okay? She owns a fitness business. She travels the world. She's an international speaker, okay? She does a lot of amazing things. She finds the time to do both. She leverages the resources and the people she's met in this industry to not only be successful as a model and actress, but to also build her brand. She had the opportunity to meet with one of the Jerry Maguire's real life persona. His name's Lee Steinberg. Okay, he's actually the real Jerry Maguire, sports agent. He represents Patrick Mahomes amongst other greats. She had the opportunity to meet with him at one of our events. She now is working with dozens of NFL stars as a part of that, who've endorsed her program. So it's opened up millions and millions of dollars, unlimited opportunities. Again, it's about being resourceful. It's about using what you have in your life to get what it is you want and to get to where you want to go, right? Having that why, having that reason, right? So it's not about fame, right? Don't say you want to be famous. You want to be famous, jump off a bridge. You'll be on the front page of the local newspaper the next day. Somebody killed themselves off the bridge. Fame is meaningless. It's what do you do with that, right? It's being resourceful. It's having financial abundance. It's being able to have a platform. It's able to be able to help others. When you start focusing on that, trust me, guys, your life will change in so many ways can't even possibly imagine, right? Here's a great example, right? Age doesn't matter. Okay, this person has an agent. They have headshots. They were submitted for the job. Okay, again, I can guarantee this woman's done dozens and dozens of commercials and TV shows and ads and so forth. She's the perfect person. When you need the grandmother type, this is the woman who gets called. Okay, unlimited amount of ads, guys. There's national ads, there's local ads, international ads, magazines, billboards, catalogs, e-commerce. It doesn't end. Okay, again. AARP, right? Here's a great example. Age doesn't matter, right? She got the gray in her hair, African-American woman, great look, right? Today, this ad, she could shop for AARP, right? Perfect. Tomorrow, she can play a military woman. She can play a grandmother. She can play a gangster, right? She can be on Power, okay? There's so much that she can do. That's called versatility. It's recognizing the different characters that you can play. Right, having that versatility. We got Ricky on here, right, with the long beard, right? He could play the biker, right? He could play the bouncer, right? He could play the bartender, right? He could play the wrestler. He could play the Southern guy that comes out and kills you and chases you through the woods, right? Those are roles he can play just based upon seeing his face. So what are the characters you can play? But he can also play the sweet guy that runs the local store, right? He can play the uncle. He can play the dad, right? There's all these roles. So being able to lean into the characters that you can play. That's what the definition of versatility is. Sometimes I use industry terms and I don't always go through. So at the end of the day, if there's a word I use and you're like, wait a second, Mike didn't explain what that word meant, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. Right, e-commerce, right? Great example. Here again, mixed ethnicity ad for, I guess this is for the Gap, it looks like. You can see the mom, the dad, the child, and so forth. And you can see he's got a nice look. He's not Brad Pitt. Commercial print, right? Same thing for the woman. She's got a nice look. She's not, that supermodel look. Commercial print, everyday average people, because that's the avatar this is appealing to. Sid, here's another great example, right? You can see based upon her dress, she has a different religious background. She leverages that. For most people, they would say, oh, she can't be in this industry. Oh my God, she's one of our busiest talents. She's also part of our inner circle. She literally books jobs consistently. She lives outside of Philadelphia. I think she's 61 years old. She just recently retired about a year ago. She worked for the city of Philadelphia her whole life. She didn't start until she was 60. She didn't start until she retired. And right out the gate, because she leaned into her characters, she's been on dozens and dozens of television shows, because every time they need that character, right, that type of religious background to be in a scene, guess who gets the call? Sid does, right? Consistently working, but she brings professionalism. She brings reliability. A lot of her bookings are in New York, okay? But she lives in Philadelphia. It's 2 hours away, but they know she'll show up, right? She gets up bright and early, and she's there on set, and there are days she can be on set for 12, 13 hours. But she's building a great career, and she's building a great life. And this is her new life, right? This is her new career. So she didn't say, well, I'm retired, I'm going to sit at home now and not know what to do with my life. No, she went out, right? She became resourceful. She leveraged everything the company offered to her to become very successful. And she has a heart of gold. Sid is one of my favorite talent. I have tons of favorite talent. She's one of them, because I know there's no doubt that she'll always be there. She always shows up. She always follows up. She takes directions well, and so forth. But again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, right? And what I wanted you guys to do is, I kind of want to ruin you guys a little bit. I want you guys to never watch commercials the same way. Never look at magazines or ads. Look past the product and actually look at it through the eyes of being somebody who's actually working in the industry. Obviously, I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I hope. Reason why I've been doing this for over 18 years with Alicia. We've won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. We have multiple best-selling books. We have a new Broadway show we're currently working on, executive producing. It's going to be the biggest Broadway show in 2025 in New York. But we surround ourselves with the best people, right? We work with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. It's taken us 18 years, right? People always say, I want to be just like you. Great. It took me 18 years to become me. In 18 years, you can be definitely like me, but I'm going to be 18 years down the road, right? Be who you are. Be the person that you can be right now, okay? And I can tell you something. I can help you get there a lot faster, because I've already done it. The people I work with have decades and decades of experience. Throughout this entire weekend, you're going to get to meet them. Listen to their stories. Listen to how they got started. Ask the right questions, like, what are the best ways for somebody who's brand new to break into the industry, right? What is the right training I should be focusing on? How do I get the right photos? How do I learn what my character is? How do I learn how to do a monologue? How do I learn to overcome shyness? How do I get myself out there, right? You guys are doing great. You're here, and that's the most important thing. But again, we've been doing this for a long time. Billboards, again, commercial print. Here's some examples. These were shot in New York. These are actually some of Ryan's models. He was kind enough to allow me to use some of his examples. This is for a Korean clothing company. So these ran on social media, so e-commerce, it's called, ran on social media and on their website. But these were shot in New York. Some of these were shot in Chicago. Some of these were shot in Atlanta. Okay. But again, location doesn't matter, right? So even though these ads were never run here in the United States, they were run in a Korean marketplace throughout Asia. The ads were actually shot here in the United States. Again, another example, some Korean ads shot here in the United States. And I can provide you tons and tons of examples. But just to show you guys, to break that mindset, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Great example. This is actually one of our talent, James Johnson. He started his career in a very small town. His town was so small, they only had one traffic light. He was a barista at a small coffee shop. His dad was actually in prison. His dad was arrested in prison. He was involved with drugs and narcotics and a whole list of things that put him away for a long time. So James, when he first came to us, he pretty much was coming from a world where people told him he was never going to amount to anything. Like, you're going to wind up in prison like your dad. You're a loser. You don't got it. You don't got what it takes. But he did not listen to the naysayers. And naysayers, those are strong naysayers, right? When your dad's in prison, people telling you can't make it because you're going to be like him. That's a pretty big bridge that people are throwing right at you. But naysayers can be something as small as somebody who really cares about it, just says, why do you want to do this, right? You can't do this. You don't have the time, right? Starts feeding into your stories. And a lot of times, because you have that self-doubt, you start, well, yeah, you know what, you're right. He didn't. He came to New York. He wound up meeting with Ryan, who actually signed him, and he lives in LA. He worked as full-time model in New York City. He relocated to New York, right? So he took a big step, right? Not everybody has to do that, but he worked in New York for a few years, very successful. Did major campaigns. He's walked the runway with tons of high-profile models. Wind up shifting into acting because he reached that age like 23, 24, 25, shifted into acting, moved out to Hollywood, came to one of our events in Hollywood, met with his current agent in Hollywood. He's now a full-time working actor in Hollywood. This is what he does. He's also a writer. He's writing screenplays. So this is somebody who was a barista like 5 years ago, who's now working on screenplays. Actually, one of his good friends now, I can say, which is also one of my good friends for 18 years, is the writer producer of the X-Men Transformers movies. They brought in over $1 billion. This is somebody he's working with, right? When you have the right connections and you meet the right people and you start learning this, you can become anyone, right? Like you can become the owner, you can become the president of a major studio. You just have to follow a path. You just have to get out there and actually make it happen. And I like using him as an example because he's somebody that people would have said he couldn't do it. Okay. But he believed in himself, and with the right tools, the right resources, changed his life. This is Mike Trash, one of my favorite guys, also one of our inner circle, writer, producer, comedian, podcast host, filmmaker, editor, consistently working, filming movies, formerly with the WWE, has the greatest personality imaginable. Okay. Again, retired, worked in a software company, exited out of his software company, right? So he was that geeky nerd guy, right? But he could have just sat back and did nothing for the rest of his life. But no, this is something, a passion he loves, something he loves doing, and he's successful at it. He's very successful. And again, he leans into his characters. He's played like the German prisoner. He's played monsters and these deformed, killers. He's played the uncle, the brother, right? He can play so many different roles. He has that quirky character. He's funny, he's professional, and he's great. But the talent who've worked with him on set, he's phenomenal. He's like the dad on set. Like he's there to answer questions, to help. He's one of our talent, right? And I'm giving him a 10x endorsement here because he's a part of our inner circle. He's somebody that there's no doubt in my mind. But again, he leans into it. So my point being is age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. When you surround yourself with the right people and you understand how the industry works, you can see it's represented by Truth Management, both like Sid and Christine, for those who are interested in having representation. We will go over that. I'll go over that tomorrow, how that all works with you guys. Right, here's Tony Aguilera, got signed by one of the largest agencies in Los Angeles, came out to one of our events. He can play like the Narcos villain. He can play the doctor, the lawyer. He can play the brother, right? Leans into his character. His background's a nurse, right? How many of you guys have ever said, guess what his job is? Would you have said a nurse? Somebody might have guessed it eventually, but he's a nurse. No, that was his former life. He was a nurse who's now an actor and a model. He also has a real great passion for music, excellent guitar player. So this is something he's wanted to do for a long time. And he made that decision later in life again to transition into this industry. And he's super successful at it. And he's so nice. And for those of you, I know a lot of our talent that have been on here have gotten the chance to work with Tony. He's got like a heart of gold. He's very professional, very reliable. Again, no doubt that he would show up. Again, here's two different age ranges, right? I should recognize that voice from the commercials, right? Age doesn't matter. Geico commercial, right? Commercial print, TV, film, right? E-commerce, the child, the mom, the grandmother, the daughter, the dad, all commercial print, right? Here's Flo from Progressive, right? I'm sure everyone on here should know who she is. But you know her as Flo, but that's not who she is. What's her acting name? Do you know her name as an actress? Do you know who represents her? Do you know who her agent is? Do you know her resume? I do, right? These are things you should know. Like, ask better questions, you'll get better answers, right? How did Flo get started? Who's her agent? How did she, right? How much does she make? Her contract, my slides are actually outdated. Her contract now is $5 million per year, right? She's like the face of a Progressive, right? Her commercials run day and night. But here she is, right? Her name's Stephanie Courtney For a lot of you guys, she could probably walk right past you at an event or on a street somewhere where you live, and without a little, flow outfit going on, you probably wouldn't even recognize her. Probably, without her eyes being made up, right? Kind of looks similar, but without it's really the outfit and the persona that's what you know her as. But as Stephanie Courtney, just as a regular person, you probably wouldn't pay attention to it. She could be sitting next to you at a bar or at an airport or on a train or a bus, and you might your subconscious might pick up a little something, but you probably wouldn't recognize her. Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman, right? World's greatest extra. He has a documentary made about him. Okay. He's been in over like 200 movies. Several of them have won Academy Awards. One of the things he did, he was in the Super Bowl commercial with Bar Raphael. He actually got to kiss her. It was kind of a little bit weird. It was meant to cause controversy and grab everyone's attention. Some of you guys might remember that from a few years ago. But he leans into his character. He's been on every show on HBO. He's been in dozens of movies, from Spider-Man to The Social Network, consistently working because he leans into the character, playing the nerd, the geek. He's been featured on The Tonight Show. Jay Leno has interviewed him as being the geeky guy. You see him in every movie. He's been in so many movies. Jay Leno took notice of him. The Tonight Show took notice of him, especially when the documentary came out, and he's consistently working. But again, most people, they don't understand that. They don't think about that. You don't pay attention to that person who's working consistently because their name doesn't pop up. They're not the major person in the movie. But there's work for everybody when you find your niche. When you find your niche and you lean into it, there's not a single person on this call who could not make a mid six-figure, low seven-figure salary, whether as a model or actor, if you applied yourself the right way and you were willing to give it 12 to 24 months. Look, there's no reason. It's just being focused and disciplined and being able to make the time, the commitment to actually being successful. But if you want to change your life, I can guarantee working with this company definitely will. Again, it's mindset. Mindset is everything. Okay. So a little bit more about Flo from Progressive. I couldn't pull up her whole resume, right? This is part of her resume. She goes all the way back to 1998. She's been doing this for a long time, right? 98, 2008, 2018. That's a quarter of a century. She's been doing this longer than probably some of you on this call have been alive, right? But yet you see her every day. And she's been in a lot of stuff. The Goldbergs, she's on Mad Men, right? Great show. If you've never seen that show, it's an awesome show. Definitely watch it on 5 episodes of that. So, she originally wanted to be a comedian. She actually went to Center City, I think it's off key. Ali will remember the name later. But she went to the school up in Chicago to be a comedian. She wanted to be a stand-up comic. If you notice her patterns, even her characters, kind of like that. She has that good timing. Tomorrow, we're going to have one of the most funniest comedians you will ever. You guys want a free comedy show? Make sure you are here tomorrow, because you are going to be treated to one of the funniest comedians ever, formerly with the Howard Stern Show. He has actually toured the world with Artie Lang. He's been on TV, commercials, Comedy Central, everything. Superstar in the comedy industry. He's going to be here and he's going to share his journey. He's going to share that. A lot of times people don't associate that with acting, with being comedians. But think of it Eddie Murphy, right? Where did he start? Saturday Night Live. What did he do before that? Boom, look at Beverly Hills Cop, right? Movie's 40 years old. Eddie Murphy still looks like he's 21 in that movie. What's his secret, right? But again, it's asking better questions. This is what we will show you. We're going to show you how these people became who they are. Okay, here's Flo. And you can see, like I said, my slide's a little bit outdated. I have to update that. But you can see she earns $1 million per year. Even with the outdated slide, she's doing pretty good. But she's the spokesperson now for that company, right? So she does the e-commerce. She's doing that. She's a great success story. But you don't have to be her. There's so many other levels, right, that you can be doing. So many brands, so many companies you can work with. Start paying attention again to the magazines, to everything that you see. Promotional modeling, we talked about that earlier. Our talent going to have the opportunity starting next week to actually work with the largest owner of the biggest promotional company in the world. Okay, promotional modeling, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, and so forth. Everyone can do that. Ricky could work at a promotional event, right? Understanding Ferraris or cars or motorcycles, being the face of Harley Davidson at a show, right? Because people want to come up to Ricky because they want to talk to him. Oh, he looks like the biker dude. Let me go ask him questions. For those of you not familiar with Harleys are $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 and above. They're not an inexpensive hobby. Okay. So next time you see some bikers riding around, a lot of times they're doctors, they're lawyers. They kind of do this as like they go out, they live that, on the road and stuff like that. It's a whole culture. But that's just one brand. Red Bull, all these sports drinks, video games, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering, like book shows. Like there's so much, right? And they need thousands and thousands of these people every week. Again, different age ranges and so forth. And on a high end, I always like to go low when I go to presentations, so I don't want to hype people up. But even $15 to $80 per hour, promotional models can make $750 a day, $1,000 a day. We have models that make $2,000 twice a month. They're making $4,000 a month just working a few days out of the month doing promotional modeling. So again, great opportunity. Fitness, right? Fitness and health, multi-billion-dollar industry, right? And it's just not Nike. Think of the hundreds and hundreds of brands, supplements, right? When you're scrolling through Instagram now and TikTok or going online, you go to Barnes and Nobles, just walk down the magazine row, right? The hundreds and hundreds, thousands of magazines, right? All geared towards fitness, geared towards health, geared towards relationship, geared towards, wealth and management. Those are all commercial print models, right? So commercial print has subdivisions, right? So we talked about modeling, high fashion, editorial, right? Then we talked about commercial print. And then now you have promotional and you have fitness. Fitness falls under commercial print. So it's again specifying you're into yoga, like Christine. Christine is a yoga instructor. She does like yoga. So a lot of the ads she's going to gear towards are going to be towards fitness and health based upon that. She's again in her early 60s, but she's doing those types of jobs. Curve plus size, another billion-dollar industry worldwide, right? As people are less concerned about health, right? Or not as cautious with their health, right? It's opened up an explosion, right? Of clothing and manufacturers that appeal to that as people are going through that transition of getting back into shape and so forth. You kind of see that more trending now. People are becoming more very, very health conscious now. People are becoming more. But again, it's something, don't let that hold you back, right? Step into who you are and become the person you were meant to be. Right? Because it's, again, this is great. And plus size models are paid top dollar. Okay, kids, again, we spoke about kids earlier. Kids are always going to be able to work. But again, it's based upon the parents. Can they be on set? Are the parents nice? And the parents got everything in order, right? Again, commercial print, right? Different looks, different ages, different demographics, right? Different opportunities. It's 2024, guys, right? We're already in July, headed into August. The year's already half done, right? Most of you guys, wait a second, it was just New Year's Day. I remember waking up, No, the year's half done. It's 2024. This is the best time in life to take. People always worry about time. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. Okay, today is the day to take action. Guys, tomorrow I'm going to give you an opportunity to be able to work with us. When I give you that opportunity, say yes, raise your hand, take action, change your life. You have 2 full days to think about it. Okay, all day today and all day tomorrow, right? The world's changed, right? Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique, right? And one of my closest friends I've known now for close to a decade, myself and Alicia, one of our partners in business and in life, Tony Robbins, great guy. If you never had the opportunity to follow him, definitely follow him. But people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. If you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And tomorrow you'll have that opportunity to schedule it and make your dreams become real. Don't leave this call this weekend not believing in yourself, not understanding the industry, and not being willing to take that chance. Don't let money, don't let anyone else ever hold you back, because you only have one life to live and you deserve to live your best life. My name is Michael Fomkin, and this is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? I hope I was able to give you guys some value this morning and have a basic understanding where you fit in, and broke down some of those false barriers about age or location, and understand now the difference in those industries. I'd love for you guys to put some comments down, kind of where you fit in. Do you see yourself now as high fashion, promotional, fitness, plus teen, commercial, and so forth? But my name is Michael Fomkin. Once again, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, because our next speaker is going to really shift your belief and open up a whole world of possibility, guys. And I will be back later today, and I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that? How many of you came into this day not knowing what type of modeling you qualified for, even You didn't even know you qualified to be a model. Was anyone in that situation? But congratulations. Now you know what you qualify for. How awesome is that? So in the comments, let's see here. Commercial print, promotional, high fashion and commercial. Commercial and promo. Awesome. I love this so much. How many of you have the gift of gab like I do? I love talking. I know I start off by telling you guys I'm an introvert, which I very much am. But I love having the opportunity to talk to people and share my knowledge. So if any of you is that, promotional modeling is amazing. All right, so I just want to keep this going, okay? Because I'm very cognizant of other people's time. So if you thought that learning about modeling was amazing, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I see a lot of thank you, Mikes. I love that. Always show appreciation to all of our speakers. When someone's finished speaking, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because one of the best ways to become even more successful is through gratitude. If you are someone who's not grateful, then all the power to you, but be grateful. Be grateful for today. Awesome. All right. So is it okay if I introduce our next speaker to you? If you're excited, show me some excited faces in the comment. And then show me your excited faces on Zoom. Let me see those faces. John Norman's like, Deneen, have another sip of coffee. I already had 4 shots. You don't want me to have any more coffee now. Oh, look, are you playing? Are you watching Wimbledon, Mahfouz? Is that why you have your tennis racket? You're there practicing? You're going to take Djokovic on? Just kidding. It's my favorite time of year. I love Wimbledon. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker. I am so excited about our next speaker. And here's why. I told you guys this before. I spent 15 years in the dental industry. And I will never forget when Mike and Alicia said, hey, Deneen, we have someone we want you to talk to. He's a comedian. I'm like, okay, I love laughing. And they were like, he was also a dentist. I was like, oh, that's going to be interesting. So I'm really excited to introduce you to our next guest. Okay. And I promise you that if you pay close attention to him for the next 45 minutes to an hour when he's speaking, your life will never be the same again. Okay. And I promise you, he's not going to talk to you about your teeth. So if anyone has a fear of dentists, throw that out of the window, because this man he's literally one of my favorite humans. Every time I see him, he's just pure joy. How many of you know like that person is just pure joy? That's what Jeffrey is. So let's talk about Jeffrey Gurian. Early in his career, he met Woody Allen backstage on Broadway during Play It Again, Sam. Woody Allen was so impressed by him that he encouraged him to pursue comedy writing. Years later, he got his first professional break by Emmy award-winning writer and producer Alan Zweibel, who is a very close friend of Alicia and Michael. His first big success happened when Rodney Dangerfield used his material on Johnny Carson's Tonight Show. There's so much greatness packed in that sentence. Here are some notable collaborations that he's done. He's written for comedy legends such as Joan Rivers, Philip Hartman, Richard Belzer, Gilbert Gottfried, George Wallace, Robin Williams, Pauly Shore, Andrew Dice Clay, Milton Berle, Rich Little, Dick Shawn, Pat Cooper, John Murray, Frank Gorshin, Jim Morris, Henry Youngman, Jerry Lewis. He has also written special material for non-comic notables such as Bruce Willis, Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, Chad Everett, and Frankie Avalon. He was hired by Judy McGrath, the former president of MTV, to write scripts for Friday Night Video Fights. He was featured in a New York Times cover story. He has made numerous radio and television appearances discussing his dual careers. He also co-wrote I'm Your Man, the first interactive film with Michael Ian Black and Ben Garant, and which debuted at the Sony Theater in Manhattan, where audience could change the film's actions by using buttons at their seat. How cool is that? All right, everyone, please give it up for our very good friend and someone who is about to change your life. The one, the only, Mr. Jeffrey Gurian. Hey, Jeffrey. Oh my gosh. I have a special guest here coming to say hello.
Thank you so much, Deneen. Hi, Alicia. How are you, Annie? Yeah.
Hi, I miss you. I'm doing well.
Miss you too. I have to say, after an introduction like that, I better be good.
You are the best.
You're better than good. You're spectacular, sir.
Thank you so much. It's always it's always a treat and it's an honor to be on with VIP. I always say the same thing. I wish I had VIP when I was coming up in the ranks. I had nobody to help or guide me. Everything I did was just luck and being in the right place at the right time. But for all of you listening, you're very lucky to have this. And Michael Famkin is a fund of knowledge.
Yes.
He doesn't even need to take a breath. Has so much to say, and he's just an incredible fund of knowledge. There's one thing that I want to touch on that he mentioned that I think is really important amongst all the things that he said. I signed in, and I was supposed to speak around 12:30. I signed in at noon. I am always early. If you're on time, you're already late. It's
True.
very important in this business to be early. I wanted to listen to see what was going on so that when I come on, I can participate. I'm not running in at the last minute. A lot of people don't manage their time well, and reliability is very important in this business for people to know that they can count on you and that you'll be there when you say you're going to be there. Michael mentioned 14 people had signed up who didn't show up. Nobody knows why. Hopefully they're fine. But again, reliability is key. If you can't show up, you notify people. You don't just ghost, you know? And so I just wanted to start with that because I'm always early. I'm always at least a half an hour early. And if I need to, I bring something to read. So I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. I'm always doing something productive. So the title that they gave me, I have to read this. The title that Deneen gave me for my talk today is The Remarkable Transformation of a Dentist into an Entertainment Icon. And it's so kind of you to say that. I had a very unusual story, but the essence is that you don't have to choose only one thing to do in your life. You can indulge all of your interests. You know, when you go into the entertainment business, first of all, the first thing that you should know is if you do want to be in the entertainment business, you don't have to go to dental school first. That's not a prerequisite. You don't have to get a dental degree. You can actually go right into the business. I didn't know that when I was 12 years old, and it's such a strange story when I think about it. When I was 12 years old, I already decided what I wanted to be. I knew I wanted to be a doctor of some kind, but I was a very, very sensitive child. And I like to talk about that for a moment. Sensitivity is very important. For anybody in entertainment, you must be sensitive. If you're an artist, no matter what area you're in, if you're a model, an actor, a singer, any kind of a performer, you're a sensitive being. I didn't know as a child, I'm an empath. I learned that in later years. And what an empath is, it means that you feel things very, very deeply. So if anyone says something to hurt my feelings, I remember that for years. I was overwhelmed with feelings. I was a very sensitive child, and I knew that I couldn't handle life and death situations. I knew I wanted to be a doctor, but I knew I couldn't face life and death situations. And I was wearing braces at the time. And I said, you know what? I'll be a dentist and I'll make people look beautiful. I'll be an orthodontist and I'll make people look beautiful. And I won't have to worry about anybody dying in my chair because it's not a dangerous situation, you know? You just make people look nice, that's all. And I was already writing comedy at that young age. Now, most 12-year-old kids have no idea what they want to do in life. They want to be a policeman or a fireman. And most of them change their mind many times during the course of growing up. But for some reason, I never changed. My entire life was set from the time I was 12 years old. And when I got into dental school, there were only 3 people that I ever wanted to meet in my life: Woody Allen, Salvador Dali, and the Beach Boys. And when I was in my 20s, first, I was very young when I went into school. I was only 16 when I went to college. I grew up in a very middle-class neighborhood. My dad was a liquor salesman. My mom was a secretary. Nobody in my family had ever really graduated from college before. There were no professionals. I was the first person to break that chain. And I talk about that a lot because a lot of us came from very difficult backgrounds. And I'm going to get to this later on, but I wound up writing books about happiness. And one of my books is called Facing Adversity, Stories of Courage and Inspiration. Michael mentioned one of the talents that he handles came from a very difficult background. I think he said the father was in prison. During the pandemic, I was well, in March of 2020, let me put it like this. You could probably tell I'm a trendsetter. So when COVID came out, I went right out and got it. I don't want to wait. I immediately came down with COVID double pneumonia, and I wound up in the hospital. And I was very lucky that they were able to save me. But afterwards, I was in the house for several months. I was actually afraid to go out because I had been so sick. And I never liked to waste time. And I wanted to take a negative and turn it into a positive. And so I wrote my 8th book, my 3rd book in what I call my happiness series. And the title is Facing Adversity, Stories of Courage and Inspiration. And it's not my story, it's stories that I collected over 20 years. I've always been fascinated by people who overcome obstacles. Not everybody had a great childhood. Not everybody had parents that did the best for them that they could. Supposedly, all our parents tried to do the best that they could, but not everybody has a great story. Some people are able to overcome that. And I've always been fascinated by that. So I was collecting stories for 20 years of people that overcame great obstacles. And I had this whole folder. And I said, what am I going to do every day when I'm in the house? I don't want to waste time. So I wrote this book. And it became a bestseller on Amazon, and it's very inspirational. I'll give you an example, which the story is just amazing to me. A little 3-year-old boy was hiding. He was playing hide and seek, and he hid behind a tractor, and the tractor was running, and he put his hands in, and the motor cut off his hands. And the father saw this happen, this horrible thing. The father happened to be a surgeon, but not that kind of a surgeon. And he rushed the little boy to the hospital, and it was a holiday, and there was no transplant surgeons on staff. There was nobody on call that they could get. So the father, who had never done this kind of surgery before, assembled a team of people, and they worked on this little boy for about 9 hours, and they reattached his hands, and they put them in casts, hoping that the hands would take. After several months, they took off the cast and the hands were alive, but they didn't function. The grandfather happened to be a martial artist, like a champion martial artist. And he trained that little boy growing up every day to reuse his hands. And today, that little boy is a famous spinal surgeon, and he runs the surgery clinic at a hospital in Oregon. That story moved me so much. I couldn't believe it. Such a miraculous story. He actually had wanted to be a hand surgeon to give back. Now, as a cosmetic specialist, I know what it takes to do surgery. I've done surgery. You need a very steady hand. You need a lot of confidence and a very steady hand. And for this young man to become a spinal surgeon, which is probably the most difficult of all surgeries, like a neurosurgeon, is totally amazing to me. And this entire book was made up of stories like that. A man who was born without arms and legs. And when he was 10 years old, he thought of committing suicide because the bullying was so bad. And today, he's an internationally known motivational speaker. He's actually online. I came across him. His name is Nick Vujicic. I saw him on the Oprah show. And he's married to a beautiful woman and has 4 children. Meanwhile, the singles bars are filled with tall, handsome guys with all their limbs. They can't get a date. And this guy with no arms and legs has a beautiful life. And it just shows you what you can accomplish if you put your mind to it, if you don't let fear stand in your way. And we're going to be talking about that. But I wanted to get back to sensitivity, because sensitivity feels like a weakness that's really a strength. And men in general don't like to talk about sensitivity. It feels very unmasculine to talk about sensitivity, but I purposely talk about it because I want people to know not to hide their sensitivity. If more people were sensitive, it would be a kinder world. People would get along with each other and they wouldn't hurt each other's feelings. When I was a kid, when I was a little kid, I was overwhelmed by the fact that the world was not a particularly always a very happy place, that people don't get along. I never understood hatred. I never understood those things. And when I was about 6 or 7 years old, I started to stutter. And I stuttered very badly through my 20s and beyond. Even into my 30s, I was blocking on certain words. And I tell that story as well because it's important. For me, it was about overcoming obstacles. Again, for you, you may relate it to something in your life that you consider being an obstacle. When I went to college, as I said, I was only 16 years old and I was stuttering very badly, but I've always learned to confront my fears. I don't know why I grew up with a lot of fear. I grew up in a very loving and supportive household. But for some reason, I had a lot of fears. A lot of things made me nervous. As a little kid, I was afraid of the dark, and I hated that I was afraid of the dark. And I made myself go in the dark to show myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. As scared as I was, I confronted my uncomfortability. So when I got to college, I was determined to help myself about stuttering because it was impacting my life terribly. And I made myself run for the president of the freshman class. Now, this was a huge college that was fed into by 7 different high schools, and I only knew the kids from my own high school, and I couldn't even say my name. Now, I want to say also, I want to preface this to say that I never thought that I was popular, even though people treated me as if I was. When I went to high school, they still did things like in the yearbook, like the prettiest girl and the handsomest guy and the best athlete. And they named me most talented because I played the piano and the drums. But again, it didn't really have an effect on me. I never really felt it. I always felt apart from, like I didn't really belong. So I make myself run for president of the freshman class, and I can't say my name. So I had other kids introduce me to kids I didn't know. And they would say, this is Jeffrey Gurian, and he's running for president. Please vote for this kid. Anyway, I won the election. I'm the president of the freshman class, and I still stuttered. I had told myself if I won the election, I wouldn't have to stutter anymore because I had a feeling it had to do with how I felt about myself. So I win the election, and I'm still stuttering, and it was one of the great lessons of my life. And I want you to listen to this because it's very pertinent. It told me that outside validation doesn't work in life. It doesn't matter how many people tell you that you're fantastic and wonderful and talented. It matters what you think of yourself. And that started my journey on curing myself. As you can see, I no longer stutter. Not only don't I not stutter, you can't even shut me up. I always have a lot to say. And because I'm so grateful that I don't stutter anymore. But I realized that I didn't stutter when I was alone. I only stuttered when I was trying to talk to somebody else. And I consider it grace. I was given the grace to figure out that my stuttering wasn't real. I created it in my mind. I gave myself a false disability because I realized you can't have a disability based on your location. Right? If a man has a limp, he limps in every room of his house. He can't go into a room and close the door and walk perfectly because it's a true disability. But if I can speak fine when I'm alone, then theoretically, there's nothing wrong with me. And so that started my journey. I basically took my mind apart and I examined all my thoughts. And I'm telling you this story for a reason, because I'm sure that a lot of you out there are holding thoughts that are not valid for you. You're holding thoughts that tell you that you can never be successful, that you're not enough, that you're not big enough, you're not thin enough, you're not tall enough, you're not this or that, you're not smart enough. We tell ourselves these messages that are not true. And they're negative thinking. And one of the things that I lecture on is how to turn negative thinking into positive thinking. This Wednesday, I'm being flown out to Minneapolis, first class, to be the keynote speaker, the main speaker at the Minneapolis Convention Center. And I'll be speaking to about 500 people about mindset, positive thinking, and happiness. And I'm speaking for the Academy of General Dentistry. This came out of nowhere, absolutely out of nowhere, because I've been in the comedy world for decades, and I retired from dentistry a while ago, but I'm still active in certain ways. I get to lecture, and I didn't even know how they heard about me. The president of the Academy of General Dentistry called me 2 nights ago from Florida, and he said to me, someone had suggested me that heard me on a podcast. And he said he looked me up on the internet and he liked what he saw. He said, and we've been looking for somebody with a different kind of a message, a very positive message. He said, and you embody that message that we want. And that's why I had my team invite you to be the keynote speaker. And I told him I was really honored to be speaking in that field because that was my field for so long. And I did both at the same time. While I was in practice as a cosmetic dentist, I was writing comedy for Rodney Dangerfield and Joan Rivers and Andrew Dice Clay. And if any of you ever heard of the Friars Club, I was the head writer for the Friars Roast for 12 years, the legendary roast that led to the Comedy Central roast. It led to the Dean Martin roast on television. The Friars Club was the first. And if any of you remember the name Milton Berle, you know, Mr. Television. I had the honor of Milton Berle being my sponsor in the Friars Club. I grew up as a little kid watching Milton Berle on television, never ever thinking that he'd become a friend of mine and bring me into the Friars Club as my sponsor. And he used to enjoy telling me stories about how much money he spent on his teeth. He spent about $100,000 on implants. And we used to sit together at the Friars Club. So when I was a junior in dental school, I made it my business to meet Woody Allen. I always contrived a way to make things happen the way I wanted them to happen. And I was a poor student. I was going to school in Philadelphia, and I didn't have money for Broadway tickets. Rudy was starring on Broadway in a play called Play It Again, Sam with Tony Roberts. And I couldn't come home to New York too often because the workload was so great in dental school. And in my 3rd year, we start working on patients. We're in the clinic and they give you these little cards, little appointment cards that like you get when you go to the doctor. They give you an appointment. And on the rare weekends that I would come home from New York, I would go to Woody Allen's theater and I would leave him a little note on the back of my dental school card as if I knew him. And I'd say, Woody, it's Jeffrey, and I haven't seen you in a long time. And I said, and I'm going to come and see your show. I had a lot of nerve in those days, by the way. I don't think I could do that now. But in those days, I had a lot of nerve. And I kept leaving these notes over a period of months that I was, Woody, I can't wait to see you again. Always on the back of my dental school cards, right? So I finally saved up enough money to get tickets for the show. Came to New York, and I didn't have a lot of confidence. And so I always thought it was about who I had on my arm. So I thought to myself, how am I going to show this big star that I'm not a crazy person, you know? Because when you go to meet somebody, you have to show them that you're sane. You can't walk in like a lunatic, right? So I thought to myself, there's only 2 ways to show you're sane. You either wear a tie or you bring a pretty girl with you. And I didn't have a tie, and I only knew one pretty girl, and she hated me because we had just broken up in a relationship, but she knew that meeting Woody Allen was my dream. So I begged her, I said, please come with me. We're going to meet Woody Allen. And she agreed to come with me. So I borrowed my father's car, and I drive to Manhattan. And I dropped my last dental school card off behind stage, and I said, Woody, I'm here, and I'll be back to see you during intermission. I knew so little. I didn't even know you wait till the end of the show. You don't bother somebody during intermission in the middle of a show. But I was a kid. I was like 23 years old. So intermission comes and I'm in a panic. I'm so nervous. And she says to me, you can't chicken out. You got to do this because I came with you. You got to do this. So I go to the stage manager's door outside in the street. And in those days, there was no terrorism. There was no security. Nobody was worried about anything. It was a whole different world than today. I opened the stage manager's door. He's not in his seat. I took the girl's hand and I run up this staircase. I could picture it like it was yesterday, but I went the wrong way. I wound up on the roof. So I came back down and the stage manager is there and he says to me, "Can I help you?" And I just said, "Yeah, Woody's expecting me." And he said, "Go right in." And so it was amazing. So I go to Woody's dressing room and he's not there. He's in Tony Roberts' dressing room with the whole cast. They're all in one room. And now I'm really in a panic. I'm so nervous. And she says to me, "You can't back out. You got to do this." And I'm like, okay. Now, in 2020, a filmmaker made a documentary about my life. He thought I had an interesting story and he approached me and asked me if he could make a documentary about my life. And in that documentary, they animated this Woody Allen story because they thought it was so powerful. And if you ever want to see it, it's on Vimeo. It's called Who the F is Jeffrey Gurian? Who the F is Jeffrey Gurian? So I go up to the door where Woody Allen is sitting and I look into the dresser. He's sitting on a couch across from me. And again, I can see this like it was yesterday. And I go like this to him, like a little kid. And he goes like, "Me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you." And he comes over and he's actually holding my card. And he says to me, "You must be Jeff." And at that point, I lost it. I was so excited to meet my idol. And you got to be careful when you do that because I was overexcited. And I started saying ridiculous things to him like, "Let's open up a day camp and throw winter clothes at people." I said, "And let's walk low like we used to in Europe." And he looked at the girl I'm with. He goes, "This guy's an effing nut." It's like that. And I realized I was being overexcited. I was just a kid meeting my idol, you know? So I calmed down. I said, "Listen, Woody, I'm a comedy writer." I didn't tell him the dental thing. I just said, "I'm a comedy writer. And everyone says that I write stuff that's perfect for you, just like you do." And he said to me, "Well, listen, I'm in the middle of a show. You think you could come back tomorrow night?" And I was like, "No, I'm sorry. I'm much too busy." No, I didn't say that at all. I said, "Of course I'll come back tomorrow night." And so, of course, I begged the same girl to come with me 2 nights in a row. And she actually did. She was such a kind soul. She came with me again, because I had no confidence in myself. I thought that I had to have someone else with me. And years later, I made the same mistake at Saturday Night Live, and I learned another great lesson. When people invite you to come somewhere, they're not inviting you because of who you might bring with you. They're inviting you because they want you to come. I didn't have the confidence in those days to value myself, to say, yes, they're interested in meeting me. I thought I had to walk in with a pretty girl to make myself look better than I thought I was. Okay, and I've changed that kind of thinking because I understand now if someone invites me to come someplace, that's an honor. When I get asked to speak today, that's something that's very special. I didn't have to bring somebody else with me. Nobody ever said you can come here if you bring a certain kind of person with you. So I went the next night and Woody sat with me for about an hour and he read all of my material. I couldn't believe the time he gave me. Years later, I became friendly with his manager, a man named Jack Rollins, who is one of the most famous talent managers ever in show business. He managed Billy Crystal and Robin Williams and Woody Allen all at the same time. As a matter of fact, that's how I met Billy Crystal. He wanted to do a television show about my story. He thought it was great, about a dentist who wanted to be in show business. And he wanted Billy Crystal to play me. And years later, I did a book with Chris Rock about the comedy club where Chris was discovered by Eddie Murphy. And in it, there's a picture of me and Billy Crystal, and he's pointing to his teeth because so many years later, he remembered that story that his manager wanted him to play me in a sitcom. Unfortunately, it never happened. A lot of dreams in show business never happen, which is why you also have to be very resilient. And you have to be able to handle the fact that you may not be right for every single project, but you have to develop a little bit of a tough skin. So after sitting with Woody for an hour, my dream was that he was going to say, Jeffrey, we need to go make movies together. And he didn't say that. What he said to me was, your comedy is very visual, and you should really thinking of making a film out of it. And I did. It took me a few years, and I wound up making a film called the Men Who series, and it wound up debuting in the Toyota Comedy Festival in New York City. And it was about men who do very strange things, men who enjoy, men who take a pitchfork to the movies, men who enjoy Latin dancing with tools. Maybe you've seen a lot of Latin dancing, but you never saw a guy do the tango with a wrench. Like I had a guy, he was an amazing Latin dancer with tools. He danced with an extension ladder, because Woody Allen's early comedy was very absurd. And I love absurd humor because it doesn't offend anybody. These days, there are people sitting home right now who can't wait to be offended by something, you know? And it's really affecting the comedy community, and I hate it. Now, I don't happen to do controversial humor because I look at comedy as a healing force. I look at comedy as a healing force that can bring everybody together. I was the opening act at the Martin Luther King Comedy Festival in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And I got to perform in Atlanta, Georgia. I was the only white comic on the show, by the way. And it was great. And I loved it because, again, it brings everybody together. When you see everybody from different backgrounds all laughing together, to me, that's the way the world is supposed to be. But there are people, some people are too sensitive. And you know what? If you use your intuition, if you're smart enough to use your intuition, you could tell when someone's a hater or if they're not, if they're coming from a place of hate or coming from a place of love. You know, when I was the opening act for the Martin Luther King Festival, they introduced me as a special guest. And I think people were very surprised to see me there. And it went really well. And I went up and I thanked the audience for being so cool and for making me feel so welcome. Again, because that's how I look at things. Like my friend Russell Peters is an internationally known comedian, makes over $20 million a year. I was with him when he sold out Madison Square Garden. 20,000 people come out to see him. And I call him the Messiah of comedy because his audience is multicultural, multi-background, every nation, and everybody is just laughing together. And he imitates every accent. He's an Indian comedian born in Canada with no accent. But when he imitates his dad's Indian accent, people love it. And he imitates everybody's accent. And he's become a huge international star. So not to get off on a tangent, but again, I look at comedy as a way of bringing everybody together. So Woody Allen was my inspiration. And when I got out of dental school, I went into practice. I had to gear myself towards that, but I started being asked to do television shows. TV shows found out about my story. I wound up with a cover story in the New York Times. And then once people read about that, things started to snowball. And I wound up getting really interesting projects, which led me to start writing books. And years ago, my dream was always to have a book. At this point right now, I have 8 books. I never thought I'd have any book at all. But I started studying spirituality. And I'll tell you, I like to talk about this because there's a very big difference between spirituality and religion. A lot of people, they hear the word spirituality right away, they think it's going to be something religious. It has nothing to do with a religion. But religion can be wonderful for people, but it tends to divide us because it puts you into a particular category, and other people are automatically outside of that category. And what I like about spirituality is that it brings the whole world together, because all it asks is that you believe in something greater than yourself. And you could call it nature or the universe or God, whatever is comfortable for you. And the reason it's important is because if you think that you're controlling everything in your life, then you tend to blame yourself when things don't go the way you would like them to. I don't even say when things go wrong, because I've had experiences where things went what I thought was wrong that turned out to be something really good. And I'll tell you a story about that afterwards. But spirituality is a belief that there's something that's guiding us. If you don't believe that, as I said, you tend to blame yourself when things don't go the way you'd like to. So a lot of people are living in the past thinking, I should have said this, I could have said that, and they're worrying about the future. What am I going to do in the future? They're living in fear. Meanwhile, they're losing the now. Our reality is that there's 100, 103, 104 people right now. We're all talking together. That's our only reality. This is my life right now. I'm sitting here addressing 104 people. I can't think about what happened this morning. That's gone already. What's going to happen later today? I have no idea. There's this great saying, this yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. And that's why they call it the present. And I love that, because what I've learned to do is I've learned to stay in the present. So when I go out for a job in show business, there's a chance I'm not going to get it. And the spiritual point of view is that I'm not being punished. If I don't get what I thought I want, it's not because I'm the ultimate victim of the universe. It's because I'm supposed to have something better than that. And if I got what I thought I wanted, I wouldn't be available for the really good thing that's coming to me. But what I need to have is patience. And as human beings, we don't really have patience. We want everything now. I know that I'm that way. If someone tells me you have to wait a few years to reach your goal, I'm like, no, I want it now. But that's not realistic. You have to put in the work. Like Michael said, sometimes it could take 12 to 24 months until things start to kick in. You know, I've been working for decades to make my dreams come true. So after I overcame a lot of these obstacles, I realized that we're all carrying these negative thoughts that are not valid for us. For me, it was thoughts that told me I needed to stutter. It was thoughts that told me I wasn't enough. I thought growing up, and this is the truth, it's not easy for me to say, I thought I would never have the things that other people had. I thought I would never have, I thought I would never be married. I would never have a family. I would never have children. I thought I would never have a profession. I even thought I would never have my own apartment. And I don't know where I got those thoughts from. I honestly don't know. Because as I said, I came from a very loving and supportive family. But I grew up with those kind of thoughts, and I had to undo them. I had to realize that I was holding thoughts that were not valid for me. There's a little part of my brain that doesn't like me, and you all have it. It's your subconscious mind. There's a little part of your mind that tells you that you'll never make it, that you'll never make your dreams come true. And it's a lie. Don't believe it. The idea, when I work with stutterers, I have to teach them that part of their mind is telling them that they need to stutter. And I said, what the essence of our work is making that voice so small, like a whisper, that you won't even pay attention to it. If you were in a crowded room of a lot of people and somebody was whispering to you, there's a good chance you wouldn't hear what they were saying. And that's the essence of the work that it's important to do, to quiet your subconscious mind so that you don't listen to it. I'm going to read you this little statement that I carry with me. I don't like to read a lot of stuff. I like to talk off the top of my head. But this statement is something that I carry with me for many years, and it's about fear. It's called About Fear. It's about confronting fear. And I want you to listen and see if this makes sense to you, because to me, it's the most powerful statement that I ever read. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? Your playing small doesn't serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that others won't feel insecure around you. We were born to manifest the glory within us. It's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. The essence of that story is never let fear stand in your way. You're allowed to accomplish things. You're allowed to be successful. There's an abundance in the universe, and you're allowed to participate in it. You don't have to limit yourself because of your background or because of your circumstances. You're allowed to achieve success. If you have a dream and you want to be in the entertainment business as a model, an actor, a singer, any kind of a performer, whatever it is, you're allowed to pursue that, and you're allowed to be that thing. If you only wanted to be like the president, where there's only one thing, or the Pope, where there's only one person at a time, I could understand where you doubt yourself. But if you want to be something that millions of other people have done, it's considered reverse egotism to think that you can't do it. Who are you to think that you can't be successful? What right do you have to tell yourself that you can't do it when millions of other people have done it? And to me, that's a very interesting concept, reverse egotism. To tell yourself that you can't accomplish something that so many other people have done. So I was determined to use my background in comedy to bring this message to other people because of the things that I had to overcome in my own life. I mean, I've worked with so many big stars. If any of you know Nick Kroll and John Mulaney, Nick Kroll and John Mulaney are probably the two top comedians right now. I was at a party some years ago. All I remember is that Chevy Chase was there. I don't remember who else was there. They came over to me and they said, "Could we take a picture with you?" And I wasn't even sure who they were. And I said, "Sure, of course," because I'm always honored if somebody wants to take a picture. And they put it up on their Facebook page as their Facebook picture, right? And Nick Kroll said to me, "If I ever get a TV show, would you be on it?" And I said, "Sure," because I never thought he'd get a TV show. Some years later, I'm sitting at this desk where I am right now. Phone rings. It's a call from Los Angeles. Nick Kroll's production company. Nick Kroll would like you to come out to Los Angeles to be in Kroll Show, his new show on Comedy Central. Would you be willing to do that? I'm like, "I'm there." I am there. I'm coming. And I wound up, and it sounds very silly. Nick Kroll and John Mulaney had a Broadway show called Oh Hello. They wound up having me open the show for them. And they had me in this sketch. It sounds very silly, but it's called Too Much Tuna. Some of you younger people may be familiar with Too Much Tuna. They think it's funny to prank somebody with a very big tuna sandwich. A tuna sandwich is about this tall. And they had me sitting in a diner in this sketch. And it went viral. It's got about 1.5 million views, maybe more than that. And it became so popular. They made me this special jacket. I brought it out so I could show it to you. I don't know if you ever heard of Curtis Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa ran for mayor in New York City. He formed the Guardian Angels. The Guardian Angels wear red jackets, red shiny jackets that say Guardian Angels. And they wear red berets. Nick Kroll and John Mulaney made me this jacket. It says Guardian Angels. If you could see it. It's an exact replica of the Guardian Angels jacket, but mine says Guardian Angels. They didn't make me wear the beret because of my hair. In deference to my hair, I just had to hold the beret next to me. But they had, and they didn't know during their show, they talked about Curtis Sliwa and the Guardian Angels. They didn't know that he was a very dear friend of mine. So one night on Broadway, as a surprise, I brought Curtis Sliwa to the show, and he wore his Guardian Angels jacket, and I wore my Guardian Angels jacket. And so it just shows you that you never know what's going to happen. But that's part of the spiritual aspect of the work that I do, is that to have faith in yourself. Faith is the opposite of fear. Fear tells you that you can't do something, and faith tells you that anything is a possibility. I didn't know that the phone was going to ring that day and bring me out to Los Angeles. I had no idea. One time I was in Los Angeles and I was sitting having lunch with Andrew Dice Clay. And when somebody sees you sitting with a big star, they're curious to know who you are. So a man came over and joined us. Turns out he was a movie producer, a big time film producer. And when Dice told him I was a very funny writer, he said, I want to see one of your scripts. I wound up sending him a script, and he flew me out to Los Angeles to write a movie with Scott Baio. And I wound up writing a movie. There's a poster on my wall. You can't see it. It was a movie called Face to Face that I wound up writing with Scott Baio out of a simple thing, just having lunch with Andrew Dice Clay. And somebody walked over. So you never know what's going to happen in your life. And I mentioned earlier that I was going to tell you a story that's very pertinent to me, that sometimes something happens in your life that you think is something bad, and it turns out to be something good. And I'm going to take a quick sip of water so I don't lose my voice. Give me 1 second. Several years ago, I was supposed to go away for a weekend with somebody that I really wanted to spend time with. I was really looking forward to this weekend. It was the first time we were going away together. And when the guy in the garage brought my car around, it was making a weird noise. And I said to him, what's that noise? He goes, I don't know. It sounds like you got something in your tire, but my tire didn't look flat. But he said to me, and if you're going to be driving far, you may be on the verge of getting a flat tire. And I thought to myself, this is a very bad sign. How can I tell this girl, how can I show up with a flat tire on the weekend that we're supposed to go away someplace? I go, this is very bad. So I drive over to get her. And on the way, I'm thinking, maybe I shouldn't tell her. I shouldn't say anything. I should just try to make this 2.5-hour trip and just pray that I don't get a flat tire. I called the AAA and they said, we can only help you if your car is already disabled. I said, I'm still driving. They said, well, then we can't help you, but we'll tell you what garage to go to. So I regained my senses and I realized that I should tell this girl that I have a potential flat tire. So I pick her up and I tell her, we got to stop off at a garage. I pull into the garage and I see the man and I immediately judge him. And I say, you know what? This guy is not going to help me because I think I'm a mind reader. I think that when I look at you, I know what you're thinking about me, but I don't, because it turned out this guy, he did say he was too busy to help me. But then he said, you know what? I have a really good friend who has a garage nearby, and I'm going to call him and I'm going to ask him to help you. So I drove to this garage. I could only describe it as a garage from heaven. I couldn't believe this garage. They were waiting out in the street for me. They waved me in. They put my car up on a lift. And they said, don't worry, we'll fix whatever it is. A few minutes later, this guy called me over who was working on my car, and he took this piece of metal out of my tire. It was a little metal circle with a screw through the middle. And he said, this is what caused your flat tire. He goes, don't worry about it. I'll have it fixed and you'll be on the road in no time. Few minutes later, he calls me back over again and he looks really shook up. And he said to me, I got to show you this. I can't believe it. He goes, I know you don't know what this is, but if you see this rod is about to slip out. And this rod controls your steering. He goes, you're so lucky that you got a flat tire because you would have never known. You would have lost control of your car and you might have been killed. And I got chills, and I still do when I tell that story, because I was cursing my luck that I got a flat tire to start that weekend, and the flat tire turned out possibly saving my life. And I carry that with me. I have it. It's in the other room. I'm going to be taking it to Minneapolis on Wednesday when I speak, because I bring it with me everywhere, because I like to tell that story that we're not a good judge of the events that happen in our lives. That there are events that happen that we think, this is terrible. Why is this happening to me? When I was laying in the hospital with a heart attack or COVID double pneumonia, it's very natural to think to yourself, why me? Why is this happening to me? The spiritual answer is, why not me? Whoever promised me that my life was supposed to be perfect? right? So I had to tell myself while I was going through all these things that for whatever reason, this is my path. For whatever reason, the universe wants me to have a heart attack. And if I'm supposed to survive, it's not going to be up to me. It's going to be up to the doctors. I had amazing doctors, a guy that went into my heart and unplugged me. And I was back on stage telling jokes 5 days later. And the owner of the comedy club said to me, "What, are you crazy? You just had a heart attack." And I was like, "Yeah, but it's hard to get a spot here. I didn't want to lose my spot." he couldn't believe it that I was, because that's positive thinking. When I left the hospital, the doctor said to me, "Try and make believe this never happened." And when I went home, I thought to myself, how do you act when you just had a heart attack? I didn't know. I had no experience with that. Who has experience having a heart attack? I said, I had always been perfectly healthy. It came out of nowhere. I hadn't been sick before. I was at a party the night before, dancing and crazy. And the next day I get this weird thing. Same thing with COVID. When they wheeled me into the emergency room, they put me in a cubicle next to a woman who was screaming, literally screaming. I'm not exaggerating. She was screaming with every breath that she took. And I wanted them to move me, but there was no place to move me because at that time in March of 2020, New York was the epicenter of the virus. They ran out of rooms. My first night in the hospital, they didn't even have a pillow for me. They had to prop me up with something. And they said there was no place else to put me. And I had to step outside of myself. And instead of saying, why me? I had to think of that woman who was so scared, how scared she must have been, or how much pain she must have been in to be screaming with every breath. I had to step outside myself. And they were almost going to send me home until they x-rayed my lungs. And a pulmonary specialist came over and he said to me, "I'm sorry to tell you, you have COVID double pneumonia. We're going to keep you here." And they emptied the cancer ward to create a COVID ward because they had no beds. They were putting people in the hallway already. And that was such a scary situation. And I had to remind myself again, for whatever reason, this is my path. I'm not being singled out. I'm not the ultimate victim of the universe. So many other people are sick behind me, besides me. And I was very lucky because I stayed positive. When you're in a positive frame of mind, your immune system functions much better. When you're in a negative state of mind, when you're in a depressed state of mind, your immune system doesn't function well. And it's very hard to fight off anything. It's very hard to fight off viruses. It's also hard to fight off depression. So as sensitive people, I'm assuming you're all pretty sensitive because you want to be in the entertainment field in some way. So you can't let your sensitivity get the best of you. You have to use it as a strength. And that's what I do these days. I use my sensitivity as a strength, and it's been very helpful to me. But what I try to do is I censor my life. I don't allow people into my life who don't honor or understand my sensitivity, because people will try and manipulate you because of it. A lot of people look at sensitivity as a weakness, and there are people in this world who will try and take advantage of you because of your sensitivity. And when you see that, whenever possible, you have to avoid people like that. You have to protect your energy. You know, if you're going to be an actor or a model, your energy is so important. One of the lectures that I've done for VIP in the past is how to use your energy to become successful. We experience energy all the time. Every time two people interact, you're experiencing each other's energy. Sometimes you can meet somebody that you never met before, and they'll make you feel weird. You'll get a weird vibe from them. You know, people call it vibes. And that's really true. And sometimes you'll meet people and you feel like you've known them forever, and you feel real comfortable with them. And that's also true. So it's important to learn to trust your intuition. Intuition is not just a cliche. It's a real truth. And women do have very strong intuition. Women are gifted with a sensitivity that often feels like a burden. And that's another reason that I talk about it, because in my happiness books, my first happiness book, I'm going to show it to you because I want you to see the cover. It's called Healing Your Heart by changing your mind. A spiritual, what is it? What is it? A spiritual and humorous approach to achieving happiness. I'm talking so much, I forgot the name of my own book. You know how hard it is to get a dog to sit in lotus position? It's almost impossible. Now it says healing your heart by changing your mind. Healing your heart is not about heart disease. It's about from the time we're children, we collect things that hurt us. Every time someone hurt your feelings or broke a promise to you or lied to you or broke up with you in a relationship, it stays inside of you. And I call them heart wounds. And the heart wounds affect your self-esteem, they affect your confidence, and they affect every decision you make in your life. Because every time you're called upon to make a decision, you think about what to do. You use your thoughts. Who else's thoughts can you use but your own, right? But if some of your thoughts are faulty, if you're holding negative thoughts about yourself, then your decisions are not going to work out. So it's the reason why we see these patterns in our lives. You see the same bad job over and over again, or the same bad relationship over and over again, and it never seems to work out. We pick the wrong people, but we're the only person that keeps recurring. We keep showing up. The other people all change. So obviously it can't always be them. It has to be something about ourselves. And so I call those things heart wounds. And in order to achieve happiness, we have to learn to release those heart wounds and replace them with good memories, with good thoughts. We have to change our thoughts. That's why it's called Healing Your Heart by Changing Your Mind. And that book led me to write, my second book was about fear, about conquering fear. Because for whatever reason, I battle fear. I still battle fear on a daily basis, but I never let it stop me. In 2019, I went to Japan all by myself because it was the scariest thing I could think of to do. And I wound up performing in 2 comedy shows while I was there. I was lost every day, and I have fears of traveling and fears of getting lost. Japan says openly that it's the hardest country to travel in. Their subway system is impossible. I went on the subway every day to every different city. I was lost every time, and I made it. I spent 2 weeks, incredible time, and I showed myself that I could do it. And I wrote the book called Fight the Fear, Overcoming Obstacles That Stand in Your Way. Because, again, fear is the one that tells you that you can't do it. If you want to be in show business, if you want to be in any facet of the business, as a model, as an actor, as a singer, as any kind of a performer, and you want to work with VIP, they'll help you to overcome the fear. They'll teach you what it takes, and you'll have people around you who will encourage you, because it's important to have a community. And that's why I wrote that last book, which is called Facing Adversity, Stories of Courage and Inspiration. And it's got a guy facing a mountain, because that's what our problems look like sometimes. It looks like it's a mountain that you can't possibly overcome. And it's not true. My battle with stuttering was small compared to the other stories that I've heard and the stories that are in that book. So I want to leave some time in case anybody has any questions to ask, because as you can see, as I said, since I stopped stuttering, I never stopped talking. I always have a lot to say, but I want to respect the group, and I want to open up and see if anybody has any questions or any comments. I always make myself available, and if people have any questions, they can contact me. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but you can contact me through Deneen. You know, I'm always available. Anybody at VIP could put you through. But I just want to say lastly how lucky you are to have the opportunity to work with VIP and people like Deneen and Michael and Alicia, because they really go out of their way to help you become successful. So thank you so much for listening. I hope you got something out of it.
Jeffrey Gurian, if anyone on here did not get something out of that, I want them to check their pulse. That was amazing. Thank you so much thank you so much. I love listening to your stories, and you are truly one of the most inspirational people that I know. So thank you so much for sharing today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was Jeffrey Gurian? Let me know in the comments. If I see anything less than a 10, I'm gonna have to question whether or not you were awake during that. Lewis said 12. Good one, Lewis. Good one, Lewis Joaquim. Awesome. Jeffrey,
Thank-
that was amazing. You know what I love about your story? I love your story of resilience, and you didn't allow, I love the fact that you didn't allow something to hold you, anything to hold you back.
I never-
I
never did-
love I love that you opened up too with, oh, by the way, to be successful in the entertainment industry, you don't need a dental degree. But let me how much did that help you though? Seriously, because I know in dental school, like they beat the daylights out of you. So it's like, if you can get through dental school, you can do anything in the world.
They treated me so badly. That's one of the things that I'm going to be talking about in Minneapolis. I'm going to tell them my story because I expected to be welcomed into the profession, and it turned into a 4-year fraternity hazing.
Oh my gosh.
They treated
Yeah.
me so badly that when I left dental school, I didn't have any self-esteem and self-confidence. And that's
Yeah.
why I emphasize that when I talk. And many years later, the dean of that school called me. He asked me if he could take me to lunch in New York. And I was afraid to go. At first, I said, I don't want anything to do with these people. They tortured me. They tried to ruin me. Because I grew a mustache. How stupid. I had a mustache and sideburns. And
How terrible.
I was banned from school for 3 weeks. They wanted to make me drop out. They literally told me I was a disgrace to the profession. And I wound up graduating at the top half of my class, number 54 out of 126.
Wow.
And when the dean contacted me, I thought they were going to ask me for a donation. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to show up and I'm going to tell him how bad they treated me. I wanted him to know. And it turned out I was so glad I showed up because he interrupted me when I was telling my story. And he said, I know how badly they treated you. Those people, they were racist and anti-Semites, and they were horrible. And we would never allow that in the school anymore. We don't treat people that way. And he asked at the end of our lunch, he asked if he could give me a hug. And I have pictures of me with the deans. And he wound up hiring me to do a series of lectures to the doctors at the university.
Wow.
He said, I want you to talk about changing frustration to enjoyable and hate to love. And he said to me, would you ever think that the dean of your school that treated you so badly would ever ask you to do that? I said, in a million years, I could have never guessed.
That's awesome.
That's what I tell people. You never know what the future has in store for you. So you have to be open to all these things because everyone has the opportunity to do something amazing.
Yeah. Now let me ask you a question. You're going to be working with some of our talent starting in August. So what are some things that they can look forward to learning from you?
Well, first of all, if their focus happens to be comedy, I do comedy coaching, so I can review material that you've written, and I can help you understand what it takes to perform comedy.
Wow.
It's very different being funny with your friends and being funny on stage. People often say, you should see my friend. He's so funny. He's hilarious and all. Yeah, but try to put him on a stage and have him entertain strangers.
Yeah.
It's one thing to make your friends laugh, but it's the hardest thing in the world to get up on a stage in front of strangers and try to convince total strangers that what you think is funny is actually funny.
Wow.
So I coach people on comedy, and there are so many areas where to find comedy ideas, how to rehearse, how to memorize your material, stage presence, how you prepare yourself to go out on stage. There's so many things about comedy, but I also talk about mindset. You know, it's not just about focusing on one thing. What I was talking to you guys about today, how to change negative thinking to positive thinking.
Awesome.
One of the things that I write about in my books, especially in the Healing Your Heart book, you can't change your past. The only thing you could change is your perspective of your past.
Oh, that's
how
real
you
good.
look at your life. And I talk about all those things, and we're going to create a curriculum, Deneen and I, so that I think we're going to do a series of about 12 lectures.
Yep.
And sometimes you may even repeat things because nobody learns anything by hearing it once.
Yep.
You don't go to the gym one time and leave with the body that you want. You don't take one piano lesson and wind up in Carnegie Hall. You know, classical pianists practice 6 to 8 hours a day, every single day. people who want to be athletic, in the Olympics, athletes in the Olympics, they don't go to the gym one time whenever they feel like. They're in the gym every day for hours.
Yep.
So when I work with people who stutter, let's say, I tell them all the time, I'm going to repeat certain things because the first time you hear something, it may resonate with you intellectually. You'll learn it here, but you don't really learn it until it travels to your heart. And the
Yeah.
difference, that trip from your brain to your heart is a different length trip for every person.
Yeah.
So it's very important to repeat things many times until you can incorporate them into your own thinking. So, we're going to create a curriculum that's going to teach you not only about comedy, but how to handle situations in general, how to show up for auditions, how to prepare yourself, how to learn, just how to create a positive mindset so that when you show up for an audition, that your energy is strong, that the people gravitate towards you, that they want you. They say, wow, what is this? This person has presence. Presence is something, it's an energy that people feel when you come into the room. So that people say, wow, who's that person? I want to know them.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of things that I teach people to do. And
Wow.
that's the kind of stuff that we're going to plan for our classes.
How many of you are excited to work with Jeffrey Gurian with the RSA? If you are, type I'm excited in the comments. You know what? Normally I let someone else start these calls. I think I might be sitting in on a couple of these. I'm so excited.
I'm excited too. It's
Awesome.
very, you know what? It's like in my books, I write about, it's like your clothing. Clothing should make you happy. It should not only make you happy, it should make the people who see you happy.
Yeah.
Some people live in dark apartments and they're wondering why they feel depressed. I need a lot of light. So I surround myself, one of the classes that I teach is called How to Create Your Own Happiness Center. When you come into my house, you'll see, well, first of all, everything's white. My piano is white. My carpeting is white. I need bright colors. I have toys all over. I have balloons. I do that for me. If you came into my house, you'd think little children live there. I have balloons and crayons all over. And I ask people to color with me because my inner child is my best friend. When
I
people
love that.
articles about me, I'm on the cover of this magazine, and the opening line was like, my inner child is my best friend. Because when you were a little kid, you'd get so excited when your friends would come to your house and say, hey, can you come out to play? That's not supposed to end. Just because you grow up and you get serious, you're still supposed to stay connected to that.
I love that.
So, I have people sign an egg when they come to my house. I have people, I always wanted to say and do things that no one else ever did before.
That's
So
amazing.
I have a very unusual house. Wherever you look, there's something that makes me happy. So you should surround yourself with pictures of people that make you happy, with colors that you like, brightness. If your place is dark, get a lot of lamps. Don't live in the dark because we're very sensitive. We're like plants. Plants need light and they need water.
Yeah.
These last 4 years have been terrible for all of us. People are social animals. We're not meant to isolate. The last 3 or 4 years have been very stressful for so many people. And that's why happiness and laughter and comedy are so important, that we need that. It releases endorphins, the pleasure chemical. You need to laugh. You need to look at the bright side of things. So those are all the things that we'll be talking about in the classes that I'll be giving.
Oh my gosh. That's going to be amazing. Who's ready to bring more light into the world? Type light in the comments. Jeffrey, thank you so much for speaking today. That was amazing. I can't wait for your sessions to start with us. And, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for giving us your time today and for being here. And, just amazing.
Well, I appreciate you as well, Deneen. You're a bright light. And I love doing anything with VIP. So I'm anxious to start. We'll figure it out soon. Okay?
Yes, we will.
Have a great day, everybody.
You too. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, how cool was that? Did I not tell you pure joy? Were they not the 2 words I told you? How many of you feel lighter already just from having heard Jeffrey's story? How many of you want the opportunity to work with someone like him to help you with comedy, your mindset, with all those things? Like laughter heals. And he doesn't know this yet, But there may be a challenge that I throw in where you have to make a room of people laugh. Shh, don't tell anyone I said that, okay? That just stays here, right? All right, thanks. Awesome. You guys, let me ask you a question. At the beginning of the day, I promised you that if you were all in for the next 2 days, that your life would be completely changed. How many of you are already starting to feel the shift in you? Is anyone starting to feel the shift? You're feeling lighter. You're starting to gain knowledge. You know what type of modeling you qualify for. You know that you have something inside of you that's meant to be brought out. I mean, listening to Jeffrey talk, like literally when he tells you that he is going to teach you about presence, I'm going to tell you a little story about him, and then I'm going to introduce our next guest. So Mike and I were in New York last year, and we went to, one of our friends was doing a monologue slam, and we're like, okay, you know what, let's go. And like, for me, it was like a crazy day. I was like, okay, let's go. And like, you know, the ladies, you know, those days where your makeup doesn't look right, you're just not feeling you. That's how I was feeling when we walked into the room. I was like, okay, you know what, we're here, it's awesome. We're surrounded by people that we love. This is amazing. And I looked over, Mike and I were sitting right here, and I looked over to the left, and I saw this buzz of people. And I was like, what's going on over there? Do you know who was in the middle of that buzz of people? It was Jeffrey Gurian. I was like, and I like, ran across the room like a lunatic. People were probably like, who is this crazy woman running toward this man? But I want you to know that when you surround yourself by people like Jeffrey, like Hovland, who you're going to meet in a moment, your life, it changes irrevocably in the best way. And that's what this boot camp is all about. This boot camp is about elevating you. It's not about changing you. It's about elevating you. It's about you being you 2.0. How many of you are ready to be you 2.0? Because you know there's more out there. You know that there's a reason that you are here right now. You're not here by chance. You're not here by accident. You didn't just accidentally wake up on Zoom. You chose to be here for a purpose. If you're starting to feel that purpose, type purpose in the comments. Type purpose in the comments. I love that, John. John Norman, you're going to be like 3.0 by the time I'm done with you, sir, because 2.0 has already gone on. All right, so I want to introduce our next guest to you. So we have covered what type of modeling you qualify for. We're working on changing our stories. We're working on just becoming the best version of ourselves. And now I'm really excited to introduce our next guest to you. Now, I'll tell you a little story about her. I remember when I first had the opportunity to meet Hovland Stillwell. I was still really new to the industry, and Alicia's like, oh my God, like one of my best friends who like starred as Fontaine on Broadway is going to be here. And I was like, what? I was freaking out in the best way. And I met Hovland, and I was afraid to talk to her, okay? Because I told you who I used to be versus who I am now. I was like, how am I going to talk to Fontaine? Oh my gosh. But I feel like Hovland has helped me grow so much because she eats, breathes, and drinks the entertainment industry. It exudes out of her pores. So I'm going to introduce her to you, and this is what I want you. This is the expectation I'm setting for you for the next 45 minutes to an hour. I want you taking notes. I want you to walk into this session with growth in mind. Mike talked about having a growth mindset, right? I want you to think about, how am I going to grow over the next 45 minutes? How am I going to help evolve to me 2.0? That's what I want you to think about when you're listening to Hovland speak. So Hovland Stillwell, who is she? She's an actor, singer, producer, director. She's been on Broadway. Okay. She was in the original cast of the revival of Fiddler on the Roof with Rosie O'Donnell and Harvey Fierstein. She was in Les Miserables with Daphne Rubin Vega and Lea Salonga. She performed live on the Oscars and the Tonys. She has released 2 solo albums. She has performed, produced, and directed plays, musicals, and concerts in regional theaters and venues across the country. In TV and film, she has been seen in Selma, Crime Story, Magic Mike XXL, Santa Jaws, Unreal, CSI New York, Single Ladies. She is currently in the LGBTQ series BIFL, now in its 2nd season. She is starred in the film Feathered with Dot Marie Jones and Bruce Dern, produced by her wife, who we had the opportunity to meet in Hollywood. She executive produced the upcoming thriller Under the Influencer. She is the company members of Los Angeles Celebration Theater. She has done voiceover work for dozens of brands. Here are some of the animated characters that she's played: Raquel in Barbie Life in the Dream House, Monster High and Ever After High, and The Miraculous Ladybug. She has been seen in the video. You've heard her voice in the video games Bugsnax, Epic 7, Fallout 4, Far Harbor, and she also graduated at the top of her class from NYU. Everyone, please give it up and get ready to learn and grow from the one and only Miss Hovland Stillwell.
Hi. Thank you for that
Hi, Hovland.
very
How are you?
warm welcome, Janine. Hello, everyone.
You're welcome. It's amazing to see you.
It's so good to see you as well. We've been talking so much online this week because we have so many very exciting things coming up, and we've been talking about some of you. Mwahaha. So yeah, so I'm super excited to be here. I love doing these boot camps because, you know, in most of the classes that some of you have, you know, I'm teaching many of you on the call currently, but I see a lot of new faces as well. So you know, I was just listening to what he was just saying. He was saying, you know, nobody ever learns something once, so you know, you have to repeat things a lot. And I feel like, you know, if you take class with me, you know, it's like we're repeating the same things all the time. But you know, I always say, and I know this because you know, I'm an actor too. All the things you guys want to do, I'm doing them, and I've been doing them my whole life. So it's not sort of like a theoretical thing, like, oh well, I'm sort of like I'm in a, you know, professor in a college that I'm sort of like theoretically talking about something. Like I'm literally in the trenches doing the thing. You know, this morning I was literally like reading a script for an audition I have Monday that's, you know, that I was like totally, you know, really excited about. You know, after this, I got to do a bunch of voiceover auditions. Like I'm very much in the trenches. So it's kind of, I love working with you guys because I feel like I have well, first off, I'm totally a cheerleader and I never got to be a cheerleader. We didn't have them in my high school, regrettably. But I have played a lot of cheerleaders and cheer coaches. And I feel like, I just feel like that's very much my personality. I'm really rooting for you guys. And I love, you know, asking each and every one of the people that I'm working with, like, what are your goals? What do you want? You know, and that can grow and that can change and that can shift. You know, for some people, it's like, you know, listen, I've always really in my heart of hearts wanted to model, you know, and it's something I've wanted to do my whole life, but I never really thought I could. You know, I don't know, does this ring true to anybody here? Maybe you've been told you can't. Maybe you've been told it's too hard, you know, whatever that is for you. If it's modeling, acting, singing, you know, anything that's your, you know, creative dream. Oh, it's too hard. Oh, there's too many, you know, the market is saturated. Why don't you have more of a, you know, a safe job? You know, well, you're a parent, so you shouldn't do that. Oh, well, you're married, you shouldn't do that. Oh, well, you don't have enough money, or you're not pretty enough, or you're not handsome enough, or you're not blah, blah, blah enough. Well, I'm here to tell you, you are enough. Okay. Everybody in the comments, please write if you believe it. I am enough. Okay. You are enough. I think one of the greatest things about being an artist is that we're not cookie cutter, right? Like we're, yes, this is a business. This is show business. It's not show friends. It's not show fun time. It's not show you know, hobby time, whatever. But also at the end of the day, you are an artist and you're here to put your art, and there's something in you regardless of what that specific thing is, and regardless of what your specific life experience is in your past and in your present, you know that you want more from your future, right? You know that you, for whatever reason, you might be like, I hate where I am in my life right now. I'm not happy. I need to make a change. Well, congratulations, because you're here making a change. Like we have to have some action in order, you just can't like sit around being like, well, I'm not happy. I'm just going to sit here and complain and not do anything. I mean, all of you are taking steps to be happier, to live your dreams, to express yourself, to express the part of you that's inside that's like, I know I have something to say, I know I have a message. I know I need to make something. And that's kind of what's always been, within me. Those of you who know me know that I've literally been in the business since like in utero. My mom was in the business, is in the business. And when I was a baby, she was the president of a theater. So, literally when she was pregnant with me, she was in a theater every day. So, I quite literally from in utero was hearing probably musical theater and, people talking about audiences and people applauding and this kind of thing. So it's very much like, my mother always says it's in my blood. It really does feel like Deneen kind of was saying like I eat, sleep, breathe, drink, this business, but really, I really kind of do. It's really completely what I know, completely really kind of all I know. My dad was in politics and he's an attorney. So that's been very helpful just because I can read a contract and it's a very helpful thing. So that being said, I always think like whatever your personal experience is, for many people at VIP, this might be your second career, might be your third career. It might be, maybe you were a stay-at-home mom and now your kids are, off and living their lives. And you're like, great, now it's time for me to live my dreams. I've sent them off on their way. Or, maybe you're like, listen, I did the thing. I worked at the quote safe job. I had the career. I did the thing. And now it's time for me to do what I really want to do. Or maybe it's something that you were perfectly happy. And then you just were like, wait a minute, there's something more that I want to do. And life is short. And I really want to do the thing I want to do. So with that, I say, I get sometimes from people I coach, I get this thing, especially if they're, starting later, where they feel like, oh, I wasted time, or, why did I start this so late or something like that. And I don't know if any of you guys feel like that, but I think that's a very common thing to think. It's hard when we all think like, oh, what are we doing with our lives and all of that kind of stuff. And I just circle back to, the time is now, right? We can't look in the past and say like, I should have, I could have, whatever. I mean, any single person who's, I don't know, over 25 probably is like, you can think of 10, 15, 20 plus things that you're like, wow, if I would have made a different decision at that moment, I wonder what would have happened. But this is why these movies are so popular, like, Sliding Doors and all of these kind of movies where it's like all of the probabilities and all of the parallel universes of your life of like what you could be living. But ultimately you've made this action, you've taken this action to make a change in your life. And I also think that all of your previous experience, particularly as an actor, because that's the art form that I know the most of all of them, your life experience really helps you with your art, really helps you. There's a girl in one of our classes right now, which some of you are in this class, and she was playing a scene this past week where she had to be very, very, very intoxicated. And this is just part of the scene. That's just what's in the script, is that's what's going on with her character. And she was saying, I don't drink. I've never been drunk. So I had to go and research, you know, what that's like. And like, so I could, you know, and I think everyone in the class was like, wow, like that, you were very convincing. It didn't seem overdone. It seemed very natural. Now that's just like kind of a funny example because, you know, many adults, not very many adults can say they don't have that experience, right? But you know, I thought that was kind of cool because I'm like, she really went and she did the research. But I also think, you know, a lot of these scenes that we're working on are, you know, really heavy about, you know, marriages that are falling apart, or, you know, or going to propose to somebody and maybe they don't feel the same way as you, or family members that, you know, you haven't spoken in 5 years because of some stupid thing that happened. And it's like, okay, but we have to deal with this thing because now we're at a funeral, you know, these heavy kind of moments. And also, you know, really funny light moments as well that are about human relationships. And, you know, people's experience really helps them to not only understand what's going on with the characters, but also for them to interpret and give their own spin. Because, you know, if you think like, one thing I think that's kind of cool about theater is that, you know, you'll have a play and you could go see, like I was talking with a friend yesterday about the musical Cabaret, which is you know, very famous musical that's, if you don't know it, you should watch the movie because it's very good. Liza Minnelli stars in it. It's excellent, but it's also a great stage musical. And it's about the 1930s in Berlin, and it's unfortunately very timely to now. So definitely recommend watching it. But I was talking with somebody about it and I was saying, you know, I've probably seen Cabaret a dozen times, maybe, you know, and I've seen a dozen different, you know, actors play each of those characters, and everyone has been so different, even though it's exactly the same music, it's exactly the same dialogue. You know, I know the show I'm going to see. The last time I saw it was about maybe a year and a half ago. And I knew the show I was going to see. I know the plot, I know the songs, you know, all of that. But every single person, I was like, wow, that's a really interesting interpretation of that character. And, you know, in one instance, there's one character, the MC is kind of one of the main characters. Do you guys know this show? Are people familiar with this show? Some of you are? Okay, cool. Well, if you don't know the show, you know a musical. So you can like think of like any musical you can think of, you know, Hamilton, you know, West Side Story, like any musical you can think of. So, you know, you kind of know the characters, but in this case, the actor playing the MC was very young. He was like, you know, maybe 25 years old. Typically that is, you know, maybe more like 40 plus, you know, playing that role. And it was really interesting because, again, it sounded great, same lines, exactly all the same material, but his interpretation was very different because he's younger and he's got a different kind of energy and he's got less life experience than somebody who's older. But there's a different, you know, it's kind of like when you hear an 18-year-old giving a passionate political speech. You know, there's a different kind of fire, even though maybe that kid hasn't lived as long, but they have a different kind of passion and fire within them because they're like kind of awakening to things that are like, this is really wrong. Are you guys seeing this over here? This is really wrong. Whereas somebody who's 40 might be like, yeah, honey, I've seen that for 20 years. Like we've become numb to it, you know? So there's a different energy around it. And I say that because I think, you know, in scenes that I've done with you all, there's, you know, several scenes that I've seen many different actors here do, and, you know, actors who aren't here, but who are in VIP. And it's so cool to see because we know the scenes and we'll hear it and we kind of know the dialogue, we know the vibe, but the circumstances based on these two actors' interpretation and life experience can be completely different, a completely different read. Do you guys know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, you all have so much going for you already. Even if you're on this call and you have zero training, if you're like, is anybody in here, I want to see it in the comments, is anybody in here like absolutely brand new to the industry? just write brand shiny new. Okay. Like brand new. You've never taken an acting class. You've never taken a modeling class, but you know, you're excited about it. You just want to know what that's about. Okay. That's so cool. I see so many of you. That's so exciting. I love this. I love working with brand new people because because I think I've been, you know, I took my first acting class when I was like 8, and my mother ran an acting school, so I was teaching acting by the time I was 14. So, you know, I was on film sets and television sets by the time I was 8. That's when I basically started, and prior to that I was in theaters all the time. So you know, truly, like, this has been my whole life. And I think that just what has really kept me going, and I will say, like, the industry has really changed. I mean, really, 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 really changed. But particularly in the past 5 years. I mean, the industry in 2019 is not the industry in 2024. It's just vastly different on a number of levels. The positive sides to that are that you really don't have to live in LA, New York, Atlanta, Chicago. You really can kind of live anywhere, you know, because look, here we all are. I think probably many of you live in small towns, you know, maybe you live nowhere near any of those cities I just mentioned. And that's okay. I mean, you know, 10 years ago, like you couldn't work if you weren't in one of those cities unless you just had, like, you know, 100% free time, unlimited money for planes and rental cars and hotels. You know, you just couldn't do it. But you know, people make it work, and they do. I mean, I'll say, like, I grew up in Georgia, and I live in LA now. I went from Georgia to New York to LA. And for, you know, for a long time, I was still I still do sometimes, but I was auditioning for stuff in Georgia, and I would, you know, sometimes I would fly myself. If I had a callback or something, I'd be like, you know what? Like, put it on the credit card if I got to, but like, this is an opportunity and I need to go and take this opportunity. So, you know, I think just putting yourself out there and knowing, like, if you're serious and if you take yourself seriously, that you're going to succeed. I mean, you can't not succeed. You know what I mean? But I also want to talk about success, because I want to talk about, especially for those of you who are brand spanking new, right? You know, I think there's this idea of, you know, quote, making it, right? Like you're not successful unless fill in the blank. You know, you're not successful unless you're, I mean, you know, one of the people I work with often is, perhaps you've heard of her, Jennifer Aniston. You know, kind of famous, like kind of has done a good job in her career. Very nice person, lovely person, lovely person. Everyone loves her. So that should make you feel good. Like, she's very kind and very nice to work with. But you know, the kind of like success that she has, or Tom Cruise or Will Smith, or, you know, The Rock or something like that. You know, that's very rare. That's extremely rare. And there's plenty of people who are extremely good, successful, fine, and they're not, you know, Will Smith, right? So it's kind of, you know, you kind of have to look at it's tough because, you know, I think for most of us, you know, we all have friends and family members. Most of our family members and friends are probably not actors, not artists. And, you know, to them, it's like, oh, okay, well, if you're a singer, you have to be Ariana Grande. Otherwise, you're not successful. Like, okay, like, no pressure or anything, you know. Well, if you're an actor, you know, yeah, you've got to be The Rock. Otherwise, you know, if you're a model, you need to be Kendall Jenner, you know, like, well, good luck, guys. Like, I mean, that bar is ridiculous. It's like saying, like, okay, well, if you're a business person, you need to be Jeff Bezos. Like, right? That's ridiculous. It's like, okay, there's like 5 Jeff Bezos in the entire world. Okay. Like, there's like, 5 version, maybe 10 versions of Jennifer Aniston, The Rock, Will Smith, like in the world. There's thousands of working actors who are, hustling. I mean, I'm a working actor. I've been working my whole life. I've never done anything else. I mean, I've worked in casting. As Deneen mentioned, I produce. I've just started directing recently. I've worked like adjacent, like I've definitely done like production stuff and that kind of thing. But I've never had a day job. I've never I don't know. I don't even, honestly, guys, I don't even know how to get a job. I wouldn't even know. Like my niece just moved to LA and she's very young. And she's like, I'm like, where do you even go to look for jobs? I'm like, what do you even do? And she's like, who are you? Like, she's not in our industry at all. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I mean, because it's different in entertainment. Like it's so different. It's like, you have agents and managers and you look on breakdowns and you have, people that are helping you get work, but you have to keep up these connections and you have to take classes and you have to do networking events. And it's so different than, going to indeed.com, which I recently learned about, these places where you go to find like whatever kind of job that's, not in entertainment. But yes, it is a lot of work to work as an actor. And it's also, it's a gig job. It's not a situation, even these people I mentioned, Kendall Jenner and Jennifer Aniston and these people like that, they're not, it's not a situation like they're guaranteed, like just because they're working for, Gucci this week or they're working for Apple TV this week. It doesn't mean that they have a guaranteed job for the next 5 years. It doesn't mean that they have a guaranteed job for the next 2 weeks. I mean, I will book a job and it'll be like, oh my God, it's this great big, I have a friend who booked the TV show Dexter. She's starting very soon on it. Very exciting, very big deal for her. But she's like, I don't know, I might work like one day and then not work again for a month, or they might really like me and I might be in a lot of episodes and it might be like, I'm working pretty regularly. She doesn't know. So she has to plan accordingly and keep doing her thing and keep believing in herself and keep doing her networking and keep taking her. I mean, this girl is in class every week. This girl is also editing a film she's starting right now. She's producing stuff. She and I are going to be in a short film together in 2 weeks. Like, she's constantly working and constantly doing. She's one of my I talk with you guys a lot about community and like having your community of people that you're like hustling together. She's like one of my very close, like we hustle together, we help each other. And I love this about her because she like several of my friends, like we're out there doing the thing. We're in the trenches where we understand what it is. We applaud each other with like every success, because that's something too, when I talk about success, that your favorite thing anybody's ever said is, I don't even know how to get a real job. I literally don't. I literally don't. Like when the strikes were happening and I was like, oh my God, am I gonna what do I even do? I mean, it's a scary thing because it's like, I know I have a lot of skills and I can talk to a big group of people. I can motivate, I can coach till the cows come home. Like, I will get you guys off your butts and I will get you living your dreams. And you guys who work with me know that. Like, I will help you achieve your dreams. But also I'm like, I don't know, like, what do people even do? I'm like, I know how a set runs. I can tell you all about that. I know how a theater runs. I know how to produce theater. I know how to do a 5-year run of a Broadway show with 2,000 people in the audience. I know how to do all of that. Piece of cake, but yeah, I mean, I think with success, you just have to remember, like, there's different levels of success. And, you know, I recently said this to at the in-person event in LA, which a few of you guys were at, you know, that you could really define success now in America as just like you're paying your bills. Like you're paying your bills. Honestly, like you're paying your bills and you're not in debt. You're super successful. Good for you, you know. You're getting up in the morning. I mean, you know, do you struggle with depression? Did you get up this morning and you made your coffee and you're showing up here? You're successful. You know, did you like you have to define it for yourself and not look at the other people. I only say this because it's so easy to compare, especially with social media. You know, like when I was, there was no social media when I first started, you know, like when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like there was no social media. Like we didn't even know, like we barely had the internet, you know, it was like the AOL dial up, right? So like it wasn't, it wasn't this world of like you're constantly looking at people's filtered Photoshop, you know, face tuned like images of their lives, you know. And I do go through periods of like disillusionment because, you know, especially with the kids, the young ones and their TikTok living. You know, not that I'm like, I don't have a thing against TikTok necessarily. And I have a nice following on TikTok and like God love the kids because they all like the animated characters and all of that I do. But, you know, I think that there is a lack of like reality now. You know, there's a lack of like what the speaker before me was saying, you know, we need human connection. And when you're seeing, when most of your human connection is just from, you know, this all day, and, you know, you're looking at, I mean, listen, I can curate, like, I can on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever, I can curate like only the most fabulous version of myself, only the most successful, only the happiest version, only the sexiest version, only the, you know, most talented, beautiful, whatever version of myself. But ultimately, like it isn't real, you know? So I think we all have to look at it as being like, even if it's that person or those people that we look at, that's like, man, it looks like she has a perfect life or he has a perfect life or whatever, you know, there's stuff going on there. So I don't know. I think you just have to like stay on your path. But also know, like, especially for those of you beginning, like it can be really fun and it can be really creative and it should be really fun and really creative, but you're going to have to work. You know, you're going to have to put in the work. It is not like something that it's this like old idea of, you know, you're just going to be sitting in a Starbucks and someone discovers you and, you know, suddenly you're Emma Stone, suddenly you're Sabrina Carpenter, you know what I mean? Because you just were like sitting and looking so pretty that, you know, somebody just discovered you and now you're a millionaire. Like that isn't real. Like that isn't, and I want to say that because like I am a cheerleader and I'm a manifester and I am like believe in all the things, but also I want to be realistic about like putting in the work. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, cool. And you know, what I do know is that I think what I like, and I've been coaching with VIP now for, the first in-person event I did, I think was in 2019. It was just before the pandemic. Just before the pandemic. And yeah, and I've been coaching online with VIP since 2020. And then of course I do in-person events like when they're in LA and that kind of thing. But what I have really liked about it is number one, I love seeing people's growth over time, you know, so the people that stay and that continue and that keep coming back and keep taking classes, it's really exciting to see, you know. And those of you who were in class this past week, like it was like, there were several people that just like really took big leaps forward in terms of, you could just tell that they're like, things are clicking and things are coming into place. So what I do in my coaching is that, you know, depending on what the class is, and right now there's a big group acting class, and then we're also going to start a small group acting class very soon that you had to audition to be in, and news about that will, you know, you'll all know soon. But regardless, I'm still going to be doing the larger class. And, you know, what I like to do is to come at it with the idea that, you know, I'm meeting you guys all at the level that you're at, but I'm not looking at any of you as aspiring anything. I'm looking at all of you as, if you're showing up to acting class, you're an actor. You know, just like if you, it's, you know, if you show up to, like, you know, if you're driving in a car and you're like learning how to drive, you're still driving the car. You know what I mean? Like, you're not like, I'm an aspiring driver, you know, honk honk, like, you're driving the car, you're a driver. You know, you may not be a precision driver yet, you may not be doing stunt driving and, like, you know, doing 360s or whatever, but you're in the car driving. So, you know, I want all of you to think of yourself that way. If you're wanting to be an actor, if you're wanting to be a writer, if you're wanting to be a model, all of these things, just start thinking of yourself. And this goes into the mindset stuff as well. Start thinking of yourself as, I am an actor, I am a writer, I am a model, I am fill in the blank, whatever you guys want to be, want to do, what, you know, whatever you see yourself as, and really see yourself as that. Now, what's helpful about, you know, these people that I mentioned who are just astronomically, you know, well-known and have been blessed, you know, it's good to look at people like that for inspiration, you know, and I certainly have people like that I look out for, you know, for artistic inspiration, fashion inspiration, you know, things like that. You know, and I think that's super helpful. I mean, you know, somebody said they love Kendall Jenner. I do too. I mean, you know, who else in the world has had an upbringing like Kendall Jenner? Only one, and that's Kylie Jenner. Okay, like a very, 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 very specific life experience that has led her to this point. And you know what? Honestly, I think Kendall Jenner's a great model. To be honest, I think you know, fight me on the Kardashians. I will say, like, I think they're freaking great, and I think Kris Jenner is a freaking genius. Okay, like, study Kris Jenner. Okay, anybody who's a parent, I'm like, if I ever have kids, I'm just studying Kris Jenner. I'm like, okay, how'd she do that? How'd she do that? You know, because, like, this lady just, like, she just saw, like, okay, my kids are crazy talented. My kids are money makers. My kids have something to say to the world, and I think I can help them achieve their dreams. So, you know, great, good for her, and, like, good for all of these people, but, like, you guys can do that too on your level. I mean, you know, were you born into, you know, a crazy, you know, a family that, you know, you were on a popular reality show from, like, age 5? No. Well, I don't know, maybe some of you are. Wouldn't that be crazy if somebody in here is like, actually, my mom is on Real Housewives? Like, that would be something that would happen to me. Everybody's like, Haviland, actually, so, yeah, like, yeah, anyway, I'm getting off course, but the point is, the point is that, you know, these people can be inspiring to you, but don't compare yourself to them. Like, oh, well, if I'm not doing, you know, I got in my own way a lot, you know, in my head of comparing myself and being like, oh, well, at this age, I should be at this level, or at this, you know, I should look like this, or I should carry myself like this, or I should be able to do this or that. And it's like, you know, number one, like I said, everything is changing all the time. And two, like, you're not going to be just like somebody else, because none of us are exactly alike. You know, none of us are carbon copies. We're all unique, and we all have unique things to say and to do in the world. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Wait, hi.
Hi. Oh, hi.
Hi. Speaking of being unique and having a voice, we were watching Barbie's Life in the Dream House on Netflix. And
Yeah.
I said, listen to that person. That's Evelyn. Can you go over? I mean, I know that everybody watching this, you started off in Broadway, then you went into TV and film and producing and all these amazing things. But voiceover right now, you have a huge like fanatic fan club. Can you go over a little bit about how the voiceover thing kind of happened? And if you could, do you have any of your images of some of the voices that you do, and can you do some of them?
I don't have them like they're like in another room.
Oh, okay. I
but,
forgot to
I mean, I
text
could
you
go
and
get
ask you. Yeah,
I know,
that's
I know.
always so fun when you do that. Like,
Yes.
here I am here, and I'm like, oh my God, that's
Well,
so
I do
fun.
it because, I have these because one of the things I do is like I sometimes go to like conventions or like fan events, or like there was one time they like an ice cream store like had me come in and do like a fan signing or whatever. And so I will have like all of these character images because this is a thing that like people are really into. They like to collect like autographed, character images from like different animated shows, video games, like, that kind of thing. So,
Is
so
it weird to you when people are like lined up and they're like Raquel fanatics from Barbie?
no, I
Like-
love it. Are you kidding? I mean, listen, like
fun.
all of us want, on some level, I think, actors feel weird because we're shamed so much about being proud of our work. There's so much shame in the world about like, oh, well, you shouldn't think that you're that good. Like, oh, you're stuck up or you're conceited or you shouldn't think that you're that pretty. You shouldn't think that you're that talented. You shouldn't enjoy it so much. And it's like, why? Honestly, why? Like, because why should you make yourself smaller to make someone else more comfortable? You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
it's kind of like back in the day, like film actors belittled TV actors. Oh, I would never do TV. I'm a movie star. And like you said, like Jennifer Aniston, and there's so many movie stars now doing TV. They're doing commercials and they're doing voices.
yeah.
And I mean, it's a paycheck and it's great. It's lucrative. The business has
It is, and
definitely
it's also,
shifted.
we're all actors too. I mean, at the end of the day, actors want to act. Like I will often, like sometimes people, if it's a friend or something, they'll reach out and they'll go, oh, we're doing this little thing. I don't even really know if you want to do it because we barely have any money. It's this low budget thing or whatever. And if I like if they're my friend or I've worked with them before or something, I'm like, send me the script, like send me the details, because I'm like, I don't know. I mean, obviously this is my job. I have to make a living, but also I love the craft. So if it's something that I believe in, that I really want to work on, or I really like the people that I'm working with or something like that. I mean, I'm never going to say, I always say like, my friend Dot Marie Jones, who's like if you guys watched Glee, big character on Glee and has been in a million things. And she always says, everything is figure outable. And I love that because I'm like, if you really want to do something, you can usually figure out how to do it. So it's not always about the bottom line. It's not always about the money, understanding that like, obviously this is a business and like we all, those of us who aren't, working a day job or who aren't doing other stuff, like, this is our living, this is our livelihood. But it isn't always like, okay, well, this is my rate. And if I don't get that, then like, it's not how I am anyway. I do know certain people who certainly are, but I think most actors, they really aren't like that. They're actually much more like, they're about the work. They're about like, that's why so many of us take class still, even if it's like, we've been taking class, we've gone through college, we've gone, we're out there working, but oftentimes it's like you still go to class because you're like, I want to keep learning. I want to keep practicing. I want to keep like.
I don't know anybody on Broadway or TV or film not currently taking class. It doesn't matter who you are. It is always, you can never stop learning. So what are some of your biggest aha moments? Like you transitioned from like theater to TV and film, now to voiceover. What are some of the differences in acting techniques for you?
So, well, voiceover came up. You would ask me to kind of like say how that started. So I got into voiceover. I had just moved to, I'd been told a few times, I have a very unique voice. I know this now. Funny enough, I'll tell you guys, I was bullied a lot as a kid. I was like probably from like 11 to 14, something like that, like a lot of bullying. The two things I was bullied the most for were my looks and my voice. And I will tell you that those two things have made me more successful and more like they've actually built my career. Okay. My looks, my voice, the way I talk, the way I communicate. Okay. So it's so funny because I always say that. And I did a video on my TikTok because a lot of my TikTok followers, these fanatics that Allie's talking about, are like young, very young people who are like that age I was. And I was just like, you know, guys, like I was super bullied. It was really hard for me. And I was already a working actor. I was already out there and I was bullied by adults too. I mean, I would have costume designers, literally had a costume designer say to me when I was like 14 or 15, it was a period piece. And it was like, we were wearing these like 1930s clothes that are very, they're just, you know, period clothes are not built for like, they're just built for different bodies, you know? And an adult said to me, she was like, you know, you have a really cute figure, sweetie, but it's just really not for this period. And I was just like, and I'll tell you guys like that, it was an often, and I am very small now. I am a small, tiny person. Okay. I'm 5'5", but I'm like a small person. And I, you know, wasn't at that time, but regardless, like people just, and I'm sure all of you were like, oh, people say the most rude things all the time. But, you know, to be an actor and hear that when you're about to go and be on camera and you're about to go and like, you know, in that character, I was just playing like a teenage girl. It was a movie with Harry Connick Jr. It was one of my first movies. And, you know, it was supposed to be like, he's the new like man in town and we're all trying to figure out, and there's like these teenage girls and we're at church or whatever and we're like gossiping about how he's so cute and like who is he and all this stuff. It was like a little tiny part in this Harry Connick Jr. movie, you know, and you know, who's this like older cute guy or whatever. And you know, that's what the scene was about. It wasn't about I have to be some like skinny, you know, whatever. It had nothing to do with that, but just having like the thick skin and all of that kind of stuff. So anyway, all that to say is like, again, the things that you're bullied for, the things that people are rude to you about, the things that people tell you you can't do, you're too, you know, tall, fat, skinny, short, you know, whatever, like it's about, you know, they make fun of your gender presentation, they make fun of your skin color, they make like whatever it is, like screw them, push it aside and know that like you are your own person, you are worthy, you are enough to keep going. So with that being said, you know, I obviously worked a lot on my singing voice, but not as much on my speaking voice because I was just like, whatever, I'm a theater person and it is what it is. So when I moved to Los Angeles, I was in my agent's office and my agent was just opening a voiceover department, like it was new, and they had just hired a young agent who was like just starting and they were signing clients and this kind of thing. And he heard me in the office and I was talking with, my voice tends to carry. And I was, as my wife tells me, inside voice, Evelyn, inside voice. I'm like, I project. But so he just came up to me and he's like, hey, I'm the new voiceover agent here. You know, have you ever done it? And I was like, honestly, like I've, you know, I came from Broadway. I've been in recording studios, you know, I know how that works, but I've not really done specifically voiceover. You know, I've done a couple of little things. And he's like, okay, well, can I just start having you do auditions and we'll just kind of see how it goes. You're already signed here. Like, we'll just, no pressure. And I'm like, okay. But the thing is like, I'm going to put I'm type A and like, I'm going to bring it, you know, so I'm never going to half-ass anything. Like if, you know, like what I was saying before, my friend who, you know, wants me to do something and they have barely any money or whatever, like I'm going to put just as much energy behind that as I am if I'm doing Dexter, you know, like my work is my work and I have a really strong work ethic and I have a lot of pride in my work and I want to show up for the other people. It's not really as much even about me. It's about, you know, I want to be there for other people. I want to do the work, you know, for this guy. I was like already, even though I barely knew him, I was like, oh, I want him to do really well. I want him to, I want the voiceover department to just, to, succeed. And I want people to be like, wow, he's a great agent. I want to go back to him when we need stuff. Like I already had that kind of sense of like community and sense of like wanting to be good for everybody, and so one of the first things he had me audition for was they were doing, the Bratz dolls. They were doing a pilot for a new series they were trying to do about the Bratz. And I was cast as one of the main 4 Bratz, Yasmin, and went in to record. That was kind of my first like big thing that I did. And I ended up working with this other actress named Paula. And about 2 months later, Barbie Life in the Dream House came up, and Paula and I were both cast on Life in the Dream House. The Bratz thing, like the pilot came out, it never went anywhere. It was, just a lot of pilots, just they don't go. But Barbie Life in the Dream House did, and I played Raquel, and Paula ended up playing Skipper and Stacy, 2 of Barbie's sisters, and and that kind of took off. And then weirdly enough, like then it took off, and then Netflix bought it, and then TikTok happened, and then everybody started doing sounds on TikTok, which like in a way is sort of like I have, again, things to say because Gen Z and Gen Alpha are growing up in a contextless world, and they don't know how to credit people, and they just think a sound is a sound and it comes from nowhere. And I'm like, nope, that sound is my voice and that's my work, but whatever. These are issues and these are problems that are going to have to sort themselves out over time. But if you have children, please explain to them context, and please explain to them, like, you have children like under 25, please explain to them like context and crediting, and how like, if they hear a sound on TikTok, it isn't just like it came from nowhere. Like that's usually from like a show or a song or something that like that person who's saying it or speaking it or singing it is a person that they can go follow, or they, all of this stuff. And also there was probably a writer, and also there's probably a network, and it's a whole thing around that little sound. Anyway, so but the kind of like cool thing is I started to some of my like younger family members and stuff would be like, hey, you're like really popular on TikTok, right? And before I was on TikTok, and I'm like, what do you mean I'm not on TikTok? And they would pull it up and it'd be like, there's 500 million views on this video of you as Raquel, and there's 5,000 comments and, 28 million likes or so. I mean, it was so bizarre to me. It was so like, it's so different and so weird, because then it's like, then my managers would like go and pitch to somebody and be like, yeah, no, like this video has 500 million views. Like, it's just, there's so many things that don't translate. That's a whole nother conversation for later, but it's so bizarre, the world right now. But what the cool thing that's come from TikTok is because, this is a show I did almost 10 years ago now, maybe over 10 years ago now. And it has had this whole other life because of TikTok. And that's happened with lots and lots of animated shows I've done. And then, various clips from like movies. There's a movie I did called Santa Jaws. That's an on-camera movie. But like that, it's had this whole cult following because it's just so silly about like a killer shark at Christmas. And I'm like, obviously wearing heels and a bikini the whole movie because that's what people do at Christmas time. So it's like, that was a female director, and she like called me after I had gotten the offer, and she was like, so, hey, like, I know we don't know each other. I'm just letting you know, like, I really respect your work. And, we offered this to you in part because we know you're really funny and that you'll have a sense of humor about being a blonde in a bikini during Christmas, and I'm like, let's do it. Let's go for it. She's like, great. That's exactly the attitude I thought you'd have. But like, I just wanted you to know this is all respectful and it's going to be funny. And like, everyone likes you and doesn't think you're just like a dumb blonde. And I'm like, great, let's go full out.
It's so stereotyped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Totally.
when you're doing Barbie or any voiceover work, are you doing it from home, or are you physically going into a studio?
Most of the time it's in a studio. it really, you know, for animation and video games especially, they really like to have you. I would prefer always being in a studio, to be honest. I like being in person. I'm just like sort of old school in that way. Like I prefer in-person meetings. I just like being in person with people. But you know, sometimes that's not possible. I mean, a lot of times with particularly promo, which promo is like when you hear, you know, tonight on CBS, blah, 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 blah. Like that's a promo. It's like anything, or like this weekend, you know, come to see this blah, you know, it's like a promotion for like a network or for a movie or for something, not like a trailer, but like, you know, something like that. It's so fast, they need it so quickly that they're just like, can you do this in your home studio? And I do have, at this point, I've put the investment, financial investment into you know, having a really great setup, mic and soundproofing and
Let's talk about that. So like voiceover work can be very lucrative, but they're not just gonna like book you because, oh well, I love cartoons, or that would be so cool. So let's talk about some of the investments that you made in order to do this. Now we're in a virtual world and everything is like self-submittals. What are you investing in? Like just give me like a if you can, like a breakdown of some of the things that you have.
I mean, I would say like studio wise, like when I started out, um, you know, and I was like, I don't know how this is going to go, if it's going to go anywhere or whatever. And I just knew I needed like the most basic, you know, I had a microphone that was, you know, like a $300 microphone, which is like, you know, kind of the
Like this
basic.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, like a basic, you know,
Ooh,
just
yeah.
get the job done. And I was, you know, going into my closet. I lived in like a carpeted apartment at that time. And I was just like in my apartment, carpeted, and had, you know, a bunch of coats around me, and I would just make it work, you know. I mean, sometimes you do what you
Yeah.
do. Like I booked for, if there were gamers here, the game Fallout 4 Far Harbor, which
that's
is
so
like
fun.
probably the biggest, like the first like big game that I booked. And that one, I was not at home, and I was like staying somewhere, and I was like literally like made myself a little fort, and we all kind of,
Not weird at all.
I'm in these various like groups of voiceover professionals, and these people are like legends, you guys. Like if there's a commercial on, if there's anything on, every Optimus Prime, like every single legendary, it's like there's like 300 of us in there, and it's just like the people that are writing, if you look, it's like blows my mind, and I'm just getting the best advice. Like it's these closed private groups, and I'm like, this is so cool that I get this information. But like, you know, we all talk about like the little forts we make when it's like, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But that one, it's like I literally made a fort with a blanket, and I, you know, was like doing it like this, and I ended up booking that. So, you know, at the end of the day, it is about your talent, and it is about like the work that you're putting in, which of course that is, you know, years of training, years of, you know, college and training, and you know, voice training and all of that. But, you know, then I upgraded, you know, over time, particularly during the pandemic, because it was like everything was remote at that point. And just to be competitive, you know, you couldn't just have like a crappy setup, you know. So I mean, in terms of costs, like several $1,000s that have gone into like my just equipment, soundproofing and like microphone and all of that, computer, you know, a really great computer and like all of that. But then, you know, on top of that, there's an investment of time, a huge time investment. Because, you know, I would say in a week, I can have anywhere on the voiceover end of things, I can have anywhere from like 5 to 30 voiceover auditions. You know, it'd be 5 on a super light, like a dead week, it would be 5. You know, and sometimes it's like I'll go in my booth and I'm like, oh man, like I've got, you know, literally like 15 characters I got to do, you know, and it's just like I got to get them, and I got to get them done. And the turnaround time isn't very much, you know, it's often, commercials are very short turnaround. Commercials is like always under 24 hours, usually like same day, or it'll be like sent out at 7 p.m. and it's like it's due by 9 a.m. tomorrow, you know. So, you know, those are super fast. The character ones, sometimes you get a little more time, but, you know, not often. So, And a lot of times it's like, you know, it'll be, let's say, a new animated show or something like that, or a video game where it's like, okay, you know, I've gotten on audition because maybe the, you know, casting director or the director has worked with me or just knows my work or something. And they're like, I really like Haviland. I want her to audition, but like, I don't know where exactly the role that she's going to like super slot into. So, you know, we're going to have her read for 8 different roles, you know, and like, I need to, every single one of those 8, I've got to like 100%, 150% bring it, you know, because like, I want, you know, even if I don't book it, which most of the time I don't, because that's just the way, that's this industry. Like most of the time, your work is literally going nowhere. Like literally, like that's the reality. Most of the time, you're going to put in a ton of work and it's going to do nothing. Okay. But like the way I look at it is I'm like, okay, well, I need to keep getting auditions from this company, from this casting director, from this, you know, production company, from this director, if this director hears my read, you know, so if they hear me and they go, oh, well, I know Haviland as Raquel, or I know Haviland as this Russian spy that she, you know, read for, that she played in a video game or something like that. But they hear me playing this like ditzy 12-year-old. It's like, oh, well, that's cool. I didn't know she could do that.
Wait, I want to hear ditzy 12-year-old and I want to hear Russian spy. I'm going to throw you in the hot seat.
Russian spy would be somewhere like this. And, you know, the thing is, what we're doing, Alicia, is we are going to eviscerate the entire planet. Understand?
I do.
And then there's usually a lot of like, with video games, there's also a lot of like,
yeah.
Which is very vocally
Overacting a little bit, would you say? Like you're
Oh, it's very overacting. It's very, it's always very, it's a very specific. I taught a voiceover class about a year ago with VIP, and it's like, that's the hardest thing. And I actually recently coached somebody who like is an actor and they're getting into voiceover, and I was helping them with their demo. And I'm like, you have to like, in a lot of like, this is an amazing like on-camera actor. And I'm like, you have to like think about your on-camera training, but also like think like also totally like also it's the same but different. You know what I mean?
So
It's
12-year-old ditzy, go.
oh, 12-year-old ditzy.
Oh, like my favorite thing is TikTok. All I want to do all day long is get on it, but my mom, she does not let me on it. So I have this like fake TikTok account that I do through my big sister, and it's so awesome.
All right, Raquel. Let's hear Raquel from Barbie. I gotta do it.
Raquel kind of talks like this, and the thing is she would really approve of Alicia because Alicia is a boss bitch businesswoman. Okay.
This is true. And we
You're really putting me on the spot.
I love it. But you're so good at it because you're a professional and you're always on stage. Did you guys love that? We met, I'll tell you guys very quickly. So back in the day, Mike and I had a radio show. We had Howard Stern's old studio at CBS, and Haviland was one of our guests. And we just like became friends instantly. And I really want you guys to understand, like some of you are meeting her today, or some of you have been part of VIP Ignite and you're getting all this amazing training. But understand, this is like 15 years of friendship. Like, I'm like, hey, I'm in LA. You want to meet up? Hey, I'm doing an event. You want to meet up? And I want you guys to understand, like, don't burn your bridges ever. Always be professional, be reliable, always show up, but always know, I always want to bring service. And every time you're working on something, I'm like, let me know anything that you're working on. We absolutely, did you love that, Deneen? Oh my God, it was so cool. Hi, we love that. And we love your mom. And I thank you so much for being here. And we're very excited because I know you're one of our coaches, and we've seen such growth with our talent. And I thank you so much because, like you said, like it is, you can't even put like a dollar amount on the knowledge that you can give. You start on Les Mis, you starred in Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. You've been in hit movies, hit TV shows, voiceover work, and our talent aren't trying to reinvent the wheel and like throw spaghetti up against the wall. Like you're giving them like the exact advice and formula that works for you and works for many other people. And I don't know about you guys, would you rather ask friends and family how to get into this industry or go to Haviland? Because that's kind of what we do. So face to face is best. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think too, like I think too, like there's a knowledge, like I truly love working with actors and I truly love seeing that growth. But also, you know, I've worked with really great acting teachers who, you know, frankly don't have the experience I have. Like they might be better actors than me, you know, or they might be a better teacher than me in terms of like, you know, very nitty gritty certain acting techniques or just a different type of teacher than me, but they don't have like I mean, I think I have like a lot of different experience. I'm like a very well-rounded person. You know, I know I have loads of friends in all of these places, and you know, I have friends that are currently right now starring on Broadway, literally as we speak, about to go on for their matinee, you know, who are stars, Broadway stars. Yeah. But they're like, I don't know anything about voiceover. I've never done voiceover. Or they'll call me and be like, oh my God, I have an audition for, you know, this or that. And I'm like, girl, you're a Broadway star. You're like, you know, you're literally like, I'm watching you on, you know, doing interviews. And they're like, but I don't know, you know, I had somebody come to me who's like, this kid is like, this like one of these like very hunky up and coming young actor guys, like he's like a 20 something like hottie, you know, and had, you know, has a ton of TV and film experience and is like, you know, known as being like he's a good actor, you know, but he was like, I'm starting to get voiceover auditions and like there's an expectation of me, you know, because people know I have all this experience and I'm good, but he's like, I don't know how to do that, you know? And he's like, can you help me? Because he's like, I need to go in and be like amazing because I'm competing with all these people that are amazing. And if I go in and suck, they're going to be like, that's weird, like, because they already know. So in one sense, with many of you being like beginners, you've got like a clean slate. You know, you've got like there's nowhere to go but up. You know what I mean? Like you're at such like an exciting, cool part because being totally new, like the only expectations I have as a coach are that you're going to show up, you're going to be respectful, not just to me, obviously, but to yourself and to your fellow actors, and that you're going to put in the work. Really, that's it. You know, if you're not like, you know, amazing, if you're not all of that is just like, that's subjective, you know? I just want to see like, are you showing up? Are you being respectful? Are you putting in the work? You know, and if you're doing those things, like you are going to get better. You just are. It's like not, you know, it's just like Deneen mentioned, like going to the gym, like you may not be like, you're not going to maybe be an Olympian. Okay. But like, if you're going to the gym every day and you're doing the thing and you're pushing yourself, even when you feel like, I don't want to, or whatever, or you're looking down on yourself or whatever. If you keep putting in the work and keep showing up for yourself, like you're going to get better. You just are.
That's awesome. So any big projects or announcements you would like to make about anything cool that you're working on?
Well, I'm just about to start one like this week. I can't really talk about that. This is the thing with the world now is that we're not allowed to talk about anything anymore. You know, it's like one thing, like a movie that I did. I just heard that like it's coming out next year, but I'm like, I know nothing about like I'm like, on what? Like what streaming service or what, you know, I don't know. Oh, you know, there is something that I haven't even watched it yet, but I did a dubbing job, a voiceover job. That's a movie that's on Netflix. It just dropped yesterday. I haven't even watched it yet. It's called Blame the Game. And it's actually a German live action movie, meaning it's like human actors in it. And I dubbed the character Sheila. So meaning like with these dubbing jobs, they'll have American actors that basically dub English, you know, English over their, you know, their language so that you don't have to, you know, if you don't want to read subtitles, if you want to just hear it, you know, it can kind of be funny and a little bit awkward because obviously we're dubbing. It isn't going to be exact, like we call it matching lip flap. That's like the term, the technical term. It's not always going to be like perfect lip flap, you know? But I had a lot of fun with her. And I think, you know, after you guys have been hearing me talk for the past hour, if you watch it, it's a really
I think we're going to watch that tonight.
Yes, I think
it's a fun movie.
And then call you on FaceTime and
just make sure you watch it with like the dubbing, not the subtitles. And then you'll hear me.
That
That is
amazing.
so fun. Playing the
Yeah,
game.
We have something to look forward
Yeah.
to.
Yes. We know what
Awesome.
we're doing tonight. So
Well,
fun.
Haviland, thank you so much. This has been amazing. On a scale of 1 to 10, everyone, how many of you loved this, first of all?
And the name of the film is Blame the Game.
Yeah, on Netflix.
But choose the dubbing version.
How many of you are excited to have the opportunity to work with Haviland? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Yeah.
Because you know what? We have a lot of people here that we know, but we have a lot of new friends too. We're going to learn all about how they can work with you. It would be amazing.
Yay.
She
Awesome.
never stays
Well,
in just one lane.
I
I noticed
know.
that. She's like producing and she's like doing
It's-
so much stuff.
And I love that because so many times people start in the industry, they have one lane they want to go down. Okay, I want to be an actor, which is amazing.
like the
But there are
blinders on.
so many other opportunities. And I feel like your career exemplifies that on the biggest scale. So thank you.
You know
so
what
much,
too is that I'll say this because I think this is perhaps will inspire some of you. One thing that I feel like I'm actually really good at is hosting. I'm like great at hosting. I can read teleprompter perfectly. Like I feel like I would easily be on like The View, The Talk, anything like that. Like I could easily do any of those shows. I can interview people. I'm like quick on my feet. But when I was, just getting to LA, it was not normal yet. Like this was like 08, 09. It wasn't normal at that point for actors to be hosts. We hadn't gotten into the where now that's happening. Every reality host is an actor, but that wasn't the thing. And I was like starting to I would go on like E! News, kind of Talk Soup. Like I'd go on these calls and like get really close or whatever. And then I started having casting executives tell me like, if you're an actor and people take you seriously because you have this Broadway background, you really shouldn't be pursuing hosting. You shouldn't be doing red carpets. You shouldn't be doing anything like that. And I was like, so impressionable. And obviously like many of you are like, I'm like, oh, I just want to make it, I just want to be successful. And so I kind of took this advice and quite honestly, it was not great advice, because I think again, hindsight, what if, whatever, maybe at the time it would have led me down a path that wasn't, a happy path or whatever. But I think, I'm also like, why did I not that was something I really enjoyed and still really enjoy doing, which I might start a podcast. Should I?
Ooh, yes.
This is something there's been
here
interest in this. And like, people
I'm
are
a-
like,
I'm a heck
for
yes
like
on
the
that
past
one.
couple years, people are like, where's your podcast? And I'm like, and yeah. So I don't know. It's like getting louder. Now people are like, no, but really do a podcast. Like I guest star on like people's podcasts and they're like, can you just do your own? So I may do that, which I think would be kind of fun and may like foray into other things. But it's just to say like, even though I was a working actor and I was doing all this thing, like I still listened to people who, because I trusted them more than my instincts, of like, don't do that because that's under you or that's not whatever. And people won't like noise, and I'm like, like Alicia says, a paycheck's a paycheck, a job's a job, and your dreams are your dreams. And I'm like, that's so like, what in the, why would I not have done that? It's
You're
not
still
like
acting in any
I
capacity.
know.
Still
It's the same thing. So it's not the
even
same
doing the
thing.
red
but
carpet, that's improv. Yeah.
It's listening. And that's a lot of what we talk about in my classes. Like acting is reacting and like you have to always be listening. Even if you know the script, you need to be like watching and listening to your scene partner because things can shift, things can always shift and change. Even though if the words are still the same, energy can shift. So you always want to like be present in the scene. And that's what hosting is at its best. The people who we love the most, the people who are like, the late night hosts and the people who are our favorite podcasters and our favorite people who are interviewing people, we love them the most because, usually they're funny or they're quick on their feet. They have insight that we want to hear or something, but also that they're interacting with the people who are their guests and they're present in the moment and listening to them and like responding to them, So anyway, all right, well, that's all.
Well, that's not when you start your podcast.
Oh, I
love
will.
that. I love
It'll
that.
be
And one-
very out there once it happens.
I'm excited. We'll be like posting it all over our pages. One quick final question. Ready? Do you miss the old way of getting into business where you're living in
Wait, you're breaking up a little bit. I heard, do I miss
physically going into audition live now? It might be
Do
the
I
internet.
miss going in live? Is that the gist of what you
Yeah,
said?
do you miss going in live for the actual
Yes.
auditions, or do you kind of
Yes,
like the whole
1,000,000%
self-tape
I
thing?
miss it. 1,000,000% I miss it. They've started
Okay.
now offering, which they weren't doing for a while, but now they're offering, like, if your agent like asks quick enough, you can usually get, or you can sometimes get, a Zoom appointment. So that happens sometimes. And now my manager just knows, like, just ask. Like, if you get the audition, just ask immediately, because I want it if I can get one. Because again, it's like, I like the person to person. I like the things that can come up, but
Building
for some
rapport.
people, yeah, for some people, I have some friends who are very, very good actors, who prefer self-tapes, because they're just like, you know what, I'm not somebody, I don't like going in. They're actually like, a friend of mine she's just kind of a little more reserved, a little more shy. And she's like, it kind of throws me off to have to go in and be like, hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, how are you? And like the chit chat before you do your scene. Like, she's like, I would rather just do my scene and like do my work, I'm like, I'll go in and chat all day with casting. I'm like, let's hang out. You want some coffee? Like, but like,
Then your
I
personality
understand not everybody's
shines.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing I miss about being in New York and LA, is getting to see people when they walk into the room, because even their body language, even here on Zoom, guys, before you say one spoken word, your body language says so much about who you are. And I
Definitely.
think, again, you're always on stage, even on Zoom or live and in person.
Yeah.
All right, Haviland, we loved having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
Thank
weekend.
you.
Have fun.
We'll let you know how the movie goes tonight.
Great.
We're there.
We'll send you a picture.
We'll be like,
Okay, good. Bye.
Bye, Howland.
so fun.
Awesome.
I'm gonna
Oh my gosh. How awesome was that? How many of you guys are even more inspired than you were before? How many of you are like, okay, you know what? I'm now me 2.5. Do you feel the increase? Do you feel the growth? Because that was my promise to you. If you were all in, and I see so many amazing people here. Oh, look at you all on camera. Some of you are like, listen, Joe Ray, what's up? Sorry, just saw my friend Joe right here. So I just want you guys to know, like, this has been such an amazing day. We still have so much more to go. So let me tell you where we've been. And I know you're like, Deneen, I know where I've been. But let me tell you where we've been. Let me tell you where we're going. So far today, we talked about changing our stories, right? How many of your mindsets have shifted? Okay, you're like, you know what? I know that I have to change my story because you know what? I am unstoppable. How many of you feel unstoppable right now? If you do, type unstoppable in the comments. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. Congratulations. If you are on this call, you qualify for a type of modeling, whether it's commercial, print, promotional, fashion, so many opportunities. Yes, you all. But she's like, Denise's getting stuck on her. Hold on. You all could qualify for something. That's amazing.
You qualify and
You qualify.
This is like the Brady Bunch. Everybody look down and wave hi to your neighbors. You qualify. You qualify. You qualify. Everybody qualifies for something.
Which is amazing.
Yay!
We heard from Jeffrey Gurain, who pure joy, absolutely pure joy, who just shared his story about his transformation. How many of you felt transformed by that? You just heard from a Broadway star. She told you how she became even more successful in the entertainment industry. Guys, this day is just beginning. Next, we're going to talk about crafting a resume. How many of you are like, okay, you know what? I'm pretty new. Type new in the comments. If you're new, type I'm new in the comments. And you know what? That's amazing. If you're new, you're in the right place. And even if you're not new, even if you have experience, something we've learned is how you write your resume changes people's perception of you. Okay. So we had this conversation last night. Mike and I We're on a very long ride last night, and we're talking about resumes and how important it is to have an amazing resume. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about some of our success stories. I told you this morning, they all started on a Zoom call just like you are here today. We're going to talk about the power of networking, and then we're going to end the day with Alicia Kabak putting the former art director of Vogue, Ryan Colby, on the hot seat. Y'all better brace up for that one. All right, so are you guys ready to learn how you can stand apart from everyone, whether you're brand new or you've been doing this for your whole entire life? Are you ready to see how you can set yourself apart by writing your resume? If you are, this is what I want you to do. Type Mike in the comments, because we're going to bring Mike Fompkin back, and he is going to show you how to write a resume that makes you unstoppable in the entertainment industry. If you're ready, let me see your excitement. Come on, he's the only guy in the world that can make resumes exciting. Let's show me the energy. All right, everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? I'm gonna pull up my presentation because I want to keep this up to speed. We're running a little bit behind, so I want to make sure that we respect your time and all of our absolutely phenomenal speakers. So let me share my screen. All right. There we go. Let me move this out of here. All right, so this is how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work, even if you have tons of experience or even if you've never been hired or booked as a model or an actor. I like to call this the secret Cameron method to a winning resume for models and actors. And a great quote is, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. So the goal and overall purpose of a resume is to introduce your qualifications and skills to employers, whether you're a model, an actor, whether it's a job, right? That's the purpose. That's the only purpose of a resume, is to introduce your qualifications and skills to employers. The result is to get you hired, right? To get you on set, to get you that opportunity. That is the goal of a resume. So now hold on for a moment. There are lots of types of jobs. Ones you need a great resume for, and ones that, well, maybe not so much, right? So here's an example. This is a real company. So this is called Poop 911. We scoop dog poop. Join our pack. We're always looking for responsible dog lovers to join our team. All you need to succeed is a great attitude, the ability to be on time every time, and the desire to keep our clients and their pets happy. Obviously, for a position like this, you don't need a great resume, right? Pretty much a heartbeat and being able to show up is what they're looking for, okay? Now, at the same time, and this is actual thing, for Google to be an intern at Google, right? And interns at Google's, they can make up to $68,000 per year, okay? So that's an intern position. These are some of the questions they have to be an intern at Google. Estimate the number of tennis balls that can fit into a plane, okay? Model raindrops falling on a sidewalk. Sidewalk is 1 centimeter, and raindrops are 1 centimeter. How would we know when the sidewalk is completely wet? Okay, so this is you know, the minimum wage here in Florida is still $7.25. Obviously, the minimum wage is going up, but it's still, depending upon what position you're looking for, right, and where you want to fall into your life, right, the type of income you want to make is going to be determined upon your resume at the end of the day. Whether you don't have the qualifications and you're scooping dog poop, or you have the qualifications and you're working for like a company like Google. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about how this applies to the modeling and acting industry. Now, when you think about the average resume, and again, I'm just giving you guys some real stats here. I don't want to dissuade anybody, but I just want you to know the truth and know how this works. On average, and this can even apply whether it's casting, it be into the thousands of people are applying for a single opening, right? Whether it's a lead role and so forth, right? When a casting company is reaching out to agencies, they don't just reach out to one agency, they'll reach out to a dozen agencies in hopes that one of them has the right person. So if you apply this to the normal job seeking world, 250 resumes are sent out for a single opening. 75% are rejected by applicant tracking systems. For most companies today, they will go through the process of somebody live's not even reading your resume. It's just going through a AI or through a software that's looking for certain keywords inside the resume. And when it doesn't find those keywords, or it finds specific keywords that's shown to prove patterns of negativity, that these types of individuals wouldn't work out, the resumes are not even being reviewed. So out of 250 applicants, only 4 or 6 will be called in for an interview, and at the end, one person will be offered the job, right? Same standards, the modeling and acting industry, right? You have a competition, you go on an audition, you go on Zoom, you submit a self-tape, you submit your resume, your agent's fighting for you, a dozen agents are fighting for the same position. They may have 1,000 applicants down to 10. Then the producer, directors, talk, and then one person's offered the job. Okay. This is what you're up against. Okay. So we can all agree, right, that obviously having a great resume is important to the type of work, and even more importantly, to the life you want to have. Right? Your life that you can have is judged by the results that you've proven in the past. If you consistently, I tell people all the time, people tell me, well, I just recently lost my job. Okay, great. Did the company go out of business? No. Did they fire everybody? No. Okay. They were doing cutbacks. Okay, well, it sounds like they cut you back, but other people they chose to keep. Why was that? I showed up late a few times. I really wasn't into it. Oh, okay. So this was a decision that you didn't fight for, right? Your heart wasn't in it. In the entertainment industry, your heart has to be into this. This has to be something you have a love, you have a passion for. You saw Haviland, right? You saw she lights up, right? She lights up being on these calls. She lights up, when she walks into a room. She has the passion to do this. Okay, very important. So I like to call this the secret camera method to a winning resume for models and actors. And there's James Johnson. For those of you on our call earlier, I spoke about him earlier. There's actually one of his covers that he did. Pretty cool. Okay. First thing you're going to need as an actor is having a great headshot. All right. That's the first thing casting directors is going to see. It's like when your agent's going to submit you out, you need to have a good headshot. See, these are great headshots. They got great lighting. The focus is on the eyes. And they got versatility, right? So if you look, I'm teaching you guys how a casting director sees this, right? I've been doing casting now for 18 plus years. I worked with people such as the vice president of Warner Brothers, the head of IMG, head of Ford, some of CBS, some of the biggest companies in the world had the opportunity to see casting processes on Broadway, off Broadway, and so forth, including 38 awards and 6 Tonys. So I understand the process that casting directors go through, agents go through, and so forth. They're looking for versatility, right? They're looking for people where you can see the different types of characters. So these shots are not meant to be shots like glamour shots. A lot of times people will go out and they spend a lot of money on photos just because they Google the person, the photographer, and the photographer doesn't match their character. The photographer may not be within that speed, especially if you're working you live in a smaller city. Yes, it's harder to find good photographers who can shoot like this. Okay. But this is, if for those of you who are trying to do this on your own, this is what you want to be able to have. You want to be able to understand that the photographer understands your character, understands the industry, understands lighting. You see the focus is on the eyes, right? Your attention is always consistently brought to the eyes first. So a great headshot will bring you to the eyes. And then you can see the character, right? They're not overdone. They're not overly done with makeup. They're not overly done with accessories or patterns that distract the eye from the face. The face is going to be the most important thing. That is what, casting directors, when they pull up, they have databases, they'll pull up their little thumbnails. So they could pull up 50 thumbnails. Your thumbnail has to stand out, right? Your thumbnail has to stand out for them to be able to say, okay, that person is a person. Let me open that photo to larger. That's how fast this happens. Okay. There's a reason why our talent is so successful, because we are maniacal with details on our photo shoots, on working with our talent, on preparing them, and so forth. Okay. So no matter what type of job you're interested in, if it's always a good idea to have a resume. If you're interested in acting, then your resume must include a professional actor headshot. Appearance plays an important role in the casting process, and directors must be able to see what each candidate looks like in order to find the best fit for each role. They can leave a long-lasting impression. Casting directors see a lot of faces when they're trying to find actors. Even if you do a great job during an audition, it can be difficult for a casting director to remember you at the end of the day. Luckily, actor headshots help casting directors remember their favorite actors, allowing them to cast each role perfectly. So not only, do you have headshots or modeling for models, they're called books in a digital format, but then you also print those out so you have something to leave with them, right? You leave that with them. They have your resume, especially, whether you're doing something on Zoom, it'll be done electronically by your agent, by Truth Management, by Deneen, by Ryan, so forth. but when you're going in person, then you're actually leaving them something physical, okay? They help actors become more camera ready, right? Getting great headshots is not only being able to get you on set, but actors need to feel comfortable in front of the camera. They want to succeed in this industry. If you want to enter this industry, it's a good idea to get as much time in front of cameras as possible. You'll see a lot of our success stories are always consistently on photo shoots. They're doing test shoots. They're working with a variety of photographers. They're working in different parts of the country, Miami, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, New Orleans, Orlando, etc. Because the more experience you have, the wider your network becomes. So here's some examples of talent that kind of invested in headshots. I want you guys to kind of see a little bit of the difference here, right? The one on the right, your eyes were brought to the florals. Probably that's what caught your eye first. So even if somebody spent money on this, this would not be considered a good headshot. Okay, the colors are too bright. The one on the left, it's a little bit off-centered, right? She's brought a little bit almost over too much to the right. Then it's got the necklace. It's got something that's a little bit distracting. The one on the center is not a great one, but out of the three, if these were the only three that an agency had to work with, they would probably go with one of the ones in the center. But when you compare them to the other ones I showed you, probably if she was competing against somebody who had a more superior headshot, they're going to lean towards that person, because they judge your qualifications at first on that first round based upon like the quality of the shot. Then from there, they start reviewing your resume, just so you guys understand how that works. There's that saying, looks is what gets you in the door. Professionalism, reliability, and dedication are the keys to your success. So it's always that look. Looks don't mean good looking. Looks means the looks for that character. We discussed this earlier on your qualification. You saw the different types of roles people can play. But they were playing a Nazi concentration camp, to playing the mom, the dad, and a Geico commercial, and so forth. So when I say the word looks, don't fall into that trap where it's just geared at look. It looks is based upon what the character that they're trying to fulfill. Okay. Here's another example, right? So you can see here, there's somebody invested on the headshots on the left. Again, the florals, the pearl necklace, distracting away from the person's potentials, limiting them. On the right, it's kind of got that lumberjack shirt. I don't know quite who did the styling, but it's limiting her, right? The one on the right, if you had to pick out of the two, an agent will probably go with the one on the two. They would definitely send them out to get new photos. I can tell you that, any agency in the world. But the one on the right, it leads her into more of a rougher character. So it's kind of typecasting to her. It's not showing the versatility where she can play a wider range of roles. Okay. Here, another one, right? On the left, definitely not working with the stripes and the red, right? The glasses are kind of distracting, over too big on the smile. She's showing too much gums on the smile. So again, these are people who invested money, and these are what most people would see these. Oh wow, that looks like a professional photo, and maybe that's great for a family or a loved one. But for something that's being submitted out consistently, that's the basis of somebody's career. These will both again be thumbs down on these from an agency perspective. Right, here's how an actor's resume is put together. So I'm going to show you some different examples, and I'm also going to show you how to put together a resume, even if you've never worked in the industry before. So your standard resume will have a headshot on the front, right? So you can see here, Yvonne, she's EMC SAG-AFTRA eligible. So that means she's able to enter the union. So that means she's worked on set, right? So you can think of like SAG-AFTRA, Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television Advertising are the unions. Whenever you see you want to do a speaking role, like you want to be in a Disney film, Marvel, a Netflix series, you have to be in what's called the union. The union is how you do speaking roles. Agencies have access to what's called a database called Breakdowns. Breakdowns is not available to the public. It's a paid-for service. You couldn't pay for it even if you wanted to. You have to have an actual licensed agency to be able to submit to be able to have access to that. And then they pay per month based upon how many people access the database. So each agent, usually they will charge to the office. If you have 10 agents, it's $250 per agent. So it's $2,500 a month, and so forth, and so on. So the important thing I want to mention about this, just to throw out, like and I see this all the time, you'll see ads on Instagram and TikTok where they're saying, oh, get a speaking role in Disney, get a speaking role in Netflix or something, or they'll actually show like Ozark or one of those shows. And then you apply to it, and then all of a sudden you're like on some weird, dark, creepy Zoom call, and they're like they forget to mention about the casting. They're like talking about something else. They're trying to sell you classes, or they're trying to sell you to put you on a database. The reason for that is you're not allowed to run those. So when you see those running online, that's technically against the terms and conditions. Like those are fake. Like anybody with Photoshop, you can make a casting be in the next Star Wars film. Anyone, it takes 5 minutes to do that. So a lot of them, those are like bait and switches. So they're just kind of getting people who don't understand the industry to apply. That's where these scams happen, because they're taking advantage of people who are not knowledgeable in the industry. If you were knowledgeable in the industry, like myself, Alicia, Deneen, so forth, Haviland, Ryan, or Jeffrey, you would know, well, that's not how it works. Like castings aren't put online; they're submitted. The agencies log on to the database, they see what the qualifications are. Because think about it, if I'm looking for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, why would I pay for ads? I just reach out to an agency, they're gonna get me exactly what I want. People the whole world's gonna apply, right? So you have to like think about things. And I know it's difficult because it seems magical, and it's a misconception of how the industry really works, right? So you can see here, so she has her, and how you get into SAG-AFTRA, you have to be on set. So your agent would for truth management, we have a lot of people that we've gotten into SAG-AFTRA. We usually take about 6 months to a year. Some people go in as 3 months. The average talent that's unrepresented will take 5 years trying to do it on their own, because usually your agent will recommend you to get what's called waivers. So waivers shows that you actually worked on set, you were there, you showed up on time, and so forth. Once you have the waivers, then you're able to apply to be in the union. To join SAG-AFTRA, you do have to invest in it. It's SAG-AFTRA, just like any other union. I think it's like $3,200 now to join it. By the time you join SAG, you should have made more than enough to cover that. And then they charge a percentage of your income that you earn. So like everyone from Tom Cruise, Julia Roberts, Oprah, everybody you could ever think of as a part of the union, they all say, oh, I'm a proud member of SAG-AFTRA. You get health benefits. You're a part of the database. So when Steven Spielberg's working on his next movie, you're in that database and so forth. So there's a lot of benefits, right? The union is what gets you your pay scale and so forth. A lot of you guys might have been familiar. They were on strike, right, recently over the AI, how AI was going to be used. I'm not going to go over AI today. Touch upon it maybe a little bit tomorrow if anyone has questions. I do some advanced training on AI because it's always kind of advancing. But to stick with the resume part here, you can see she's 5 foot, sorry. So she's commercial print, right? You can see she would fall into commercial print. Obviously, you can see here she's a musician, right? So she's a performer. So like Haviland, she's somebody who you would be hiring for probably a Broadway production. So you can see she got her hair, right? Dark brown. She doesn't choose brown. She chose dark brown, eyes dark brown. Vocal range, you can see her headshot. So she got a nice Eurasian look, right? Very good look. And then you can also see she puts her vocal range, and then she's put on her tour. So she's been in Miss Saigon. She's done a lot of cruise ships. A lot of people, when they're first starting off on Broadway, cruise ships are a great thing because they're always hiring cast consistently, right? The amount of cruise ships that are out there. So a lot of times you'll see, so right off the bat, from my experience, I know that she's more starting out, but she's obviously professionally trained. So this is somebody who now may be doing cruise ships. She's doing local regional theater that would eventually elevate to being on Broadway. So she went in her graduated school and went straight to Broadway. She's building up her career the right way. And this is the same thing that applies to models and actors. There's a right way to build up your career and layer that lasagna, to layer that experience, and the wrong way to do it, right? There's no jumping straight to the top. Jeffrey talked about that earlier. And you can see her training, right? She has training in dance, voice, acting, education. She has a BA in drama, associate, right? Skills and interests, very important on a resume. Basic baton twirling, splits, piano, bike riding, roller skating, blading, blood curdling scream. Look how interesting that is, right? So she chose to put her skill, right? So the aiming chose somebody for a horror movie, right? They need that little girl to get killed, and they need somebody who can scream. There she is. She can do big laughter. She understands basic French, digital art, Southern accent. Digital art's really interesting because a lot of times you can put stuff on your resume that may get you on set based upon some experience, especially for smaller independent projects. I'm great at photo editing. I have camera equipment. I have a moped. One of our guys we got on one of the shows in New York, Gossip Girl, because he had a moped. They needed somebody with a moped. He had one, so guess what? He booked the role. Okay, so it's always interesting to see that. You can see she got also her awards, right? So a nice, strong resume. Okay, So let's go over what a basic resume needs to have. So relate your role to the resume. This is a lot of times actors do not do this, right? And even models. When we're submitting stuff out, if something's for, a promotional campaign for a software drink company, I want to submit out the photos that would match what that client's looking for. I wouldn't submit out somebody's whole entire portfolio. If there's somebody was looking for something who's, the biker guy, the Harley guy, I want to submit out the photos that are more geared towards that. While that same person might do some photos that are, with a shaved beard, right? So now it's for like a Gillette commercial. So they want to see what the person looks like with a clean face. So I want to have access to different types of photos so I can spin it and pinpoint it right exactly towards what that client's looking for. So when you're working with an agency like Truth Management, or you're working with the people that we work with, they're going to be very specific to make sure you have the tools, the resources to be able to nail each and every role, or to nail as many roles as possible. Every little thing you do is like an edge, right? It's just a little bit. So relate your resume to your role. First, make sure your resume is relevant to the role you're pursuing. For instance, if you want to audition for a TV series role, match your resume to that part by listing your TV acting experience, if you have it, and your skills and training that are relevant to that position. So many times I see actors, they have one resume and that's it. And they have other types of experience, but they'll try and squeeze it all. Your resume shouldn't be more than 1 page long. Do not have 2-3 pages. You want to have multiple resumes that are geared towards the specific role. Include your contact information, right? Next, format your contact details, your full name, your role, like actor, thespian, current acting role, your current phone number, professional email address. If you have an agent, include their name, contact phone number underneath your details. I've seen so many times, and I'm talking people who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on their career, and I'll be at a casting and they'll submit their headshot, and then for some reason they don't have a way to contact them. Like they'll put their Instagram, like nobody's going on your Instagram. They need to have a way to find you. And it has to be a professional email. Like you see here, Tom, right? Tom.myers@gmail, right? It's not like bootylicious69@hotmail.com or something like that, okay? Include your physical characteristics, right? This is important to include your physical trait, include your height, your weight, hair and eye color, right? Clothing size. Is applicable to the part you're auditioning for. These details can further help a casting director find the best actor to play the character. Shoe size, right? A lot of times when you're doing fashion, or you're doing like commercial, you have to know what size shoes to bring to the set. They usually bring a couple of different pairs, but it's better to know your shoe size, right? If you have like a size 17, you're going to be very specific to how many shoe companies are going to work with you. You're probably not going to be working with normal shoe companies because that's like Bigfoot, right? But oh wow, now when roles come up where it's a shoe company that specializes in men with gigantic feet, well, guess what? You're probably going to land that role consistently over and over again because there's not going to be too many people that you're competing against with that. Wardrobe. A lot of times you have to have very specific measurements because, like, say you're doing a period piece. You're on HBO's The Gilded Age, right? The Gilded Age takes place, in the early 1900s in New York. So it's with the dresses and the suits, right? It's the, that look of that period, or a Civil War movie, or a Viking movie, or a futuristic movie, right? You're in a science fiction movie. The wardrobe needs to have an idea of your sizing, because a lot of times these outfits and so forth are going to be custom made. So it's very important for you to be aware of that, right? The whole point of this weekend is really to teach you guys not so much on how to find an agent, but how to become a person an agency wants. Because once you nail that in, then it's a matter of you choosing which agency you want to work with, right? You being able to have that alignment. Format your resume, objective or summary. After your basic details comes your resume, objective or summary. If you're starting your acting career, you might opt for a resume objective to highlight the role you're after, how you plan to use your skills on the job. If you you saw Holland, great example. She started talking about being an interviewer, right? Being on shows like the View, right? Being that host, right? So she would put together a resume that gears towards being a host. So now, as with her agent's help, she'd now be able to submit out for that. So it's understanding where you are in your career and being able to format your resume towards that. If you have extensive screen experience, you might choose to write a resume summary to showcase your acting history, skills, or awards. List acting roles in reverse chronological order. So many times I see this, people always make this mistake. List your acting experience in reverse chronological order, starting with your most recent or current acting role. Typically, it can be acceptable include up to 10 years of acting experience, especially if you have a long-standing role in a reoccurring series. That might apply if you're like doing daytime drama or something like that. Soaps, right? You'll see people be on soaps for many, many years. If you're just entering your acting career, you might list the roles you've taken in community theater projects as part of your training, or any other acting or stage work you have professional experience in. Additionally, your resume should leave out the dates of your past roles. So you don't put the dates in, you take the dates out. Include your education and training, most important. No matter your experience level, you should still include your education and acting training. List the name of your school or university, the date you graduated, your degree. You have special certifications, right? A lot of our talent, we bring them on set. We get them certified in firearm training. We get them certified in voiceover. We get them certified as production assistants. So we have multiple levels of certifications that our talent have the opportunity to go through to help heighten their resume and open up more doors for their success. Additionally, if you have completed any specialized training like stage or theater training, stunt coordination, our talent got the opportunity to get certified by the stunt coordinator from The Walking Dead. Our talent that are coming out to Las Vegas, they're actually going to be working behind the scenes, getting trained as an actual police officer, going through a police training, not only firearms, but safety, because that'll open up roles for them playing detectives, playing police officers, being able to understand how to handle a gun, how to be able to restrain a criminal, right? Having that, right? If you get a role to be a cop in a movie, right? How do you handcuff somebody? Do you know how to do all that? So being able to have those types of certifications now makes you more applicable to a lot of different roles. Being able to shoot a bow and arrow, being able to swim, scuba dive, right? Or any professional training, right? Being a barista, right? At a coffee shop, right? Those are specialized trainings that become valuable, right? So the coolest thing about being an actor is you can take any classes and those become able to become a part of your resume, because you never know when that little thing you can do, you know, switching poker chips, shuffling cards, right? All of a sudden that could be something that lands you a very special role, okay? So highlight that within that section. All right, here's another example, right? See Jane Doe here, right? Headshot, nice, great headshot. She's got a great look, clean look. She's versatile. She can play the best friend. She can play the sister. She can play the college girl, the college party girl. She can play the serious girl. She can play the girlfriend's best friend, right? She can play a lot of roles. She can play, you know, that evil girl in college, or the evil girlfriend or something. She can play a witch, right? So I see lots of different things. She can play a nurse, right? Young lawyer, young doctor, so forth. Okay, so you can see here, so Jane Doe, phone number, email address, any agency she's affiliated with. So this gives you guys an example. I know for those of you that are in our program, you guys should have access to this. So we send out formats where you guys just can fill in the blanks, right? Height 5'5", right? See, she's 5'5", so commercial print. Weight 140, brown hair, blue eyes. Singer also, you can see here, she put in her singing, her range, right? And then you can see name of show, the name of the role, name of the company, education, vocal training. So she's like Haviland, she has vocal training. She's done some concerts, recitals, honors, dance training. So you can see here, right? Then you can see her special training, right? Tumbling, cartwheels, full splits, right? Gymnast. So I see she has a background in gymnast. Comedic acting, right? So she's taken some stage performance on being able to do skits and understand the difference between dramatic and comedy, right? You guys are tomorrow, you guys are gonna get to meet Gino. He's gonna blow your minds with having you really understand that. So make sure you're here for tomorrow for that. And then of course, dancing, and she's also a certified piano instructor, means she knows how to play a piano, right? Very important. If you're in a scene, you may not actually be playing the piano, but you need to be able to know the keys, so it looks like you're actually playing that song. They may take that sound out, right? When you're filming, they'll add the sound in, but you just can't be randomly hitting keys. People like, they're not really playing, right? You actually have to be able to play the song. So again, you can see here she's not as experienced, but it's a great resume. So this is somebody who may not have the strength, right, to compete at the highest level, but this will get her on set. This will get her where she needs to be if you follow even something as simple as a format like this. The next thing you're going to need for models, they have what's called comp cards or Z cards. Usually they have one shot on the front, so they'll have like a main shot, then 4 photos on the back. They usually want to show a different range of characters, versatility. So actors have headshots, models have comp cards, and books. So books are their tear sheets, all the work they've done or different experiences. And then they also will have their stats and so forth. For all the talent we work with, they have access to this. They're able to log on to our database, and they're able to actually pick and choose the cards, and then just they can print them out. Just go to a CVS, a Staples, and print these out and so forth. So it's not something like it's very easy to do and easy to put together. We provide all of that for our talent. Then, the thing with modeling too, it's always understanding like, like for digital comp cards, that's how the agencies will be submitted out for models. So they submit out everything digitally. The paper comp cards is something the models bring and drop off when they go on the audition. So you can see here's an example, Leslie, right? She can show very successful talent. She lives out of New York. She's got a mom, she's a mom, a wife. She works really hard. She does a ton of training, does a ton of stuff. She's been on a ton of different TV shows. So you can see their example of her comp card. But when you're doing this, it's also understanding the photos that you get is depending upon the agency that you're going to be working with, right? We believe in versatility, being very unique. But a lot of times people are like, I want an agent. Okay, what agent do you want? Like, hello, what top agency in New York? I know the owner, been friends with him for 10 years. They're very specific. Like they like those models that are very trans, right? The males will have like a more of a feminine look to them. Females may have more of a masculine look to them. They're very specific. Like each agency, especially New York higher end agencies, they're very specific. They become known. Like Ryan Colby, he's been doing this for 40 plus years. He used to work with the former art director of Vogue magazine. You guys are going to meet him later today. He works with a lot of our talent. He books our talent all day and every day, but he's known for working with men, right? He's very specialized, and the boys and the men that he works with have a very specific look. So it's really, and he knows everyone in the industry, and that's why we're able to place people so fast and rapidly. But it's also like a lot of times people don't take the step back when you're putting your resume together to really understand what agency do you want to apply for? What do you think is the right agency for you? Right? It's not just about getting an agency, but making sure you're working with the right agency, somebody who's fighting for you, somebody who believes in you, somebody who wants to see you become successful. Okay, so very important there. Okay, again, we use Truth Management. That's our database. So everything we have, our talent have access to everything from submittals, the calendars. Really important. A lot of times these are things you don't think about, but like when you're working with an agency, like we work with a few hundred people at any one time. We're very small, so we're considered boutique, right? We're not working with tens of thousands of people. But it's like knowing like what your schedule is, right? If I know like when I'm planning something for TV and there's submittals, the job booking might be like 2 months from now, right? And 2 months from now, you may like know that you're supposed to be at a wedding, or maybe it's your own wedding, right? And like you get booked for the job and you're like, oh, but Mike, I'm supposed to be getting married that day. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You booked the job, like you need to be there, right? So having like a calendar, making sure you block out your dates. So you have to work with your agent. See, like this is real. Like this isn't make believe. Like I see people all the time. They spend all this money. They're on some database and like, okay, when did you talk to your agent? Well, I don't talk to them. I'm just on a database. Okay, that makes no sense to me. I don't understand that. Like, how could you be booking work? Like I got to know your calendar. I got to know what you're up to. Like where you're going to be. You planned out a vacation last year, right? Like my calendar, I booked my calendar out. My calendar is booked from now until December. So I know exactly every single month, every single week, what meetings I have, what events I'm going to be at. So I never ever double book myself. I'm never making that mistake. So like we provide the databases, we provide the tools, the resources for all of that. That's something you have to understand, whether you're working with us, you're working with Ford, Wilhelmina, Click, or any actual real legitimate agent, right? Or casting company, you have to have a relationship because you have a life, they have a life, the client has a life. You have to be able to match schedules. And it's a very small, minute detail, but I just want you guys to understand that. Like, especially if you decide not to work with us, you're trying to do this on your own. These are the questions you should be asking. Like, okay, great. How do I, when my calendar is booked, how do we make arrangements for that? Make sure I'm not being double booked. How many other talent do you represent that may have a similar look like me? What is my competition, right? It's understanding that you want, especially when you're first starting out, you want to work with a boutique agency because they're going to be able to have more time for you. They're going to be able to spend that time on development, getting to know you. Like if you speak with Deneen or Alicia or myself, there's not a single person on here we don't know. Like we know them very, very personally. You see Alicia all day saying hi, right? Hey, Stacy, what's up, right? We know all the talent. We're with them on set. We're consistently being able to work with them. So it's the same thing. And we make sure that the people that our talent get to work with, that they're like that. Like they may be some of the biggest names in the industry, but the reason they are who they are is because they care about their talent success. So that was a lot. I know it may feel like I threw a little fire hose at you, and you might be thinking now, wait, hold on, Mike. But what if I have no experience? How do I do this? This is great for the people who may have a ton of experience, but I'm brand new and I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting a little bit nervous here. Don't worry, I got you. Okay, that's what you're here for. So depending upon your acting experience, it'd be a good idea to include any special skills. So, everyone has to start someplace, right? We talked about age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. And it's the same thing, using your life experience, right? What are the things that you're good at? One of our more successful talent, his first booking was because he was able to juggle poker chips. He's gone on during COVID, he did 16 movies. Very first one was because the role needed somebody to be able to juggle poker chips. Like a poker player, they can like make the chips kind of go and slide around. He went on YouTube, he watched the video, he bought some poker chips, he practiced it. He wasn't great at it. But when he went on the audition, he was the only one who could actually do it. Nobody else even took the time to do that. And he booked the role. And that one role has now led him to well over probably 30, 40 movies over the past 4 years, consistently working. So it's, again, depending upon your acting experience, a good idea to include any special skill sets you've developed throughout your career and training. Teamwork skills, right? Great example. Actors should have experience working on a team, right? You're a manager, right? Things like that. You have to gear it towards utilizing your real life to show that you're great at teamwork, right? Being able to work on set. Time management skills, right? Being able to track your time spent in rehearsals during pre-production, preparing for productions can be crucial to maintaining an acting role. Interpersonal skills, because actors work with a diverse range of colleagues, the ability to build and maintain professional and personal relationships can be necessary to succeed in the industry. Emotional intelligence, playing a character, can depend upon an actor's ability to empathize with the story, and the ability to take on fictional roles complete with emotions, thoughts, can depend heavily on an actor's emotional intelligence. Casting directors want to see you succeed. We want to see you succeed. So it's a matter of just following the process, trusting this process, right? Again, special skill sets like choreography work, stunt coordination, musical talents, and any unique skills can sometimes be necessary to take on different character roles. Right? Strengths. What are your strengths, right? These are things you can put on a resume when you're brand new, right? Earning the trust of others, delivering results, learn to be curious, right? Never done learning. I'm always looking to learn and improve myself, curious about new possibilities, right? I focus on the key inputs and deliver them, right? Quality, timely fashion, right? I listen attentively, speak candidly, and treat others respectfully, right? Those are 3 great strengths. I want to work with that person. And I understand they may be new, but that sounds like a person I want to work with versus somebody who's not sharing that with me, right? Or these are things you can do. I will go a little bit more into this. So let's continue, right? Here's an example, right? Emily, right? So you can see here, right? So student, University of Arizona, communications major, leadership, hometown, Flagstaff, Arizona. Currently, she's working with the Walt Disney Company. Cool, right? She participated in the Disney College program. That's a great program. Those of you not familiar with that, it's a phenomenal training. They do like an internship every summer, right? Universal Cheerleaders Association. So yeah, I can see her. Okay, she looks like a cheerleader, right? Evelyn talks about that. Evelyn plays cheerleaders all the time. She plays coaches. She was never a cheerleader, but she leans into those roles. You can see here the activities she's done, right? She was National Priority Leadership. So again, showing leadership. She's won different types of awards. She has a variety of skills, Microsoft Office, iMovie. Okay, great. I'm an independent filmmaker. She'd be great to kind of help out with editing and having her on set. She's cute. So again, it's like putting together your resume in a way to showing you what makes you special, what you need, what types of training do you have. It's very important. Like for our talent, they're in the RSA. They're going to be working with people like Jeffrey Gurian. They're consistently working with people like Harlan and dozens of other coaches, people from The Sopranos, people from the Goldberg, people from Broadway, the Phantom of the Opera, some amazing people. So it's really important because that gets you on set. That gets you the work that you need. I'll tell you an example here. And a lot of times people don't realize this. A lot of times people get in their head. I one time did an audition with the town many years ago, the vice president of casting of Warner Brothers, all of North America, right? Girl comes in, Asian girl, little short, really cute, very petite. And she was kind of quiet. And Russell, that was casting director's name, he says to her, he's like, tell me something interesting about yourself. She goes, well, there's really nothing interesting about me. He looks at her and he's like, and he's trying, right? He wants her to get this role. She fit the look for it. He's like, okay, well, what do you do for a living? She looks at him and she goes, well, I'm a combat fighter pilot for the Navy. Like my mouth dropped. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. You're a combat fighter pilot for the Navy, and we just asked you, tell us something interesting about yourself, and you said there's nothing interesting. She goes, well, yeah, because that's just my job. Wow, see that? So what you may think is not interesting about yourself, somebody else is going to think is really interesting. Like Ricky, I love that beard. Could be Santa Claus, right? Right? To him, that's just his beard. That's the person he sees every day. But I see the characters he can play. So always realize that, right? It's what makes you special, what makes you unique. Okay. Listen, guys, you reap whatever you sow. Okay. It's like planting a seed, right? We spoke about this earlier. The best time to plant the seed was 20 years ago. Okay. Next best time is today. But understand this, understand your career. And a lot of times I don't want people to feel overwhelmed. I want to build up your confidence. In order to grow, you need to take a step back. This is how life works. Understand there are things in the universe and the world, just how they work, right? When you drop a seed into the ground, it doesn't actually pop up. The seed doesn't grow topwards. The seed actually goes down. Right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. The seed actually has to go down further and plant its roots and build a foundation. At that point, the seed can then sprout and push through. Okay? So look at that. Don't never feel overwhelmed. Understand like the basic principles of the universe, understand the basic principles of life. There's a rule book of success that we teach. And when you apply that, that's when your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. Okay. I want you guys to all be able to become the best version of you and beyond. So my name was Michael Fomkin. This was how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work. Motivation is what gets you started. Commitment is what keeps you going. And with that thought in mind, let me turn this back over to Miss Deneen and Miss Alicia, and I will see you guys later. We still got a full day. We got The Sopranos coming up next, and then Ryan Colby. All right, guys. I'll see everybody later. Thank you, guys.
How awesome was that? How many of you are like were taking a ton of notes so you can start crafting your resume right now? Like how many of you like started taking notes? How many of you want to be able to add even more to your resume? If you do, type me in the comments. If you want to be able to add even more, type me in the comments. Because let me tell you something. Every one of you has unlimited potential in you. Every one of you can take what Mike just taught you, what Haviland taught you, what Jeffrey Gurian taught you, what we're all teaching you today. You could literally take what we're giving you and start applying it right now. Here's the question I have for you. How many of you are willing to take action? If you are, type action in the comments. Because everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. I can't want it more than you do. I can't do the work for you. But if you're willing to do the work and you're willing to be all in and you're willing to go for it, the possibilities are endless. Are you guys excited? How are you? Okay, you know, if you're like, we've been sitting down for quite a while. Do me a favor, everyone. Get up for a minute. Get up. I know when I sit down, I'm like, oh, I get so tired. Everyone stand up. Lewis, I love your outfit today, sir. I love that shirt. All right. Jenna, good job. Have a good day at work. I'm so proud of you. Okay, just shake it out a little bit. We're not going to do any kind of orchestrated anything, but just please do get up, move around, bounce a little bit, get your blood flowing, shake your hands a little bit. Yeah, stretch. Let's do a good stretch. Thanks for the idea, John Norman. Stretch. Oh, we're in the home stretch, y'all. If this were a baseball game, we're in the 7th inning stretch. Okay. You feel a little bit better now that you moved around? Let's take some water too. Oh, dude. Yes, Kane, this call is being recorded. It'll be up in the school group by Wednesday. Let's everyone take a sip of water. You guys can sit down, take a sip of water. Or take 20 gulps like I did. Awesome. All right. We're going to keep this show moving forward. So earlier today, I told you that all of our success stories start on Zoom, right? How many of you heard me say that? every one of our success stories starts on Zoom. So what I'm going to do for the next couple of minutes is I'm going to share some of our success stories with you. Okay. And then we have Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos coming on. We have Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue, getting put on the hot seat by Alicia Kback. And let me tell you something, y'all. She feeling spicy today, so Ryan better be ready. Just saying. He's not on here, so he can't hear that. Awesome. Oh, okay. You know what? Why don't we do this? Jemima, can you do me a favor? And can you share the link for the school group in here? All right. If you can share a link for the free school group, the VIP Ignite Model and Actor free school group, that would be amazing. But I don't want you guys leaving right now. I'll go over. Is it okay if I go over that after Alicia puts Ryan on the hot seat? I want to show you guys the amazing thing that we have going on, because you know what? This boot camp is free. The only thing you're paying is your time right now to be on here, right? And I wanted to show you guys a really cool resource that we have. It is a school group. And the reason that I love it is because we put so much in there. Mike was like, Deneen, he was like Oprah Winfrey. Give them this, give them that. I was like, but Mike, he was like, no, I want to combat all the, Alicia called them the bad boyfriends earlier. I want to show them who's boss, and I want to give talent the most amazing resources. So I'm going to go over that after Alicia puts Ryan on the hot seat. I'm going to come back and I'm going to go over that with you guys, okay? But let me tell you something. How many of you want to grow? Raise your hands. Raise your physical hands. Give me a thumbs up. How many of you are like, okay, you know what? I want to be able, that resume Mike just talked about sounds amazing, but I don't have good training to put on it. Like, what can I do? I'm going to show you what you can do, okay? But before I do that, is it okay if I share a couple success stories with you? People that have gone through VIP Ignite that have gone on to do great things. And I'm going to kind of give you guys a little update on a couple of them too. Is that cool? If that's cool, type yes in the comments. All right, thank you. Kane is coming in all the way from Sweden. He had trouble getting on and like so encouraging. Thank you. All right, well, if you Angelique, don't worry. Angelique, you're a part of VIP Ignite now. I told you I got you. I got you. Okay, let's do this. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? John Norman, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Oh, Ronald Bush beat you to it. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go into slideshow mode. All right, so every one of our success stories starts on Zoom. Okay, you have to start somewhere, and everyone started on Zoom. Let me tell you a little bit about Brandon Hunter. So when we met him, he was in school full-time, living in Montana. He was going there. He was playing football. After that, during that time, he met us, and he was like, you know what, this is something I want to do. But he was dabbling at that time because he was a full-time student. He came to one of our photo shoots in Las Vegas. These two shots on the left are from him in Las Vegas. He met his agent there. How many of you know that if you're put face-to-face with the right people, you're going to kick butt? But Brandon wasn't ready to get started. He knew he wanted to go on to get an MBA, so he went on to get an MBA. Plus, he had a girlfriend who got a little bit jealous when she saw some of these pictures, right? So fast forward, Brandon graduates from college with his MBA. He's like, okay, you know what? It's time for me to get really started. So he had an agent that was interested in him because he met him. He was face-to-face with the agent. Oh, by the way, the agent he met through us. Now, Brandon is working full-time in the entertainment industry. I just found out this week that he is going to Dubai. How many of you would love to be an international model? It all started on Zoom because he said yes to an opportunity that was presented to himself. He showed up for his own success. And you know what? He took the tools and resources that we gave him and he put them to use. How many of you are willing to do that? How many of you are willing to take the tools and resources that we give you and put them to use? Kick butt. And maybe, who knows, international modeling might be for you. This is Masharat Swinson. Another great story. He's a full-time student currently in San Francisco. When he first started working with us, he was like, I just want to do acting. Like, he had no desire to do modeling. He was very shy, very introverted. Talk about self-doubt. He had a lot of self-doubt. He said yes on a call, one of Alicia's calls. She offered him the opportunity to start working with us. He said yes. Started on a Zoom call. He took another opportunity. It's going to sound crazy. He came to an event for entrepreneurs. And like, you might be thinking, why would he do that? I don't understand. Because you know what? Entrepreneurs are always looking for models. They're looking for actors. They're looking for people. He said yes. He came out to an event. He met someone who changed his life. He met a coach that was able to help him break out of his shyness, break out of his self-doubt, break out of his insecurity, and become the person that he knew he was inside the whole time. Now, Masharad, not only is he an actor, and he's still going to school full-time in San Francisco, he recently walked not one season, but 2 of New York Fashion Week. He has walked for some of the biggest designers. You see this photo here on the far right? Huge Japanese designer. How many of you would love that opportunity? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. All because he said yes to his own success. He showed up. He took the tools and resources that we gave him and he put it to use. And you know what? One of the most grateful people that you will ever meet in your whole entire life. I know this guy here is going far. You know why? Because he shows gratitude. I talk a good impression being grateful for the opportunities that you're afforded. Speaking of opportunities, how many of you would love the opportunity to go to New York Fashion Week and meet with Isaac Mizrahi, huge designer? How many of you know him? Oh my gosh, when I saw this picture, I was like, why didn't you guys call me? I would have come up, but obviously I didn't. But how awesome is that? New York Fashion Week. How many of you would love that opportunity? When you say yes to your own success, when you show up for your success, this is what happens. We give you the tools and resources and connections that you need to create your own success because we gave you the tools and resources. This here is Natasha Kraus. At the time of these photos, she was 15 years old. Now she's 16 years old. When she came on to one of Alicia's Zoom calls, she was already signed by a huge agent in LA. And Alicia was like, you're already signed to a huge agent. And Natasha's mom, Rubia, said, you know what, Alicia, you're right. She is signed to an agent, but you know what I know she needs? More connections. Everyone type more connections in the comments. She came to our event in Miami. She's came out to another event in Orlando. She's come out to so many events. She's one of our inner circle members, just like Masharad is. And let me tell you something. Natasha kicked butt. There's a huge SAG franchised agent that saw her and she's like, oh, she's cute. I like her. And then she kept watching her develop. She kept watching her grow because she kept showing up for her own success. She signed that the contract with the other agent ended, snapped up in 2 seconds because she and her mom show up for their own success. She lives in San Francisco. There are times where her mom will drive her 9 hours from San Francisco to Los Angeles for an audition, and that 15-minute audition, turn around and go home. Are you that dedicated to your success? If you are, type yes in the comments. This is Adi. She's another one of our inner circle members. When we met her, she knew that this is something she wanted to. She wanted to be a model. She wanted to be an actor. And again, she was on one of Alicia's calls. When Alicia interviewed her and her mom, she found out that she was at this huge conservatory in New York City, spent a lot of money on that conservatory. But you know what she got out of that conservatory? Not very much, which is why she got on our call, why she's a part of our inner circle. She has agents in Europe that are fighting over her because she showed up for her own success. She came to one of our events. She came live in person and she made a great impression. They love her. They're like, okay, you know what? How can we do that? How can we get her to work with us? That's what we do at VIP Ignite. We introduce you to people who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life, but you have to show up for your own success. Are you willing to do that? This is one of my favorite stories. This is Mireya. So when we met Mireya, she was doing everything all wrong. She was doing free photos. She was doing it all wrong. Okay. She came on one of Alicia's calls and I had the opportunity to interview her. And she was like, Deneen, I think I'm going to try this out. And I would love to go back. I have to have a conversation with her one day because if you were to tell Alicia, hey, I want to try this out, she'd be like, disconnect, bye-bye. But I was like, okay, you want to try it out? Let's try it out. So she did. She tried it out. She came on to one of our calls and she would get on all of these training calls that we do. She got started with us during the craziness of 2020. So she would get on the calls, but she only got on the calls with the agents. never about acting, never about, only with the agents. And then one day I saw her on a call with Margot Bingham from The Walking Dead, learning about lighting and cameras. And I was like, I almost called her and said, hey, you're in the wrong call. This has nothing to do with modeling. But of course I didn't. And the next thing I know, her lighting is getting better. Her camera presence is getting better. She's speaking. She's like growing leaps and bounds. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. She got on one of these calls and one of the agents reached out to her and reached out to us and said, oh my God, I need to speak to her. And we were like, okay. So Mireya called me. She's like, Deneen, like what? Like, they want to talk to me. What do I do? I'm like, have the conversation, go to the office, take the meeting. She went the next day. I have a whole video of her. The next day she called me right after the meeting. She's like, Deneen, they want me to sign a contract. What do I do? I said, sign the contract, sign the contract. Like, how many of you would make me sweat like that? What do I do? You sign the contract, right? A couple months later, I'm innocently watching football. Okay. I love football. I'm innocently watching the Patriots opening game of the NFL season. And all of a sudden I see this here in the corner. I'm like, oh my God. Mike's like, what? I was like, imagine in June, you're just a normal person going about your business. You get signed by an agent. 3 months later, you and your husband, this is her husband. Three months later, she and her husband are on a commercial for the NFL shop. I get so excited I can't even talk about it. Then I see her on Starbucks ads. I was in Arizona at a photo shoot and I got a call from someone. Oh my God, I saw her on a billboard in New York City. I was like, oh. A couple months earlier, she was doing everything all wrong. She took the tools that we gave her, she and her agent, and now look at her. Okay, let me tell you a little more of a backstory. We talked about how money is an obstacle for a lot of you. So when she first started working with us, she was earning $35,000 a year as a church secretary in California, okay? We all know how expensive California is. The last time I spoke to her agent, she got paid 6 figures. Type 6 figures in the comments. She got paid 6 figures for one commercial. How many of you would love the opportunity to earn 6 figures for like 2 or 3 days worth of work? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. I've been going through text messages, helping Alicia out with that. Oh, why aren't you doing this? This is what we do. We take what we do really seriously, and we're really good at it. Over 10,000 success stories. That's why at the beginning of the call, I was telling you guys, you know what? I love talking about Mireya and Adi and Natasha and Brandon and Masharad. But here's my question for you. Can you guys help me out a little bit? Is it okay if I ask you for a favor? Can you help me out? Can one of you please become my next success story so I can feature you on one of these calls? Would you guys like that? Who would like to be my next success story? If that sounds like you, type success. And when I say my success story, that's just because I'm wearing the VIP Ignite shirt. It's our success story. Because you know what? If you had a team like Mike Fompkin, brains coming out, like he has brains oozing out of his ears. Like you cannot help but be around him and learn and grow. If you had Alicia, she's a freaking bulldog. How many of you want a bulldog in your corner fighting for you? And then me, like Hovland said, she's the cheerleader. I'm kind of the company cheerleader too. How many of you know that if you had a team like us in your corner, that you would have no choice but to be successful? How many of you want that? Do you guys want that? Because that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. I just wanted to brag on a couple people, okay? And I love so much having the opportunity to do this. I love what I do, and I'm really good at what I do. And I love having the opportunity to share with you guys amazing stories like that. Because you know what I know? I know that one of you sitting on this call right now is going to be the person I'm going to be talking about in a couple months. I know that. I told you guys before, if anyone heard my live this week, I knew that this boot camp has a sense of destiny, and I don't say that lightly. And if you've been on my boot camps, I don't I don't normally say that, but I know that this boot camp, there's a couple someones that are super special on this call right now. And it's my job to help you get to that point so I can start talking about other people. I mean, again, I love them. Like I love all of them so much, but I'm ready to start bringing up some new success stories here at VIP Ignite. Guys, again, I love what I do. And I could sit here and talk to you guys all day, but I have someone way cooler waiting in the wings than me. Okay, are you guys excited? So we've talked about, hold on. Kane's like, keep talking to me, keep telling me more success stories. Don't worry. I could go around the room and talk about so many people, but what we need to do is we do need to keep this going because I want to be cognizant of your time. Okay. So I have a very good friend who's coming on next, and we've talked about modeling. We've talked about mindset and transformation. We've talked about voiceover and Broadway. We've talked about creating an actor's resume. But let me ask you guys a question. How many of you know that your network is your net worth? Type that in the comments. My network is my net worth. And I want you to understand something. There's someone on this call right now who you're going to befriend over the next couple of years, because I know that you guys are going to become a part of VIP Ignite. That goes without saying. And I know that there's someone on this call that's going to help out one of the other people on this call, because that's the way community works, right? We're a community. We're not just a bunch of individuals like all living our lives. We're a community here at VIP Ignite. And that's why I love our next speaker. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about him, and you'll understand at the very end why I'm so passionate about his story. So Robert Finaro was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent Finaro, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. Finaro began acting professionally in New York theater with a European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, where they became friends. Robert's breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. How many of you love that show as much as I do? From then on, he has gone on to be known for multiple TV and film roles such as The Sinner, Ron Tonetti with Jessica Biel and Bill Pullman, Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Bricker with Quincy Tyler Bernstein. He was on HBO's Vinyl as Tony Del Greco, directed by, some of you may have heard of this guy's name, Martin Scorsese. He was also in The Irishman as Johnny with Robert De Niro and American Gangster opposite McCann. Oh, hold on. American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. And he is forever thankful to his friend, James Gandolfini, for, as they say in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only Mr. Robert Finaro. And let me tell you, we're so excited around here. Caden's even screaming in the other room.
Thank you, Deneen. Beautiful.
You're welcome. How are you doing today, sir?
Erudite and clear and dynamic and beautiful. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. All things are possible. It can happen. With perseverance and eternal desire, you can do this. I promise you, it can be done. I'm doing fine.
We have a guest star.
Guest.
Hey, Kaden.
Camera.
Hey, Ellie.
Camera right there.
Hey, Kaden. Big boy. You're getting to be a big boy.
Say hi, Bobby. Say, forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Michelangelo, the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, forget about it.
He's too cool for school. I told him that one day when he sees those pictures with you, his friends will realize what a cool kid he is. He's a badass.
Oh, yeah.
You are.
He's bad.
He's been at the beach today.
Oh, you went to the
Nice.
beach without?
Nice.
Oh, be careful. Good job.
Nice, everybody. Great.
Did you hear that?
It's great to be here.
It's great to have you.
I see
So
some of the regulars here. I see my Reginald, Mrs. Ryan's here, and I see Masharu. I don't know if he's here, but I see some of the regulars from the workshop. Louis is here, and yes, and Solange, and if I didn't mention your name, forgive me. We don't want to waste time. Let's get to the chase. What's happening?
So, Bobby, just can you talk a little bit about your career and how you got your start? I know that your big break was in The Sopranos, but that wasn't day one. And I think so many times people think, oh, overnight success. So can you talk a little bit about the early part of your career?
Sure, sure. Well, experience is the greatest teacher that one could have. And once you've got a good foundation, I needed to get a good foundation early on. I started at HB Studios, and I did a play with Paul Sorvino, and this play we were understudies, and he gave us an opportunity to the Rainmaker. Gary Sandy from WKRP was in it, and we did something at Fairleigh Dickinson University in New York, and he was trying to start an American theater like the group theater, but which is so hard to do in our society because we really don't have a social theater network. It's more capitalized in capitalism. So anyway, after we had done the play, I said to myself, I really have no idea what I'm doing up here. Even though I studied with Herbert Berghoff, not Uta Hagen, but Herbert Berghoff, because we really weren't working on the process of doing a play. So I met a friend, God rest his soul, David Seminon at the Drama Bookstore. And if you're in New York, you should make a visit to the Drama Bookshop because it's a great place, a wonderful place where you can learn about plays and what's right for you. And they're very helpful there. And I befriended David, and David said to me, actually, he was helping me out at the time. He had a small little room he allowed me to rent in his apartment building. And he said, you know what, Rob, I think you should study with Bobby Lewis from the group theater. And I said, David, I don't have basically, excuse my French, a pot to piss in. I can't afford anything. He said, don't worry about it. I'm going to lay out the money for you. And one day you're going to give me that money back. And that's what happened. He laid out the money for me. I went with Bobby Lewis, which was the same method of teaching advice to the players, which I teach or I direct in our workshop, our intensive, and also our general class. And after doing that, I booked a role on A Streetcar Named Desire, a European tour. And on that tour was James Gandolfini. He played Mitch. I played Stanley. It was my first working job. We got paid in Deutschmarks, about 600. The mark was really up there in American dollar as opposed to the American dollar. So I got paid in good money, and I made sure that I saved money, not like James. He'd spend it all up, and he was Tony Soprano. So having a good time, a fun time. But I made sure I'd save to give David back his money, and I was very thankful. And, that's how I got my roots. And of course, later on, James came down Caroline's on Broadway, where I was working, not working as an actor, but as a manager there, that great comedy club. And he asked me if I wanted to audition. He couldn't promise me anything. And I landed a role in 2000. And ever since then, I've been working professionally. It was a great learning experience. It was my first professional job, Sopranos. So I was kind of thrown into the pool and said, swim, like my Uncle Nick did to me when I was trying to pass the swim test in Newburgh. He threw me in and said, now swim. And he tried to show the lifeguard. Same kind of a thing, a frightening, fearful experience that I got through. So don't be scared. You can learn on the job also. But that's how I got my job, Deneen. Basically, by doing the work, by working, looking for the job, taking workshops, taking class, getting into a job, it led to other things like that network. Any one of you can be booked on a job tomorrow. I'm just saying it could happen. And then I hope you will, the friends that you've made here at VIP Ignite, send the elevator down for some of your friends to help them out because it's kind of tough out there. And James helped me. But that's basically it, Deneen. That's how I really got my start, by working in theater,
Yeah, no, I love that story because you had to put in the work.
Yes.
And I think so many times, like I interview so many talent and they're like, I'm a natural talent. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. What have you done? Because you know what? We had Jeffrey Gurian on earlier. I think I'm sure you guys know each other. If you
from the Carolines, yes.
Yeah. So he was on and he was talking about like you have to put in the work. And that's what everyone, I feel like that's what people miss out on. Okay. I'm a natural, I'm this and that. Like performing professionally is completely different than performing for your family. Right? Like
Yes.
I could make my friends and family laugh really easy. You put me on stage, like, I don't know if I'd be able to do it. So can you talk a little bit about, like, you talk about doing the work and loving the work. I feel like that exemplifies you because even now, like you were on The Sopranos, you were on so many amazing shows. You're always doing that, but you're still putting in the work. So you talk about like how much you have to love the work.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think part of that is like even today I'm doing something in November and I have my friend, my neighbor coming in and rehearsing with him and just reading the script nice and kind of getting it inside my brain and trying to get the rhythm and the music in my head. So it's all about doing the work. It's all about applying yourself. Of course, you know, everyone here is a special person, no matter what background you're from, no matter what type of American you are, what you represent. It's a very important thing to say that you want to be an actor, not just for the sense of vanity and everyone knowing you, but you have a responsibility to mirror society and basically all good work is based on three things. Is it true? Is it meaningful? And is it interesting? Those three things are very important in your work. So you bear a great responsibility to society, besides the fun times and the joy you get, because you could be working on a comedy and getting a lot of joy out of that. Young Frankenstein, maybe on Broadway, who knows? But you move on from there, and then there are other jobs. But you know, the real answer lies in studying and then applying yourself to working in the business. It's not easy, but if you're not focused, you know, you don't want to, there's a saying, David Mamet says, invent nothing, deny nothing. So if tomorrow an agent from VIP says, you know, I think there's a good job for you. Yeah, you should say, I'm scared of doing that. You should go ahead and grab that. You know, you don't want to deny someone who really is interested in you, but you also don't want to invent a new system of learning or trying to find an agent, trying to get work, and you're going to frustrate yourself. So you need to bear down on your experience of taking workshops, art workshops, and applying yourself. It can be done. It's possible. Now the business has changed a little bit since the COVID. It seems that there's a little bit more live streaming and a lot of production companies are getting around the unions and stuff, but that doesn't mean that doesn't apply to you. Sometimes not having a union card could be your best asset because the director can't afford to go the union route. Yet that director produces that show and someone in Hollywood says, you know, this is a brilliant show. I'd like to really produce it with the union and professionally. And guess what? You're going to be in it. How about that, Deneen?
I love that so much. And let's talk a little bit. This is one of Alicia's favorite topics about joining the union. So obviously when you were on The Sopranos, like before you joined, you weren't a part of the union, but being on The Sopranos, you had to become a part of the union.
Yes.
But I think so many times talent, it sounds so sexy. Oh, I'm in SAG. I got my SAG card. But I love what you just said because a lot of times being in SAG is great. But you're competing against every person who looks just like you, who has a lot more experience than you for those roles. But if you're not in SAG, it kind of gives you a little more of the flexibility wherein you can become a part of different productions, like what you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah. So you don't have to join SAG until you need to join SAG. When I first was on Sopranos, I wasn't a union member. Believe it or not, I wasn't. And then when I made the threshold of money, which is a certain threshold, the union says, oh, you have an actor on the show who made that threshold and he has to join the union. And then production calls you up and says, oh, Rob Bobby, you have to join the union because SAG told us. So just the card, you need the card when you need to join, just like having an equity card, an actor's equity card. Yes, I have my actor's equity card. It proves that I'm a professional theater actor, but that's all it does. I don't really work a lot in equity. I do look for theater jobs because I really love that the best, but I haven't yet to be. I've been off Broadway, but not on Broadway. But just having that card doesn't give me a ticket into getting into casting. What's going to get you in casting? Now, years ago, they used to do it that the casting directors would go and see shows and they would look, and now they go online, live streaming shows. Don't think that they're not watching live streaming stuff. And you put yourself in that, they're going to see your work and they're going to say, oh, I like that person. Who was that person? I'm going to call him in next time. As long as he comes across my desk, perhaps with an agent or a manager, I'm going to call him in. So the talent pool is widened, but in a positive way also, in a sense. A good example of that is Stevie Van Zandt. He was cast on Sopranos. David Chase was watching an award show, and maybe it was live streaming, I'm not sure, but on TV, and he was writing Sopranos, and he said, you know what? There's something about that guy. I want to see if he can act. I think I want to try him out for Tony Soprano. And he did, but James wound up getting the role, Gandolfini, and he stayed as Silvio. So there was something that, you know, if you're putting yourself out there is the most important thing as opposed, but the union is not a ticket to, everyone says, I get the union card and now I am a success. Well, good luck with that. Because it don't work.
Yeah, and the union card isn't free. I think it's what, like $3,600 now to get in, and then you have to pay dues every year. So it's something you don't want to do until the time is right.
Right. When you
Because
start
if you-
working, when you start working and you start getting a lot of work and or whatever, the union's going to tell you, oh, he has to join, and then you're going to have to join. But they have payment plans and everything like that, so you don't have to worry about that, you know.
But yeah, I think so many times that people are like, oh my God, I'm in the union, which is great. Like we had one talent who joined the union, but like I love him, but he lives in the middle of nowhere and he hasn't really, he had the opportunity because he got enough vouchers, but he didn't have to join. So we're like, you should have asked before you did that, because then now you also can't go do independent films. It stops you from doing a lot.
Yes, that's true. That's true. So your asset without a card, there's a lot of it's a great asset. So I mean, don't spoil your chances at doing a non-union film until you really need to have the card. The union doesn't tell you not to do a job. Although if you're getting paid a good amount of money, there are discrepancies in terms of doing union jobs. But the union doesn't tell you not to do like an independent job. But what the union says to you is that we're not going to protect you. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to protect you in sense of getting paid. We're not going to protect you in sense of getting overtime. If you're working too much, you get overtime. If you're working beyond it, you get meals, breakfast, you get a break after a certain amount of hours. These are all the union rules and they have to abide by them. When you work outside of the union, you forfeit those rules. You forfeit that. Now, the union doesn't want you to work outside. I respect that. But at the same time, it's not impossible for you to get a job outside the union, but just know they're not going to protect you, Deneen. You know? And most times you may not get a residual off of whatever you do unless it's picked up and officially done as a SAG project. I'm still making residuals from years and years back. So it's important to stay within the realm of the union. But that's what really the union does. It protects you.
Yeah. And that's what it's done traditionally throughout, not only with SAG, but all of the unions. Like traditionally,
Yes.
they're there to protect the rights of the workers. So talk to me a little bit about, I caught you say this, your first love is theater. So can you talk to me about the difference between, first of all, why is theater your first love?
Well, it's the live experience. It's if the audience is there, you can feel their heartbeat. You feel your heartbeat. You're one with them. It's like listening to music. You're there at that concert, and it's the music, the vibes are filtering through you. The same thing with theater. It has that same vibe. It's filtering through you. You feel right then and there. You get that one chance. You can't do it over again like in film.
Yeah.
But it's really a great training because you get to learn how to do it right that first time. So it really sharpens you when you do get on a film. It definitely sharpens your sense of getting it right or getting it wrong and then doing it again, because you only get one shot and you have to move on. It also is like you learn from the theater that, and I just had this kind of experience when I just did a short film in Connecticut, and you can't second guess yourself in the theater in the sense that you screwed up a line. And you can't think about that line. Oh, I fucked that up. I'm sorry for cursing. I screwed that line up.
Okay.
And then I
We're
screwed
all
the line
adults
up.
here, I
And then
think.
if you keep on thinking about I screwed that line up, you're not going to know your next line, right? So you have to throw that out and keep going. And that's what you have to do. in takes in film and TV. You throw it out and you keep going. You don't think, oh, that take was good. You can't judge that. You got to judge. You can get a feel for it, but the director is going to tell you, oh, that's good enough. That's good. Let me do one again. I'll do one again. So you're not, it's all based on, everything is based on intention in life. So in this scene or in this play, you will have an overall intention, just like every single person here wants to not get a union card. They want to share a great experience with everyone. They want to be a professional actor. That you're taking all the actions on being a professional actor. If I came into a room and said, you're not going to do this, you might say to me, you're wrong. I hope you would say you're wrong and say, I can do this and I'm going to move on because you're a negative person and I'm going to move on to do something else. But we all have an intention, but that's what theater does. It trains you to sharpen your instrument, but it also has that live experience, which can't be replaced. On the film, you have the lighting guy, you have the other actors in the scene, and you have the DP, and then you might do a couple of shots and the DP comes to me, that was great. That was good, man. And the director says, perfect. It's not the same because when the theater, you might get a clapping, like, yeah. And that's what it's like, a ball game. That's what it's the difference,
Yeah, there's nothing for me, there's nothing better than live theater. I love going to the theater and just the energy. And I like what you said too. Like, you get that instantaneous gratification. So if you give a funny line the right way, the audience is laughing, or maybe if it's a drama, like the Streetcar Named Desire is very dramatic. So you hear people crying after you've said something, and there's just something about that that's just, it's always been so magical for me. And
Hamilton was a wonderful play that really did that. And I saw that on Broadway. It's just a very moving play. Same thing to see Hamilton in TV on the TV on Netflix. It's a great experience, but to see it happening live, boy, it blows you away.
Yeah, I feel like you guys can hate me if you want. I feel like a lot of times TV and film falls a little short of, like, they're manipulating. I don't know. Anyway, but that could be some of the acting I've seen too. But like, definitely like seeing like Les Mis live, or the greats. There's just something about it that just draws you in.
It takes a lot of focus, Deneen, in film to have the courage. So, I have something that I want to share with people here.
Yeah.
And the courage to say, forget all that stuff, that's second guessing. I'm going to try to get this right. I'm going to try to be as truthful as I can in this scene, and to really be natural and to apply my ideas, and to leave yourself alone and let it happen. It's thrilling too. It's just a little bit different when you see it, but when you're doing it, you get that thrill. But then you walk off and you go home, and then you make yourself a glass of wine. But at the end of the day, you say, well, I feel good about it. I felt really good about what I did. The worst thing is to second guess yourself. Then you can't do that. You got to keep moving forward.
Yeah. And that's where improv training comes along. And the thing about theater too is that you have a chance tomorrow and the next day and the next day. As long as the show is running, you have a chance. So every time it's a new experience for you as the actor, as well as for the audience. And one of our good friends, Robert Galinsky, taught me this, and this is something I will never forget. He talks about how an actor has a moral responsibility to the character that they're portraying, to bring that character to life. They have a moral obligation to the person who wrote the character to portray the character the way it was intended. And they have a moral obligation to the audience, because the audience doesn't know if this was your best performance or your worst performance. It's the only one that they're seeing. So I feel like that's the responsibility of an actor, but not only for theater, but also when you're going into TV and film, because like you have an obligation to when TV and if you mess up in theater, like you get a little less applause or something like that. But when you are someone who's not trained and you're going into TV and film, if you keep making the same mistake, you're talking, there are tens of thousands of dollars sometimes on the line by you making those mistakes.
Yeah, you gotta be on time. That's number one. You gotta
Yeah.
be on time, be there early, get there early, get yourself coffee. You don't want to eat you want to, before you're seen, you don't want to eat, you don't want to get tired. You want to stay hungry, because if you stay hungry, you maybe have a chance of getting what you want. You want to apply yourself in a truthful manner. So there's an etiquette. I mean, there's a way of doing it. And this is what I try to impart to everybody in the workshops. You know what I'm saying? So it's important, and you have to apply yourself, Denise?
Yeah, you definitely do. So speaking of applying yourself, you've worked with some greats. Okay, you've had the opportunity to work with people like Martin Scorsese, as you call him, Marty. Can you talk about what is it like being on set with someone like, I mean, he's a living legend. What is it like being on set with him?
Well, you have to really say, I was chosen by him to do this. And you can't say, oh, well, I'm going to be with Marty. I mean, like James Gandolfini told me a long time ago that if you're going to be like kind of like starstruck, then you should kind of get out of the whole business, because you have something to give as well as Robert De Niro or Harvey Keitel. Yours is as important as them, even if it is a small role. You do the best you can with it to bring it. But getting back to Marty, you're chosen, and once you're chosen, you have the confidence in knowing, well, he really likes my work, and he likes what I did in the audition, so I'm going to try to bring that into the when we shoot the scene. So, for instance, in The Irishman with Robert De Niro, I struck up a relationship with Robert because I had a couple of friends that knew him, that worked on The Deer Hunter with him, that worked on Once Upon a Time in America. So I had to be his friend. So I wasn't afraid of not trying. You got to have guts and saying hello to him, trying to break the ice, because it only can help you. And then Marty, of course, the best directors. This is like I try to do, and I try to do it on the workshop, because I sometimes I go 3 hours. We talk about that because I want everyone to get a chance. You know what I mean? And I want to give everyone the greatest possible chance. And I take pride in what I do. Marty creates an environment that you feel at ease. You can't, when you're with it, and you're going to have some jobs where the director's not going to have very much patience with you. You might screw up the line. You got to kind of focus on what you have to do, and know that, well, this is just one experience. I'm going to have better experiences with men like Marty Scorsese, because he's going to create, and like myself or whatever, if I can compare myself with him in a sense of creating an atmosphere that's really at ease, that you feel good. It's almost like that atmosphere of yourself, making yourself a cup of coffee. There's no nerves. There's no, I'm not going to say you're not going to have nerves. You are going to be nervous. We all got to accept that we're going to be nervous before the take, but we're going to do numerous amount of takes. And then in the theater, you're always going to have the next night to correct the things that you feel that weren't correct the night prior. Maybe the way you're playing it, you try something different. And that's just what you do on set. But that's the greatest thing, working with these people, and like Josh Brolin, even with Ridley Scott. He was a very nice gentleman, and he's pretty upfront. And I made a suggestion to him, and he said, I don't think it's a good idea. I said, okay. I wasn't going to fight with him and say, I'd like to do that, but I did have the guts to say, I think I should be in this scene. He said, no, I don't think you're there. And I said, okay, no problem. So I say, Ridley, you may have been right on Gladiator, but I'm telling you, I'm from New York. No, I didn't do that. I just, I mean, if I knew him a lot better. I mean, I just watched the thing about Gene Wilder, when he was doing the Willy Wonka.
Yeah, that was that documentary. That was so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, that was
Alicia
powerful.
and I were just talking about that.
Yeah, with the cane, and he said that to the director, I'm not going to do this unless the cane, I'm faking that I have a limp. And it was so appropriate for the character. He fought for that. He wouldn't do it. The director had to succumb to him doing it because he wasn't going to get Gene Wilder. He was the best person. When you get that kind of fulcrum or leverage, then you could do something like that. But you'll find that the best directors are the ones that put you at ease and make you feel okay about yourself. Even the best acting coaches, they make you feel okay. I think we've made some really progress, especially Solange was working on Star Spangled Girl, and Masharad, who was working on The Black Rider. I think the African American theater is a great theater. I think it's also a theater that's rising to new levels because that experience is their experience. Whether or not you live wherever you live, it's important. Someone might come to your neighborhood. Someone may come to Rajay's neighborhood, or Lee Porter's neighborhood, Shona's neighborhood, Lenina's neighborhood, and say, we're casting a film. We want non-union actors. Okay. You say, you know what? I'm going to go and see if I can do that. You get on the set, and all of a sudden, what the director says, Denzel, well, it could be Denzel. He could be directing. He directs also, although he's doing Gladiator in September. He's done a million things. He could say, you know what? I like your quality. I'll give you a couple lines. It could happen, folks. You don't know. The theater and film, they were just doing Poker Face. I mean, I auditioned for it. So I didn't get it. But what I'm saying is it could be around, but they were casting background actors. And, nothing's impossible if you get yourself on the set and you do the right thing and you behave correctly. The first thing you got to do is listen to the director. So if he says, just go walk down there, the AD says, we want you kind of looking at the coffee label and checking it out. And so you check out the coffee label, right? But you're not going to check out the coffee label like okay.
You're a background extra. You're not
commercial.
You're not supposed to draw attention to yourself.
I listen. Bobby says in the workshop, he wants me to check the coffee label out. So I'm going to pick it up, maybe put my glasses on and look at it. And then put it down. See, you've learned the first thing about acting. You had a little intention and you did it. You did it naturally. And you weren't thrown off the set because they will throw you off the set.
Again,
but it's not possible. Everybody here, Devin, everybody here, it's possible that if you're ready, it can happen for you. You just got to be ready. So you want to know, like I wanted to know, how the process of doing a play, which I learned from Bobby Lewis. And what I try to do in the workshop is a first reading. You kind of get to know, but you got to try to convey some sort of intention. And then that's followed by a production talk. And the production talk has what your character wants, what's the overall intention of the play, what's the theme of the play, what's the moral compass of the play, like Rob Galinsky was talking about. Yeah. And also, are there characteristic elements in the play that can define who you are? You know what I mean? It could be with your glasses, and he's always teaching, and it's like a pointer. And you know what I'm saying to you, John? You can't divide 40 by that in itself is a little bit of a character element. We try to sift the play of ideas because it's in the words of the play that you might get an idea. For instance, for Streetcar Named Desire, I think it is Blanche who describes Stanley as a gorilla. Well, Brando took that note and he kind of use that animal kind of a thing. If you watch him, he had the arms and he kind of, when he walked, look at James Caan when he's walking in The Godfather, he walks like, he never walked like this, but that little walk like that, walking down to beat the crap out of Carlo, it scares the crap out of you, but he was like an ape. He was like an animal, and he was a hot-tempered tiger. He wasn't like Michael. Michael was more reserved. He was more of a watchful eye. Michael was more like an eagle, So you watch these things, and that's the production talk, followed by putting it up on its feet, and followed by a farewell performance. So we have the whole process. A lot of times, Deneen, everyone knows this. I'll tell the actors, where's the script? It's the first reading. You memorize the script. I don't want you to do that. I want you to slowly, like osmosis, get it inside you slowly. You got to crawl, get to know it a little bit. Then you're like a baby, he starts to crawl, and then he gets up on his feet. He's walking a little bit faster, and then all of a sudden he's running. We hope that you're running by the time you get on that set, So there it is. So you become your own director, really. Yeah, you are your own director because you're going to bring your ideas to an audition, or you're not going to bring your ideas. But if you have a sense of technique, you'll be able to bring your ideas. For instance, why you dress. It's important too for an audition. I'm not saying dress exactly like a continental soldier if you're doing a Revolutionary War thing.
That might
but I
get you beat up if you're walking down the street
Okay,
in
you know.
Brooklyn, New York.
Right. But I mean, here's something that shows you have a sense of military. You know what I mean? So hope that answers your question, Vinny.
No,
Everyone.
it definitely does. And there's a story you tell, and I love the story so much because when you were in The Irishman, you had the opportunity to do some improv and give a little of your flair to your character. Can you talk a little bit about that?
The Irishman, right?
Yes.
Right. So Marty said the last take, he said, okay, everyone, you do what you want. It's okay. Stay with the script, but just let it go. Whatever you let it go. Just whatever you want to do. Just, I don't care. Because he knows that most times in film, it's those little moments and those little things you create that really are really human and they really come off big on screen. And the last take, I did what I kind of felt. I mean, I called Bobby Carnival he had a receding hairline. You see that guy over there with the receding hairline? Yeah, that's him. I started with, I used my own dialogue. You know, there were some other things I can't remember that I said that I ad-libbed. I didn't get paid for that writing of it. But
You didn't get writer's credits?
no, I didn't get any writer's credit, but I did add to it. And that's the same thing that Robert De Niro did in Taxi Driver. You're talking to me, you must be talking to me because there's no one over here. So it must be me. I mean, that was kind of like a daydream of having power and everything. So Marty saw that and he said, I want to film that. So let's do that in front of the mirror. The same thing in Irishman when I cut the receding hairline and he's a good guy. I mean, stand-up guy and whatever I said there. I created the dialogue and believe it or not, I was surprised. That was the take that Marty used because he relaxed me and said, okay, it's okay. Now just throw it away. Just whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. But I knew that while doing it, I had to kind of keep to the script, not to vary too much from it. But I also knew that a great actor, I was working with an Academy Award, not that I said he was an Academy Award winning actor. He's a great genius actor that would be able to improvise on everything that I did. And he's a great listener, Robert De Niro. I just had an audition for him, well, not just, about 7 months ago for a thing called Wise Guys by Nick Pileggi, who wrote Goodfellas.
Mhm.
And when I came out, I didn't get the role. But when I came out, I said, you know what? He is really good. He's good. He's a great listener. And that's what you have to really be, a great listener. Because if you listen well, you can react. Acting is reacting. But if you're just concerned just about your lines, well, I got news for you. Your lines are not going to be as good if you're listening. In Sanford Meisner's school, which is a school that I come from, a whole year of listening, you repeat. Your hair is brown, your hair is brown. You repeat this stuff and you say, why am I repeating it? Because you're listening for something that the other person is saying. The other person could be saying, your hair looks stupid. And then you're going to react to it. My hair looks stupid. You're not going to just read it. My hair looks stupid. So you see, I'm reacting to what that person said. Got me, Deneen?
Yeah, I got you. And I think I love that because we recently did some reels when we were in Los Angeles.
Right.
And there was one talent that really leaned into her character and you could tell that she really developed the character and she owned it. And then there were other people that they memorized it and they delivered it memorized. And something you talk about a lot, and I know Mike does a whole presentation on this, is like script analysis and character development. And I think it's really important that people understand that too. Like the reason that the lines that you delivered, I'm going to say via improv, or you, like you said, ad lib, is because you knew the character that you were playing. You weren't just like, okay, you know, I'm just going to come up and make something. Like you embodied the character and you get to know them. And that's where the listening comes in as well, because the way I see acting, the way I see theater and TV and film is it's like an orchestra, right? And if like every character has their part, and if like, and you kind of alluded to this too, where you're like, well, if they say study the coffee can, I'm like, you have to play your part in the orchestra. If the cymbals clang too loud at the wrong time, then the whole thing falls flat, or it just is chaotic and nobody likes that. So I
Yeah,
love,
but if you replace part with everyone has an intention.
yep,
And everyone's, their thrust is to get what whether or not you're a landlord and you want to not to let that person inside the apartment again, because the apartment's been kind of been told that no one can enter. And so your part is to stop that person, regardless of if it's really, I mean, if it's Russell Crowe or anyone, you're basically screw that. You're not coming in the apartment. Your part is part of your intention. Yeah, everything you're saying is correct, and it is like an orchestra, and everyone has something to do. But the lines itself, any line is based on what you need, because the lines help us get what we need. But the key to doing that is how you do it, and that's what we try to impart. I try to impart in the workshop by sifting through the play. We get a feeling of how you're going to do that. How are you going to borrow that $50 from dad when you borrowed $100 the week prior? What are you going to do with the way it's written to get what you want? And how are you going to do it? Are you going to tell your dad, I want $50 and I want it now?
yeah,
And I don't know if that's going to work very well, because written in the script is that you're not getting $50. You know what I mean? So you look to how you get what you want, and that how is married to who you are, because you're going to use your better self, that person of who you are, to get what you want. You're using you. Now, there are roles that you kind of are character-ish. It's okay to do that, but it's basically you. They hire you, yourself, naturally, courageously, to get what you want, to fulfill your intention, so to say. But it is you. That's why we do these things called an essence. I tell everyone to do is tell a story about when you were young. You went to go to see the movies. I went to see Pinocchio. My best friends left me. I mean, and I was there alone. I looked around. I was there alone. I knew I was kind of different. You know what I mean? And they left me flat. And they laughed at me when I saw them back on the avenue. But I kind of said, I got into the story so much. I guess that's why I became an actor. I mean, I don't know. It was something that I did. And then Solange was smiling. But we do these essences because, and then I might say, okay, now do the script. I want to hear you do the script, because I can hear where it's coming from, the essence of who you are.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. And that's the beauty of what we do. Well, what you do in the entertainment industry is that you get to bring that part of yourself out. Because again, and maybe I romanticize this, and I'm sure I do, because I was an English major and I've read so much. I'm still a voracious reader, and I love reading all of the greats like Shakespeare and all of these things. But like the
It's good
beauty
advice.
of being an actor is like there's that part of you that was destined for that role almost, you know what I mean? Like if you show up for it and you get the role, it's really, I think being an actor is one of the coolest jobs in the world, because you get to play other people, but you also get to play yourself at the same time.
Yes, that's true. I mean, yeah, you inhabit the role, and you step into that person's skin by using yourself. Then you have to walk away from it. If you don't walk away from it, you get to be like Heath Ledger or James Dean in a sense. You kind of, it can really, it's a form of suggestion, Deneen, the highest form of suggestion, and it's like hypnosis in a way. For the time being, you're on that set, even if for 6 weeks, you're walking around like that person. You kind of look like if you have the point of view of that person. You try to do it in your life too. Let it take you. It becomes like a reflex.
Yeah.
Then when it's over, you need to step away from it. Now, a good example of that is myself, of course, but even James Gandolfini, he was a good family man. He loved his family, his friends. He was never the Tony Soprano screwing around, doing all this stuff and hurting people. Like, you know, he hurt people on the show, strangling them. He had to walk away from it. You know, I mean, it's a job at the same time, but it will become reflexive because we can hypnotically suggest things to ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. How many people have thought, when I see that person the next time, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. And believe me, when you do see that person, you have it in your mind that you're not going to let them off so easily. So it's reflexive. You've told yourself that you're going to do that, and you do it. You act on it, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever had someone come up to you and think that you were Eugene or one of the characters that you've played, and like they've like made comments or anything like that? Like, how could you have done that? Or, oh my gosh. So
Yeah, you know, a lot of people say you should never hung yourself. I mean, you know, spoiler alert, but that's something that I did in The Sopranos, and they
yeah.
feel bad. You could have, I wish you would have got to Florida, you know, out of, you know, people yell, go back, you know, Eugene, he should have let you go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of times people will talk about that. The Sopranos is really a popular show, and
Yeah.
people recognize me for that more than anything else. But they do have their comments, you know what I mean? And then sometimes people, you ratted on your friends. And I said, well, if I ratted on my friends, did anyone go to jail? Did Tony go to jail after I killed myself? And they said, no, then I didn't rat on them, right? So yeah, it's perfect logic. I didn't tell on my friends. I gave my life so my family could go to Florida, right? They go to
Yeah.
Florida, happily ever after for them, but it's the end for me,
Yeah.
literally, you know.
Yeah. And
Because here I am.
here you are. Thank God it was fiction and not reality.
And believe me, no one needs to go to those places.
No,
We have
I'm not.
we have a good support system, and
Yeah.
I think that we make the right choices, and everyone's here to better themselves. And
Yeah.
every day is a test, and you can do it. It's possible if you apply yourself. Everyone here can become a working actor.
Yep.
You define yourself, not what others define. Now you're going to get a lot of feedback, negative feedback from the family. Oh, you're an actor. Did you make any money and everything like that? Just got to let it go and just keep looking straight on, put the blinders on. I can do this, you
Yeah.
know?
Because this, you know what the thing is I hear that story so many times when my family doesn't believe in me, this, that, you know what? At the end of the day, you're responsible for your own life. And this is a crazy industry to get into. Let's be honest. Like, acting is crazy. It's not something people can understand really. Oh, you want to
Well,
be
you
an
know,
actor?
people are measured by what they make, how many possessions they have. Years ago, actors like the circus, they treated us, sometimes they would burn us at the stake because we were so truthful to the king. We said the truth as opposed to lie, in Italy, everywhere. So we have as we said, a great responsibility, but these are things that happen, you know what I mean, in our travails. So the world measures someone by their mansions and everything like that. But I give you, you know, like the living water. And the living water is the great water because it shares an experience of who we are. And when you walk out of the theater, you say to yourself, well, the great Greek question is, how am I to live? And how am I to live? And I should live in a better way than just being a lech. Look what happens to a lech. Look what happens to a person who commits adultery, who like Henry the Eighth and stuff like that, or goes from wife to wife. Look how he ended mad and everything. So it kind of it's a lesson too to be learned there, a moral to that story, you know, Janine.
Yep. Does art imitate life, or does life imitate art? That is the age-old question.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Okay. Life has a way of, you know, superseding art, but in art is a higher plane, like a painting. It takes you to another place, maybe a little bit less real, but it definitely transcends the experience of who we are as people and how we should behave. You know, anyone here could be any kind of role. It's important, and it can, you know.
All right. What's the coolest part about your job? What is the coolest thing you've ever experienced as an actor? Like, what was that moment where you're like, oh my God, is this my life? Let me pinch myself.
Well, I tell you, Irishman, I really was proud of the work. After I left the set there, I mean, I felt, wow, that was after that scene with Bobby. I said, wow, that really felt great. I mean, I got myself to a certain level and you really feel good about what you did. And that's where it goes, but it doesn't happen right away. A lot of times on Sopranos, I was second guessing myself. Jesus, was that good? Because I was just starting out, really. I was just starting out, and then it gets easier and easier, and you walk away from a job saying, well, that was really important. And I feel good about myself, just like getting a shot in basketball. But then you got to go home and eat and stuff like that. You got to treat it like that too. But it's
Yeah.
nice to get things right, and you feel good about yourself. You know, same kind of thing. You won the game. You feel like you
Yeah.
won. You may lose the game, but you got to get back and play another game, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem with America. A lot of people, they give up after one. I had a bad experience. I'm gonna walk away from this. No, don't do that. Just keep on getting up there. Keep on
Yeah.
taking a shot. Because if you're
Yeah.
at the card table, you might get a good hand. And I tell that to people a lot. Keep going, get to the card table. What's the card table? That's an intensive VIP Ignite intensive course, the VIP Ignite, the general course.
Mm.
It's about learning how to model. It's about learning how to do all these things and try to getting an agent. It's part of it too. There's a business to this too that you have
Yeah.
to try to learn and absorb. But if you walk away, you're not going to absorb anything, you know, because you didn't make it straight out. It is for
Yeah.
you. Some people do, but others it's not handed to them. But if you do make it and it's not handed to you, boy, how much more worth a value as it is, because you know you can look back and say, well, how I struggled, and now look at it, I'm here now. So it's
Yeah.
important, you know.
Yeah, and the one thing about this industry is you have to embrace failure, because you know what, you're going to get a lot more no's than you get yeses. But if you're someone like yourself who loves the work, you love the art of what you're doing, then dive in, like, you know. And the thing is too, is you have to have a support system of people that are going to be around you. So on the days where this is awesome, you can share. But on the days where it sucks, you have someone like Bobby who's in your corner saying, okay, you know what? Okay, you didn't get the role. Keep going, keep going, keep going. How many of you would love the opportunity to have Bobby Finaro as your coach? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome would that be? To have this man here coach you, to help you develop characters, to be able to read scenes. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing would that be for you?
I love Bobby. Oh wow, awesome 10. Wow, yeah, it's all there,
Look at
baby.
that.
Let's go. Let's start.
All there. Awesome. All right. Well, Bobby,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Denise.
No, what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, I
I
mean,
have to listen.
it's all I wanted to say is that it's possible for everyone here to become a working actor if you apply yourself and you want it and you have a campaign. You give yourself little goals. This 3 months, I'm gonna clean myself up. I'm gonna get pictures done correctly, and then I'm gonna take the workshop and see where I get from there, and then I'll return. And so it's very possible. I try to be as simple as I can in the workshops in order to impart that it is and it can be done.
Well, I have someone here who wants to say hello to you.
Hey, Ryan Colby. Hey, Ryan.
Hi, Bobby. How are you?
Okay, how you doing? I'm seeing great things, man. These people they know how to walk after they're with you, man. Walking is a very important thing. I just talked about James Caan, and you know,
James
in The
Caan,
Godfather. Look at
okay.
him in The Godfather. So I mean,
Yeah.
that can walk, you know, not a
Yeah.
lot.
Sometimes, you know, even if you look at dramatic movies, that's a funny point. You'll see choreographer on there because sometimes walking is choreographed, and a lot of people don't know that.
Yes, it's true. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
very true.
And I know James's son Scott actually through Patrick. And so
yeah.
I've met him once or twice, but he was actually very silent. He didn't say anything to me. But I met him through Patrick. I met Scott Caan many times.
Mhm. I never met James. I never worked with him or any of the Caan brothers, but great actor, you know.
Yeah, no, he's really, really good. And it's nice to see you.
Good seeing you too, Ryan. Good seeing you too.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, Bobby, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here today.
Thank you, everyone.
Say thank you, Bobby, for being
Thank
here.
you. I'll
Thank
see
you for
everyone.
being here.
Allie, how you doing? I'll see everyone at the intensive next week if you're there, and then at the general class at the end of the month on the 30th. It's great seeing everybody. Thank you, Allie, and thank you, Deneen, and thank you everyone for listening to me.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You're amazing. Thank you for letting me ask you questions. I appreciate
I love
it.
you. I love you. You know that. Okay.
Love
Take
you.
care, Ryan, everyone. I'll see you around.
Bye.
Bye,
Ciao,
Bobby.
ciao. Thank you.
Did you hear when Keaton said, forget about it?
Yeah, it may have sounded like you said a swear word, but
He might have. He's my child. Hello, Colby. What are you wearing?
Oh, the VIP shirt. I have no clothes.
Oh!
All my clothes. If you saw this
Fantastic.
room, it would be you'd call A&E and put me on an episode of Hoarders. We're moving I'm moving bedrooms because we're building another bedroom downstairs. So it's just not a good day.
Chaos.
All of the new baby stuff is in my room mixed in with my clothes. So I'm pulling up baby
sorry. Was
toddler.
that loud?
What?
I'm
If I could
imagining
be a
you.
fly on the wall.
I'm imagining
I'm-
you mingled with baby stuff, and I'm laughing.
Yeah, it's all in the closet. It's all in the room. It's all on the floor. So there's like toddler onesies mixed in with my, Helmet Lang t-shirts. I don't
Have
like.
you ever thought like, oh, that would be cute to mix? I could do that. If anybody could rock a onesie, it's you.
This is true. I wore many onesies.
Oh God, it's been a long boot camp.
I think on that note, what I'm going to
Go open
do.
the bottle of wine. Okay.
So we're trying to migrate my stuff to the new bedroom that
Yeah.
isn't 50% being built, but the workers are moving at a migratory pace. So I've been staying here, meaning like walking slow. So
Yeah.
I've been staying here during the day, supervising because Ryan and Stacey, they just let them do whatever, and I'm just like, I'm not that girl. Like
You
are
are
going
not that girl. You don't let anyone do just what they want. I can
Everybody
trust
always says they want an agent. Are you ready for an agent? That's the question. Welcome to boot camp.
All right, Alicia. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you put him on the hot seat.
Ooh, feel the burn.
He's feeling really spicy today, Colby. So you better be ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Gauntlet thrown. All
Yeah,
right, you put him on the hot
It's
seat.
game on. How long do I have? Oh, I don't
Well-
even have my phone. Can you go grab my phone?
I will.
It's 2:08. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not on the West Coast today. Like you. I forget what time zone I'm in. Okay. Okay. So hello, Colby. So
Okay.
I'm not used to seeing you wearing black. I'm used to that being the East Coast Colby, the New York City Colby that I know and love. The
Well, this
bitchy
is
Colby.
actually a dark midnight gray.
Oh, okay.
Actually.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for correcting me. But it's not the fuchsia, it's not the
No.
chartreuse, any of those
It's
other
not.
extravagant. Okay. So I'm gonna put you in the hot seat, which I know you love. So hopefully you had a drink before this conversation.
I didn't actually. I need to.
Oh, okay.
I was clean. I was doing things. I was trying to organize this room because I don't want. Some of my stuff is missing. So
Oh,
it could be.
I smell problems. Okay. He's always good for like solving a crime. If that, he watches a lot of murder mysteries, so he's like the detective. Yeah.
I
Okay,
just watched
so-
The Staircase again for like the
Oh,
third time.
it's so good.
The original documentary.
Okay,
And then
not the
now I'm
Colin
gonna
Firth.
watch
Okay.
watch the scripted series they did last year.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it. But I just watched the documentary again because I've seen it like twice already. I
meant
good.
to ask you if you watched the documentary with the woman who met Ted Bundy at a bar. Did you see this one and fell in love with him? And like he slept over their
No.
very first like outing, and he was like making pancakes with her daughter.
No, I didn't
And
see
she,
that
like
one.
Ted Bundy, this was like before the murders, and like
Oh no, I
just,
didn't
like,
see that one.
yeah, meet a stranger, bring him home from a bar, and then now he's like hanging out with your kid, soon to be serial killer,
Well, that's
and how
not
she
smart.
loved him the whole time. Like, woo! Okay. But I feel like
No,
for
I didn't
you-
see that one.
Yeah, I feel like for you, and one thing that you've done really well. I mean, we've had a lot of offices together between Miami and New York City and having castings and open calls. Sometimes you can just tell a bad egg. Am I right? Even if they're the most attractive person on the planet, super sexy, and then they open up their mouth and you're like, shh. Right?
I mean, being attractive is like I equate it to a pizza. They're
Okay.
pretty much average 8 slices to a pizza. when
Okay.
you open the box. And
Yeah.
being attractive is one of those slices. You've got to be appealing. It doesn't
Okay.
matter if you're doing commercial print or high fashion, even if
Yeah.
you're selling, credit cards or selling a Jamba Juice, you still have to be appealing to the public. So, but it's not when they open their mouth. It's kind of like what they do, their mannerisms, body language.
So like,
is
tell me some
important.
mannerisms, because maybe somebody doesn't know they're giving off like those types of vibes. So tell me some things that we look for.
Well,
in a casting.
there's two types of people in the world. There are people
Okay.
that do things unknowingly, and you can
Okay.
smell that they don't know they're doing it. Then there are
Okay.
people that are doing it on purpose. So,
Okay.
I mean, mannerisms meaning like frowning, crossing their arms, not
Looking at
really
their watch, pulling out
looking
their
at their phone, looking at their watch. What else? Just stuff like that is like, okay, you're clearly seeking to be in the industry that I've been in for almost 4 decades, yet I'm talking to you and you're checking your phone because you probably will never see me again. So therefore, you're not getting the information that you should be getting to help you on your way. So that's the kind of person, no matter what their looks are, that I avoid, because that sometimes will only get worse. I really pay attention when I'm talking to someone that I'm even 10% interested in.
Yeah.
If they are not listening to every word that comes out of my mouth, even if I'm talking about fluff information, I'm already triggered, and I already think that
That's how I feel.
you have an issue.
I'm sorry. Did my conversation of me trying to help you, since we're winners here at VIP Ignite, did that interrupt what's happening on your Instagram or Facebook, talking to people that aren't in the business? Yeah. Okay. So I want you guys to type "I am on stage" because
checking
it's
their
so important.
Tinder.
Yeah. Well, they're too busy impersonating instead of being, and that's a really big thing.
So I don't like that. So I mean, that's one thing, and there's also.
But you can see even on
It's
Zoom
also
when people
timing,
aren't paying
like
attention.
when I text or email someone, how long does it take them to get back to me? Like sometimes that is indicative to what I'm going to have to deal with in the future. And it's funny, I just got rid of someone. I wasn't even taking him, but he was really interesting, Middle Eastern guy, really interesting. He's been emailing me. I checked. He's been emailing me since 2021, like during the pandemic, but when things were kind of coming out of it, with the modeling industry at least. And he's been emailing me. Guess what I found out like 2 weeks ago, which almost fell me on the floor. He went to high school with Brandon, but he never said that. He never said it. So I had no idea who this guy was. I liked him, but I was like, eh. And plus he wasn't getting back to me fast enough. And then about 2 weeks ago, Brandon was here, and he had emailed me again, and I opened up a photo, and Brandon grabbed my shoulder and he goes, what are you doing with that picture? He goes, that's one of my old football friends from high school. And I said, oh my God. And I wrote him back. I go, do you know Brandon Hunter? And he goes, yeah, we went to high school together. He's pretending he doesn't know. And that was a big signal for me to like get rid of him, because he takes too long to write back, and he didn't
I
give
want
me
you all to
pertinent
type the
information.
following: time kills all deals. You know what pisses me off, Ryan? When people don't read their email and then they respond like half-assed, and I'm like, I'm sorry, read your email one more time out loud and read it slowly.
Yeah, no,
because following directions is a really big thing. And if I send you an email,
is important too.
Yeah. Or when people write like, hello.
I mean, there's lots of reasons I would get rid of someone. It has nothing to do with one thing. There's lots of a culmination of things, and I just make a decision. Are you worth it? Where do you live? Am I going to go through this drama all the time?
Yeah, no drama. I want everybody to type no drama. Yeah, no drama.
How many people do you have to talk to before I get a yes? Your mom, your dad, your girlfriend, your boyfriend,
your priest, your
neighbor,
whatever. Your barista.
And there are some people that do that, and they play that game, like they have like group meetings.
Well, they're seeking counsel, to make sure it's in their best interest.
Yeah,
but
they have, like,
the problem is you're seeking opinions.
Uneducated.
About
whether to come to New York or LA, and it's like, I don't have time for group meetings because, and I said something snarky to a boy a couple months ago. He had a group meeting with his family about coming to New York. I go, did you have the same group meeting when I saw your photos when you went to Cancun for spring break? I highly doubt that. I
Yeah.
think you just did it because people do things when they're an adult. They don't have group meetings about whether I'm going to go to Cancun for the week. You just go.
You just do it. You just do it. And
So I'm
here's
like,
my
why are
thing.
you having group meetings
Yeah.
about coming to New York? Like, I don't understand.
Well, not only that, but here's my thought process. If you're old enough to fight for your country and legit take a bullet, grow a pair of balls. You don't
Yeah.
need other people's advice or opinions on your dreams. If you believe in that,
also,
type
another
100,
thing,
because that's the truth.
Yeah, and I'm giving you guys advice on what I deal with.
Yeah.
Another thing, don't spend money on weird trips when you're trying to get into this industry. I just had another boy who was in Miami who
We're learning
is
from these horrible lessons that these kids are. Yeah.
who's going on this like 8-9 day excursion all throughout the islands of Hawaii with his friends,
Yeah.
but yet is whining and complaining about coming for shows in September.
Oh.
But why are you spending that kind of money?
Wait. Let me just get this. So you have somebody that you're gonna possibly book in New York effing Fashion Week. I'm trying very hard not to curse. And he's complaining about investing time and money to get to New York City to walk these coveted shows.
Because at the end of July,
God bless his
he's going
little
for
soul.
9 days to this huge Hawaiian trip that isn't free, obviously.
No.
And I'm like, I literally said, look, you have the potential to be
if your ass is getting booked in Fashion Week and you need to cover your own expenses, I have 74 people on here right now that would show. How many of you guys right now would show up if you would type investment?
Yeah, you can't be spending money on weird trips before you try and invest in yourself. I really find that abhorrent, and it's one of the things that this 20 to 30-year-old generation are pulling stunts on a regular basis. Like,
well, they all need to have the new iPhones, the new Nikes.
Yeah,
they all need to impersonate. But investing in themselves, they're gonna hold their hand out.
Clothes. They're buying weird clothes. They're buying weird phones. They're going away for weeks at a time with their friends, but yet you can't get
somehow
to New York.
They're on Instagram drinking, and you see the vodka, and you're like, "Oh, that's not. That's a
plane ticket. That's a plane ticket.
It is.
When you're at a nightclub, buying a bottle of vodka is a plane ticket.
Absolutely.
And you should be spending that on
unless
your
of
life.
course you're doing that in New York City, because that's a mortgage payment. You and I have been to many clubs. And there was VIP section, bottles of vodka.
It's rent. It's rent.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, so I'm going to put you in the hot seat, and we're going to keep these short answers, because I feel as though this is a good way to clear the air because you're live. So instead of like trying to Google the information or ask your friends and family who've maybe watched an episode of Top Model.
About them, not me. I don't Google for answers.
Well, I'm going to put you in the hot seat because I'm going to ask you some of the questions that are like the most asked questions that I get in my email. Like, are you real? Can I make money? I don't know. Can you make money doing this? Can you guarantee me work? I'm sorry. Are you dumb? Like, even if I had a casting and I submitted you, can you guarantee me you are going to book the role? That's the question of the day. So if you guys are ready for the bluntness type, let's do it, because there's going to be no holding back. We're putting Ryan Colby on the hot seat. Ryan, I'll buy you a drink in a couple of weeks when I see you in Vegas. But I'm really excited for this because there's a lot of new people on here that maybe want a modeling agent, or they dream about walking the runway or getting signed or being on a billboard or whatever it is. But this is not meant to like belittle or be harsh. This is meant to expose the truth. Now, before I get started, I need you all to do this. I know it's silly. Just do it. Ryan, I want to see you do this too, because I don't want any tears. I don't want to see this. We're growing some thick skin, guys. So depending on how fast you go, right?
My skin is as thick as the...
And it's flawless.
A truck tire.
Okay. All right. So I always have to just notate that because I don't want any, oh my God, I can't believe she said that. I'm sorry. You were looking for rainbows and unicorns? Go to Barbizon. They want your credit card. Okay, so let's do it. Now, I'm going to go over a lot of stuff. Now, you've been in the industry, Rye, for a long time. You started off as a child model, correct?
Mhm.
So can you talk a little bit about being one of the faces of Benetton at such an early age and why that led kind of to where you are today?
Well, working for Benetton was a one and done. It was like kind of like, you know, if you get a gig at something that you're not doing professionally, you just do it because you need the money or someone, you know, you have the free time. You don't expect it to actually turn into a life and a lifestyle and a career. That's what that was. It was zero intentions on ever
Did you
doing
get
another
scouted
gig.
or how did that
Yeah.
come about?
I got scouted.
So some
By
stranger just walked up to you or your
Olivier
mom.
Tristani came up to me at a really small, skinny mom and pop bakery in London that could fit only like 5 people. It was like a skinny little store. And I would get donuts there once a week for our class, my ballet class. The students would rotate getting snacks, you know, after the class was over. And that day was my day. And I went in there to get 2 dozen, you know, cream and glazed donuts, the standard order that I always
I've
get.
never heard this story before, and we've been friends for like 2 decades. So you
Oh,
brought
well, that's what I
donuts
was
for
doing.
ballet
I had
class.
donuts.
It's-
It was right
okay.
across the street. It was 50, 20, 40, 50 feet from the door of our dance class. So
Okay.
it was right across the street. So we would rotate, like Anastasia would get Mondays, Peter would
Yeah.
get Tuesdays.
How old were
I would
you?
get,
Were
I
you
was
like
12.
10? 12.
No, I
Okay.
was 12.
Okay.
And I was
So
getting
tall,
donuts.
thin.
Yeah. I'm pretty much maybe an inch shorter than I was when I was 12.
Okay.
You know, I maybe grew an inch between 12 and 17. I really didn't grow. Once I was 12, I was this height pretty much.
So you're a ballerina at the age of 12, like technically
Yeah.
tall, thin, and you're
Yeah,
there buying donuts with your mom, or were you by yourself?
no, I was by myself. I was coming out of the subway. The subway was on a corner.
Okay, so you were 12. Okay. All
I
right. So
walked.
12, roaming the
Yeah,
streets
I
of
walked to the
London.
donut store. My
Okay.
mother was home. So this guy comes up behind me. He's buying donuts too, and he comes up behind me and he goes, "Are you modeling?" And I said, "No." I said, "I'm a dancer at that school across the street." It was a well-known school, and everyone knew it. So I pointed,
Yeah.
and he said, "Oh, you have a great face, and you should take some pictures. You should be a model." And I said, "I don't." I know models. I knew models. My mother knew models. My mother worked for Shiseido at the time, so
Yeah.
I knew. You know, I knew models, but I
Yeah.
never thought I had the face. First of all, I thought you had to be older. I didn't even know. I didn't even know there was I wasn't 100% sure there was a such thing as a child model. I just thought that there was like a select few of kids in the world that did commercials. I wasn't really aware that there was like a big world of child models and actors. I had no
Yeah.
idea. I thought models were 18 and over and glamorous and doing Vogue, and that's what I thought models were. So I thought why is he approaching me? I'm a little too young for this. Like, why is he being weird? Like, I had really, I'm a street smart kid and I always was. So I was just like, what is this man doing? Why is he talking to me? Luckily I'm in public. He can't do anything to me. So all of these things are going through my head. So he
gives you a card.
He gives me a card and I write down my mother's number on a napkin. And I said, call her if you're serious. And I walked out the door.
Okay, good. So, okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't like try to lure you into a hotel.
No.
I'm going to make you famous, kid. Let's
No,
not tell
no.
your mom and
I
surprise
thought
her.
he was going
Yeah.
to, but he didn't. I gave
Okay.
him the number. I walked out
Okay.
the door. And then like 3 weeks later, my mom calls the dorm. We all stayed in dorm rooms.
Yeah.
Because it was like a summer camp for dancers. So
Okay.
it was like 4 people to a room. So she calls and she's like, who is this man calling my phone? And like, why
Yeah.
are you giving him my number? And being a typical Black mother, being like, what are you doing? Any Black people is called now. In the
So
70s.
he was a legitimate scout. So
why are you giving out my number?
Yeah.
Who's calling my phone?
well, this
Like,
obviously is way before the internet. So he
it
legitimately was
was
scouting.
It was
handed it out.
1984.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you ended up getting a job
He
now.
ended up being real. He
Yeah.
ended up being the owner and the founder and the CEO / photographer of the United Colors of Benetton, which is a brand new company out of Italy, but
Yeah.
that was growing throughout Europe.
Yeah.
and he ended up being for real.
So you got booked and you made some
then
money.
yes, and then he personally paid for a plane ticket, and I had to go with a chaperone to Italy to shoot the job that took 3 days to shoot. It was like 50 kids, 50 kids. And from all over the world, there were, Russians and Brazilians and Africans, and there are all these different kids.
That was a huge brand showing like the range of diversity. That was cutting edge.
Well,
yeah.
he was a pioneer back then because nobody was doing that. People were using whites.
Yeah.
And pretty much that's what they were using. He was using Chinese kids. Like he was really ahead of his
uniting
time.
everybody together, which is
He was really ahead of his time. So I did that, took 3 days, went back home, and never thought about it again. And then all of a sudden, all of the agencies in London were contacting my phone, calling my house, saying, you should return, you have a career, you have a great face, you move well, you walk well, we could
and I guess the ballet helped.
Work. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
We could provide you with work. And after a couple days, maybe a week of discussion, my mother was pretty much packing my bags. Like she didn't care. Like she was like, go. So
okay. All right. So that was the
start. She was very
of...
encouraging. She was not, once she knew it was real, she was into it.
Yeah. And that's always even for us, I think that when people realize, oh, I came on this boot camp and I was a little bit skeptical, but holy shit, like I've seen that they've opened this stock exchange and they've won 6 Tony Awards and, they've done some tremendous things. Oh, okay. So when it's real, that's when you really take the initiative. And I kind of really want to say that because you don't know.
You can't 100% blame the human brain for that.
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes people are just skeptical. It happens. I mean, you're skeptical about
it. Of course, because there are really bad people in this world.
Does it actually work? Am I buying this dress? Is it really going to fit me? Like everyone's skeptical about everything.
I don't buy anything online. Okay, so we're gonna fast forward.
But anyway, so I did that job. I went back. I started doing generic jobs that the agency provided.
Yeah,
and it turned into a life. Within a year, it turned into like a thing where I was like, I could actually do this for like 15, 20 more years.
And you were like 13, 14?
If I'm smart. I was 13, yeah.
Okay.
I turned 13 by the time I returned. And it was a life. And I knew that I could spin this into a life if I was smart. And I knew I wasn't like, no offense to anyone that had like regular jobs, even my brother did, newspapers or mowing lawns. I'm just not that person. So I knew that my brain was more fitted for this industry. So I was very grateful for it. And I made sure I learned everything because I'm like, I'm not going to look this way all my life. I'm going to have to become a photographer or I'm going to have to become a designer. I was already thinking ahead when I was like 14, 15, like, what's my career going to be in a decade when this ends? Because, this is for the youth. And I knew this. There were models that were older back then, but it wasn't really a thing like it is now. I didn't even know any models over 25. Like, okay. I just didn't. I never saw them.
Well, also there wasn't so much out back then. There was no plus size. There was no mature it didn't. Yeah.
It was all beauty based. It was pretty much 90% beauty based and youth based. Now it's kind of like, it's really tilted. It's maybe 30-40% beauty based and there is no such thing as youth based anymore. But back in the 80s, it was purely like if you weren't young and considered aesthetically beautiful, it's a full wrap. You're not doing this job. So I knew this at a young age, and I knew that there was a future for me in a desk or in an administrative way. I'm not a fan of, being told what to do. And when you're a model, you kind of have no say in what you're doing. You literally have to wear whatever they tell you.
Your opinions don't matter. Right.
Your opinions don't matter. And that's fine. And I'm perfectly fine
You're
with
pretty
living
much
my...
a hanger. Like you're getting compensated to wear the clothing and
I tell people all
the
the time.
artistic. Yeah.
I
Okay.
tell all the time, when you open your closet and you see your empty black hangers, do they turn around and tell you, don't put that dress on me? Don't put that shirt on me. They just do it.
You want to have this conversation with Caden because he's almost 4 and we've been trying to like help him organize and okay. So let's keep going.
So yeah, so anyway.
Okay, so let's talk about modeling today. Now, there's every single day I get these emails. Hey, I don't want to pay fees or I don't want to do this. Do agents ever cover upfront fees for models?
No, it's always advanced. Even when I started there, if you had started modeling in the 80s, if you needed to go to Paris or London or New York, yeah, the agency will pay for it in 90 seconds. They don't even bat an eyelash. They turn their head, they pick up the phone, they get accounting. The modeling industry had billions of dollars at its expense at their fingertips. The agencies did, the ad agencies did, the photographers did,
and there were so few people that modeled. Now diversity and everybody can model. Yeah. And the internet,
so therefore,
things have changed. Yeah.
Yeah. So back then, between 1980 and into the early 2000s, agencies would advance models to come to New York or LA.
Which means they would pay up front, but then they would collect it out of the back end when you started booking work. So like if your first job yielded a $5,000 paycheck, yay, the agency, people are always under the assumption that an agent only makes money when you make money. That is 100% true. But an agency, if they had to cover any expenses for like photos or test shoots or comp cards or prints or portfolio books or licensing fees to go up on a website, anything, like the talent was responsible. Those were all investments. The agency does not use their commission to pay for your expenses because had you not been getting those test shoots done and had the comp cards and had the portfolio books, or even when like technology came about, like those are all responsibilities. The agent is not using their, let's say, $1,000 commission check to cover those fees.
No.
Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type math. So like if you booked your first job for $5,000 and the agency gets 20%, yeah, an agent only makes money when you make money. That is 100% true. But the agent, any of the fees that the agent had to produce in order for you to book that job, i.e. marketing or anything, you had to pay for everything out of those paychecks. And you had to cover, they cover the fees up front, but then you always paid the fees. So that whole notion, if somebody really wants me, I should never pay for anything, that's 100% BS because you paid for everything plus interest if they covered your upfront fees. But today, 2024, what's today? July 13th.
Yeah. So in the early 2000s, that system started falling apart.
Yeah.
Thanks to the internet and phones. When internet and phones became part of our daily waking up in the morning lives, where you couldn't live without getting online, you couldn't live without your cell phone, the industry started to fall apart in trust and in loyalty and in in that sense. So agencies started seeing models being sneaky, doing things behind their back.
Well, I would be pissed if I spent a couple of $1,000 signing, let's just say Stacy Roundtree. Hi, Stacy. If I invested in Stacy and the next thing you know, Stacy's trying to book work with other people, I'm like, I feel like a pimp when I say this. You belong to me. I just paid all these fees. Right.
Pretty much. I mean, that is the census. You do belong to the agency.
Yeah.
They paid for your flight. You're some girl from Poland and we paid for you to come to New York. We put you up in an apartment. We bought you clothes and you're
can't use those photos to generate revenue somewhere else. Yeah.
No. Agencies started waking up. It took a few years. I'm not saying it was overnight. It took a few years, but agencies started stopping that, where unless you were so damn special, we're not covering any more fees. So if you want to come to New York,
to be like, okay, so I'm sure everybody on here has watched Shark Tank. So like Mark Cuban doesn't just give you free money because you're broke, poor, or skeptical. It had to be warranted, which means you had to be an asset, not a liability. They need to know that they're going to make their money back if they invested in you. It wasn't like, oh, please, kind sir, I'm poor. I need the money. I'll pay you back. Let's make money together. They would never just give you money like that. Back in the day when an agency did cover your fees, let's go over what you had to have as far as, the genetics in order for them to cover your fees.
It
wasn't just showing up.
Agencies would cover fees for especially show guys, show girls, who could do the shows because shows generate a lot of press.
Okay.
runway, campaign girls, campaign guys who are more classic but can also do runway, but can also do campaigns.
Like Ralph
Of course they're
Lauren.
going to pay
Okay.
because back in the 80s and 90s, the astronomical fees the models were making warranted a $500 flight, or an $800
Yeah, if they're
flight.
gonna book Ralph Lauren for 30 grand a day, yeah, I'll pay $500 for your photo shoot. That seems like logic to me.
Yeah,
But-
and agencies would do it every day. So
But like
literally
even for
every
the
day, I mean,
females, they had to be between the ages of like 15 and 19. Why so young in order for an agency to cover fees?
I mean, I'm talking about back then. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
but
now.
back
But
then.
back then, the reason why is because that's what the industry demanded. The designers were making these stick figure drawings for their clothes, and
Samples,
the girls
yeah.
were young, and so you had to be between 15 and 21, and that's it. Like to do runway, and you had to be between
So if you
5'9"
were trying to
and 6
start in
feet.
your 30s back then, it would be like bye-bye. Thank goodness
It would
in
be
2024 you can still do it.
virtually impossible. I can count on one hand the amount of models I knew in the 90s that were 30 and over.
Okay.
It was virtually impossible because you had to have a past. Meaning, if you started modeling when you were 20 and you somehow survived to your 30, okay, fine, we'll keep you. But
Okay.
you couldn't just start. You couldn't
Okay.
just start. That didn't happen until the past decade, where
Okay.
the industry changed, and past 8 to 10
Everything
years,
shifted.
where
Yeah.
everything shifted, where they started using real life people who would never model but just had nice faces, and you can find that
Because
at
it was
any
about
age.
relatability. Oh, I could buy
Yeah.
that. I look like that. Okay. What about
So
height?
therefore,
Yeah.
and height too, they started using pretty much anyone, women and men who look like your average person going to school, going to the store,
But when they
going
used
the
to cover
mall.
upfront fees, Colby, how tall did you have to be? So first of all, your age is like 15 to 21. So if you were not 15 to 21 as a female, like you were already day old sushi. And that's not today, but that was where an agency would cover your upfront fees. You always had to pay the fees back. But then as far as height, they weren't just signing every 16-year-old in the country. How tall did you have to be?
You had to be between 5'9" and 6 feet for females.
5'9" to 6 feet. I want you all to type this: 5'9" to 6 feet. So when you saw a 15-year-old that was like 6 feet, you're like, oh, that girl is a model, right? She stuck out like a sore thumb. She probably got picked on and bullied her whole life because she's tall and like gangly. But that's genetics. That's not like, oh, I want to be a model. And that's why I get really pissed when you have these companies like the John R. Powers, the Barbizons, the John Casablancas teaching people how to walk the runway. Sweetie, you have a better chance of walking on water. What are you doing? You shouldn't be paying for runway classes. That it's not real, nor will it ever help you. And that's not me being mean. That's me being truthful. Because so many people get taken advantage because they think that that's the only form of modeling there is, and there's not. There's so many new opportunities. Okay, so 5'9" to 6 feet.
And for guys, it had to be like 5'11" to 6'3", and you had to be between 16 and 22. 23. They gave it maybe a year or two extra for the guys.
Okay.
To start. But that's it.
They didn't want like young boys, like looking like they're 12 walking Fashion Week. They wanted like more.
Yeah. Well, that's a medium assessment. They, did like the 17. They really, really liked you almost 18. Like that was the good spot. Like between 17 and 19 were the percentage of the model. 80% of the models. There were a couple 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds, and there were a couple teen. When I started doing shows, I was in a model apartment with a bunch of guys that were my age. One or two guys would walk in, oh, I'm 21, and we'd look at them like they were ancient, Welcome
to boot camp. Yeah. But this
we
is why
16,
the business has evolved.
We were 16, 17 years old. We were 16, 17 years old, and here comes this 21-year-old, 22-year-old. We're like, girl, bye. But
it's like trying to start like the gymnastics like at 30. Like in the Olympics. Okay.
Kind of. It is equated to that. It's kind of funny you say that. It's like ice skating and gymnastics. Like It is for the youth, and
I have a dream. You're 40.
can't-
Like,
you can't be
yeah.
an Olympic gymnast at 40 unless you have a pass. I mean, Simone Biles obviously is 20 something and she's
Yeah.
still a star, but she started when she was, I don't know, 10 or 11. And, you know, she
Yeah.
she
These
ran
joints
through the
just don't
industry.
make. Yeah.
She ran through the industry and is now an icon, but she could not have woke up and be like, oh, I want to be a gymnast. I'm 26. Like, no,
Paris
that's not
sounds
happening.
good. Yeah. All right. What about I don't even want to say weight, but measurement wise, like what size clothing?
Back then, measurements had to be between a 0-1 to a 2-3 max. For
Okay,
girls,
so-
maybe a 4 if you're really tall. Like if you're
Okay,
6 feet,
so-
you kind of had to be a 4. And for guys, you had to have a 28 to a 30, 31 waist. So, and a 36 chest, 38. 40 was pushing it unless you were really tall.
Because the clothes, like it's not Vin Diesel, like with the big chest and
No, none of
you
that
had to
existed.
fit the sample sizes. Like you
Yeah,
were a
none of that
walking
existed.
hanger. So back then, like, and how many of you guys have ever heard the statement, if somebody really wants you, you should never pay for anything? If you've ever heard that type, I've heard it before, or type, I've never heard it. So back when an agency used to cover the upfront investments, let's say $2 grand, $3 grand, whatever it was, they weren't just charging you like erroneous fees. It was everything based on you getting potential opportunities. So you could not have crappy photos. Like you could not have photos that were not up to par to be submitted out through that agency. An agency is never going to put shitty photos done because you love them. They're going to have photos that are at their caliber, which means you have to go to their photographers. Those photographers are not agents. They get compensated. They're independent contractors. So like if you did have an agency upfront your investments, the agency you're showing up for test shoots, they're just putting it on your bill, right? So for every single person that said, "Oh, I've heard it before."
I mean, I mean, there were girls, especially I would remember, they would come to London or New York, and they were shooting twice a day for 2-3 weeks, getting their books together. That bill gets slapped on the desk. That's how much it is. But
well, if
when
a model
she
books a job for
Chanel,
1,500 and they're already like spending it, the agency is laughing, going,
yeah,
it's already gone.
But here's the thing: when you book Chanel and they're paying you 30 grand, that few grand for a couple shoots is
it was worthy of the investment.
It's worthy,
yeah.
You know, because here's the thing: you'll never have to pay it again. So once you pay, it's it. That's it. It's
and
over.
now you have those pictures from Chanel to level up to book Givenchy and Gucci and anything else you want to book. And that's
once you finish paying the initial investment of getting to New York or LA or Paris or wherever it is you're going back then, and the agency has got you going over the next 3 months, 6 months, depending upon how long it takes you, and you book that first big show or first big campaign or first big, you know, whatever magazine cover or whatever,
we just paid back our debt.
Do it again. That's it.
It's like starting a business or making a movie.
It's over.
Yeah.
So
this was the cost of the movie. Box office weekend. We made a little bit extra. We're winners. Now everything else is icing on the cake. So
so now once it's done, then everything is profit. Like everything Giselle, here's a perfect example. When Giselle came to New York, she was 14. They spent thousands on her at Elite. Thousands to get her pictures. And here's the thing: Giselle is hard to shoot. She is not a quintessential beauty face-wise. She's got a big jawline, she's got a big nose, she's got big ears, and she had to grow into her face and become this iconic supermodel. But when you're 14 with that nose and that chin, it took months to get her going because half her shoots were okay and half of them were trash. And this was before digital, so that's film that has to be thrown in the garbage, start again, shoot her again with this guy, shoot her again with that guy, shoot her again with this guy.
And not to mention, there was no digital, so every single print that the agent was using for submittals, every single time
$20 a print.
Giselle's photos went into an envelope. The courier was like literally like sending them over from, you know, I don't know, like Brian Park area.
I do have to say this one thing. You guys have it easy now in the 21st century, 2024, everything's digital. Because back then, everything cost. Every print in your book was $18 to $20. Every courier to get you a job. Now people just take advantage of the fact that Gmail's free. The internet's free. pretty much. Well, no, you pay a cable bill, but in your head, when you're emailing your friends pictures from your vacation or whatever, you're not getting a
You're
bill
not
for
running
that.
to Walgreens and getting that
You're not
camera
getting a bill for that.
developed
You're
and
just sending photos. When I started, those photos had to go into an envelope.
Yeah.
Some rando 18-year-old guy on a bike had to show up, take the envelope,
I
truck it
remember those
across
days.
town,
Yeah.
and bring it
And
to
ride their bike
XYZ.
through the city to turn it in, where somebody may
Yeah.
or may not throw those pictures in the
Yeah,
garbage.
so
Yeah.
so therefore that costs money. Those messengers were like $32 a pop.
Yeah, somebody was
20 bucks
physically
a
riding
pop.
a bike to deliver so that your pictures
Those
made it to the
messengers were
casting.
making six figures
Yeah.
a year because it's an expensive business. So you guys have it easier because we don't have to do that anymore as agents. Now we can email your package to 50 clients a day pretty much for free.
Watch me do
So-
it now. Yeah. But as much as like I love Zoom, but it's kind of like that notion, what comes up must come down with the accessibility of getting castings, and an agent can submit somebody throughout the country for an opportunity in New York or LA. But now there's more competition more now than ever, which means a talent, any model needs to invest in themselves, because like we talked about, agents only make commission when you book the job. But as far as the marketing and transportation, it's all the talent's responsibility now. Correct?
Well, yeah, like I just said, even if it's a talent responsibility, it's a fraction of what models used to pay. Giselle probably had to fork out 25 grand in initial investment just to get her first Vogue cover, just to get her first Chanel or whatever big show, Dolce & Gabbana, whatever big show she did that put her on the map. It was 25 grand before she even was a name that you heard of. So therefore,
and now she won't wake up unless she earns like $1 million a day.
She's made hundreds of millions of dollars. But the point is that it costs 25 to 30 grand just to get her going. Right. Now it doesn't cost that much to get a model going. It really doesn't. So therefore, you're kind of getting off easy now in the modern age, where a lot of the things that cost are now a part of your phone that I'm holding. Right. And the computer that you're sitting on, it's a part of that. So there's no separate entity for these things that add up that cost you.
So here's my question. I'm going to take a poll really quick with everybody on here. So now knowing that in order for an agency to cover your upfront fees, like we're talking 15 years ago, you would have to qualify. It wasn't because you were financially struggling or you just didn't want to get taken advantage of. You wanted somebody just to pay for you. Like, you legit had to have the genetics. So how many of the ladies on here, again, we're looking for people ages, 15 to like 20 or even 19, 21 for the ladies, 5'9" to 6 feet tall, dress size 0 to 2. How many of you guys would qualify? Anybody on here would qualify, even for the men, 17 to 23? And then, I mean, we're even talking about height, 6 foot to 6'3". And then waist size was 30, 29?
29, 30, 31. Chest.
How many of you guys would actually qualify for that?
No bigger than 40.
Right. And not to mention, you had to live in New York City or LA, because if your agent, like, let's say I signed Solange, hi Solange, and let's say I invested in Solange, and Solange is in Colorado, or Solange right now, where are you? West Africa, wherever you are. Imagine if I had a casting today and I'm like, hey, I need you on set like this afternoon. You have a casting. Oh, I can't go. Yeah, let me go through again all the bills that we paid in order to get you to this point. You've got a casting. What do you mean you can't go?
That's another reason why agents don't do it anymore, is because between the phone, the internet, and just complacency. I'm not saying if you're in another country working or doing school, that's not an excuse, because it is. But it just became so prevalent. Models started doing other things. Back when I started, if you were a model, that is all you did. There was no such thing as like, oh, I have to check with my other job. You didn't have another job.
Right.
This was it.
It was kind of like Grey's Anatomy back in the day with the pager. I gotta go. It didn't matter what they were doing or who they were doing at the time.
Yeah,
Right,
there was
it's
no
like,
other job.
let's do it.
Now,
Yeah.
when you talk to models, they're like, I work at the store, I work at a restaurant, I work for my
I work at a
parents.
club. Yeah.
I do this, I do that. So there's always like other things pulling them away that create irritation for
Conflict.
agents.
Yeah, it was a
Because
conflict. Yeah.
when I'm telling you you have a casting on Wednesday at noon, I don't want to hear that you're doing something else. Now, when you invest in yourself and you're paying for flights and you're paying for photos and you're paying for your comp card and you're paying for X, Y, and Z,
Oh, you're gonna
when you
show up.
when you decide not
Yeah.
to go, that's not my problem. I don't care. You
It's
cannot
kind of-
go.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you've ever booked a hotel room and you have like a company like hold the hotel room, they're always going to make you, when you check in, ID and credit card, just so that you can't steal everything in the minibar or steal the robes or watch pay-per-view all day and order room service because it's liability. Right? Does that make sense? Does that help you all? Scale 1 to 10, how much does that help you realize that agencies today, like as much as you want to book work, we want you to book work, but you have to be able to invest in yourself. And again, agents only make money when you make money. That notion is still 100% true, but no agent is just going to cover upfront fees for you and then, oh, I'll pay it back later. No, that's not how it works. Okay. So that's good. We got that cleared. Okay. So let's go over castings. If you are an aspiring model and you want to walk runway or you want to be on billboards, you want to be the new face of Nike or Victoria's Secrets, how the hell do you do it? How does one do
You have
it?
to have an agency that submits you when
Okay.
the client is asking to see new people for whatever project they're working on. They do not, big companies like Nike or,
Victoria's
Marc
Secrets,
Jacobs
Gucci. Yeah.
or Gucci or Revlon or whatever, they don't reach out to the public
So
for
no
their
freelance.
advertising. They
So I
don't
want
do
you all to type
freelance.
no
and
freelance. So
They don't
unless
do
you are an
freelance and
agent.
they don't,
Okay.
yeah, and they don't reach out to the public for their advertising or TV commercials or shows. They reach out to the agencies in New York or LA or Paris or London, and they ask for packages of guys and girls that fit the specs that they send them. And from that, they have castings, and from that, they shoot a job. There is no way for you to be the face of Revlon or to do Gucci or to do
Walk
Marc
Fashion
Jacobs
Week. Yeah.
or to do Marc Jacobs or any other major label or major beauty or major lifestyle brand. Even you can't do a commercial for Apple without, unless it's like a local thing or unless it's for their e-com. Now, the one thing these big tech companies and big hotel companies, they have been putting their gigs out on Actors Access and stuff like that, so there are chances for you to do those things, but it's usually in a small capacity. I'm talking about being the star of a commercial. You can't get that without being submitted by an agent to that client, whoever that client may be. And it's the same thing for shows. It's the same thing for covers. It's the same thing for advertising. So
licensing
you
and
have-
usage. Okay.
Well, there's lots of usage. I mean, especially when you're dealing with hair and fragrance and skin and beauty, you have to negotiate how long are you using this for? Where is this being used? It's being used in America, the Middle East, China, Russia, South America. Where is this going? And there are different payments for those different regions. How long is it being used? How many options are they doing? Are they doing Christmas? Are they doing summer? Are they doing, all of these things go into that paperwork that each model is different. Some models, we just want her for Christmas, or we want her for the summer line, or we
Right.
want her for that, it's different, or we want her for everything. Every person is different. So therefore, all of it has to be negotiated by the agency before you even step into the studio. All of that's pre-done, and if there's anything needed to be added on, the agent will handle that as well, like after you shoot. Sometimes clients get inspired. They're like, oh, we only want her for the Christmas lipstick. And then you get there and you're so amazing. They're like, you know what? We want to do this, 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 and this. And that's fine. You can add it, but that's done by the agency.
But I'm gonna put a pull out for everybody watching this. If you had, let's say you were doing a Chanel campaign or a Gucci campaign, and you were going to allocate $50,000 for a model, would you chance it and pray that the model that portrays himself on the internet is exactly what's going to show up to the door, is going to be of sound mind, isn't going to try to shoot up the place. I mean, think about the world that we live in today, that they're not going to try to leave early, or that they're not going to bash or do anything horrible on the internet. I mean, that's a big thing now, social media, you know, conflict of interest, people posting.
Oh, and I'll explain. And
Yeah.
I'll explain something quickly to you. I just booked Neiman Marcus like
Okay.
a couple days ago
One of my
for
favorite
2
stories.
days
Yeah.
with Phil Fusco, one of my guys.
Okay.
Now that had a usage fee because they're only using it for Christmas. He
Okay.
shot all the Christmas stuff inside the Neiman Marcus in a studio. One day was inside the store. One day was in a regular photo studio.
Yeah.
And it was all suits and Christmas crap that, you know, that you're wearing.
That makes me feel so warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah.
It was all Christmas stuff. So he shot with some girls and him by himself. And that was a big deal. It's $5,500 a day.
Wait,
And-
5,500 a day. So 2
Yeah.
days. Let's do the math. That's $11,000 to wear fun clothing. How many of you guys right now are earning 11,000 legally and 2 days work? How many of you guys want that job? If you do, type Neiman Marcus. But you can't find those castings on a website. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at my Instagram, you'll see the behind the scenes because I think
Yeah.
there's still some out there because
I think I saw it. Yeah.
he just did it. But Neiman Marcus is a great client. They really
Yeah.
like him and they're going to use him again.
That-
And there's
that's great.
usage fees. There's
Yeah.
like, because where are they using this? Neiman Marcus is an international company. So, but right now they're only using it in America, but they could change their mind and that's fine. They're allowed to.
Yeah. So again, I'm gonna preface this. If you were a casting director and let's say you were doing the Neiman Marcus campaign, would you just chance it and hire somebody off the internet? Or would you want to know that an agent vouch for that person's reliability? They're really going to show up? Because Brian, when your model showed up, he didn't just show up like on any day at any time. They had makeup, they had hair, they had the lighting set, they had the photographers, they had so many people. I mean, it could cost tens of thousands of dollars for a 1-day shoot. If I hired somebody off of a website, what I would be getting what I put into it. Like I would probably get left holding the bag, and as a casting director, I would get fired if that person didn't show up, or if they didn't show up looking like the way they portrayed themselves on the internet. If they showed up and they were crazy, or they couldn't follow directions, or they were bashing something on the internet that conflicted with our brand, I want you all to type liability. So like if you have an agent like Colby, or even Truth Management, we're a mother agency, if you had a real company that was vouching, making sure you were going to show up respectable, reliable, that you're not going to be a liability. Would you rather hire somebody off of the internet or somebody that literally, like buying a car, had everything on the checklist, like okayed by a top person in the business? I mean, that makes sense. So I think this is usually where people, and I hate to use the scam word, but I'm going to, but I think this is where people get scammed so often. They're so eager to start modeling today. They're joining every website under the sun. Stop, because there are not real castings of a high level on websites. You can't just freelance. So if you're happy doing like back to school at Kohl's and your little, Biloxi, Mississippi local, David's Bridal, they're doing like a little fun hair show or something, then you go on with your bad self. But if you want to walk the runway, you want to get paid major money from a top, brand or fragrance line, cosmetic line, athletic wear, whatever it is, you must have an agent. So I want everybody to type no websites, because you can't get real castings of that type of magnitude on a website. Second thing, most times people are running out, and we'll talk about this real quick, running out and they're getting shitty photos because they're hiring photographers based on what they want to see as a model. Oh, well, I want to be a model, so I really like this person's imagery and I'm going to hire them because, wow, look at these photos. There's like 17 different types of modeling now. This is July 13, 2024. We don't have just one type of modeling. There's so many different varieties. You need to get the photos that are meant for your body type and your range. Do you guys understand this? Stop WebMDing what you think you need. So Ryan, would you agree with me that most people trying to get started in this business, they get scammed? One, because they join fake websites because they're lacking luster. And two, they run out and they get some real shitty photos done because maybe they don't know where to go, or maybe they're finding people on the internet or asking their friends.
Yeah, most people that have crappy photos, I don't 100% blame them because they're just trying
They
their
don't
best. And
know.
they don't,
Yeah,
they
they
don't know
think,
any-
oh,
they
this
don't
is
know
what
any
I
better.
need.
I
They're
only
new.
blame
Yeah.
them when I give them the information they need to be doing and then they continue. Then
Yeah.
that's on you. But I usually give people a little bit of grace because, you know, you're sitting in Mississippi, you're sitting in Nebraska, you're sitting in Wisconsin, and you're just trying to do something that you dreamt about. And so someone offered to take photos of you for $200, $300, whatever, and you did it. You didn't know that that was not a good idea. So I don't
But
really.
could those photos, like if they weren't good, could that deter your future as a model? Like if you got
If you've got the, I mean, if you did it once or twice and you just were trying to get into the industry and people understand that, then no, it won't hurt you.
But what about
because
like the fake runway shows? Like the, oh,
those
I'm gonna
will
pay
hurt
to be in
you.
a
Those
runway
will
show.
hurt you. Those will hurt you more than the photos because that shows me that you don't have the smarts to know that this isn't real. So if you're being suckered that easily, you may not be bright enough to handle the extreme world of New York City or Los Angeles or European
You
modeling.
have to fit into the criteria. It's not about
So
like, I want to be a model. Yeah.
Yeah, so therefore, sometimes when people are so, you know, obsessed with doing,
Well,
you know,
sometimes it's
Omaha,
also
Nebraska
ego. They
Fashion
want to
Week,
prove to their friends and family they're a high fashion model. So they go on the internet and they are just, oh my God, I'm gonna walk New York Fashion Week. Well, anybody can coin the term New York Fashion Week, but because New York is a pretty big state, but there's a difference
Yeah.
between
So if
CFDA,
you're
which
constantly doing silly antics, then yes, it will hurt you. If you do something once or whatever, obviously, because you
like you
didn't know
gotta
any
get your
better,
start somewhere. I get it.
it happens.
Yeah,
It
sometimes
happens.
it's good practice, right?
It happens. But if you continually do it and you don't show signs that you're trying to advance, then yes, it's going to hurt your career because that's so low level that if you want to stay there, then stay there. And
Yeah.
sometimes with bigger companies and agents, we don't want to take someone so low level because it's going to take us forever to undo the damage that you've done to yourself.
Well, not to
So-
mention, if you look like a fool and now I'm working with you, because of proximity, now I can look like a fool and I could do that on my own. So, so I want everybody, I see everybody writing no website's good, and don't misdiagnose what you qualify for, which is why usually people get scammed when they're running out getting photos done. You're hiring photographers based on what you want to see. So unless your photographers work with major brands or celebrities or publications or agencies, you're kind of just like, you're wasting money and time, because even when you get those photos that you're so excited about, where the hell are you posting them? Right? If that makes sense, type makes sense. Let me know. Does that make sense? Is this helpful at all? I hope so. Okay. So Ryan, now that there's so much versatility and we have the internet and you sign people all over the country that don't live in New York or LA, what would you like to impart? Give us some wisdom before we leave this evening of things that like you're looking for.
Well, the industry is open. You can live anywhere. You just have to be available. You have to, I impart on people, and this is my this week, because it's happened to me twice this week, and it's kind of on my mind.
We'll talk about it. This is a safe forum.
Weird trips that have nothing to do with your future.
No weird trips.
Cut back on, I mean, I hate to say this, cut back on weddings, cut back on family trips. Cut back on girlfriend trips. Cut back on these things.
Wait, are you not going to be a bridesmaid at my wedding? Are you not going to be part of?
It's happening. Like your wedding?
Yeah.
I have a job, so it's different for me. I'm talking about someone that wants to get into the industry.
Okay.
Cut back on expensive trips and activities that are not benefiting your career. Once you get in and you're in the door and you're in the room and you've done some gigs and you're on your way, then yes, of course, but you have to make sacrifices. And if that means your college roommate is getting married and she wants you to trek to Jamaica, well, guess what? You're not going. Because you need that money for a shoot. You need that money to get to New York or Vegas or Miami or wherever it is. You need that money, and you can't be running off to Jamaica because Becky decided to get married to some guy she met last month. You know, so
But unless it's gonna
Yeah.
help the boat row faster, we're not doing it. I want you all to type, make the boat row faster. Because that's every single thing. Well, Becky invited me to a wedding. Is it gonna help the boat row faster? Probably not. Oh, new pair of Nikes. Do I want them? Everybody else is wearing them. Is it
No.
gonna make the boat row faster? Probably not. New iPhone,
Stop doing
September's
and
coming.
stop doing weird things with your phones and weird things with, stop renting weird apartments that you can't afford. Like, try and keep it really basic and simple, because I'm telling you, I've had 2 experiences this week where boys who are just ruining their careers by spending money in places that don't belong. And that's fine. It's your money. You can do whatever you want with it, but do not complain to me when you're not working. And do not complain to me when people
Mic
are
drop.
going right past you in the industry because they did it smarter than you. This business is very difficult. And yes, it's about fluff and looks and fantasy, but also behind the fluff and fantasy
Yep.
is intelligence. And if you're dumb and you want to buy $1,800 iPhones, meanwhile, it costs money to fly to New York and stay in an Airbnb for 2 weeks to do Fashion Week. Guess what? That's about $1,800. So approximately. So therefore, you should be spending that money on your future and not on a silly phone
real hot.
when the phone you're
Feel the
holding
burns.
is perfectly fine in your hands.
All right.
Hold on. I have a question for you.
This is good stuff.
Were you on my Zooms this week? Because I spoke to a talent who she isn't able to work with us because she has a $2,700 a month apartment somewhere. I was like,
Huh?
So you're willing to
By
stay in that
herself?
apartment? Yeah. So you're willing to stay in that
That's
apartment, and it's not in
stupid.
New York City. It's not in LA. So you're willing to stay in an apartment in a small little city in the middle of nowhere versus investing in your career. And she's like, but I like my apartment. I was like,
Oh, good. I like your career. Somebody else, I'm going to give it to them right now.
bye-bye. It was just
Yeah,
so
no,
funny.
I
I
mean,
walked
stuff
in
like
in the
that, I
middle
mean,
of that. I was like,
Look,
yeah.
people
Yeah.
have to be smart. I'm saying, just be wary of your expenses that have nothing to do with this. You got to eat, you got to get to work, you got to have a car, you got to have gas. But like I said, that boy that's doing that 10-day trip to Honolulu, why are you doing this when Fashion Week is in 8 weeks? Like, why are you doing that? Why would you do something so stupid when now you're not going to have any money left to come here because I'm not paying $1 for you to come to New York.
Nope.
So therefore, it's like stuff like that is what I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah.
if you like, stop it with the weird destination weddings and weird, to stop spending money on something that isn't benefiting your life, meaning your housing and your car and your, if you're going to college, you got to pay that and your education, but stop spending money on other stuff that isn't benefiting your life. Really stop, because when
If your excuses outweigh your dreams, we got a big problem.
Yep.
How many of you guys are ready to invest in you? It's the best stock you could possibly invest in. Type invest in myself because no one else is going to do it for you.
Yeah.
Colby, you were a ray of sunshine today. Nothing but rainbows coming out of that sweet little mouth of yours. And your skin looks flawless. So I don't know why you would limit yourself as a 14-year-old thinking.
Alicia K. back mindset training. Thank you very much.
I'll be here all week. Try the meal. Okay.
Awesome. Well, Ryan, thank you so much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow for two or three segments.
I can't wait to see what you're going to wear tomorrow.
I don't know. I got to
If
do
it would be
laundry.
Is it going to be a onesie?
Or a vintage VIP?
Yeah, there's
Possibilities are out there.
Let's do OG. Let's go with that.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay.
Well, Alicia, thank you for putting that guy on the hot
Well,
seat.
he needed it. He's too good for me. I mean, these are questions that people, if I got a chance to talk to the former art director of Vogue, who's now a top agent, would I rather ask my friends and family for modeling advice or get it from Colby? You get it from Colby. Everybody get it from Colby. Stop asking opinions.
Is that a new slogan?
Yeah, we're starting it now. We're now selling t-shirts. Click here. And that, of course, will come with a cocktail of choice. Okay. Great.
Cosmo.
Cosmo.
I almost had a Cosmo yesterday and sent the picture of it to you, but
She was stuck at an airport.
Oh,
It was
you-
like, what was
you
the
drank
movie?
it too
McDonald's?
forever. I was in the air. I was in the
Yes, I
Philadelphia
heard
International.
a smidgen of
15
the
hours.
story.
17 days yesterday I was there. It was crazy. But here we
Yeah.
are.
All right, Colby.
All right.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Colby.
Yeah,
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
If
See
you guys
you.
like
Bye.
this, now you know where to find real
Bye.
castings. You're learning what an agent looks for, what pisses them off. Back in the day when an agent did cover up front fees, it wasn't because you wanted it. It wasn't a choice. It was because you qualified. So we went through the qualifications, but we're really glad today is July 13th, 2024, because everything has changed. But with that, yeah, I mean, now you could say and pick and choose your opportunities because you're investing in yourself,
Yep.
and an agency cannot hold you accountable
Yep.
to not. I mean, it's
Yeah.
hard.
It is.
I mean, I was driving on I-95, coming out this way, and I saw somebody on like a billboard, like for genital herpes, and I was like, somebody must have been so ecstatic that they booked that job. Could you imagine genital herpes? Yeah.
Hey, it paid bills.
But imagine, yeah, but imagine everybody who like sees that picture from here till eternity.
Hey, Becky, I
Yeah,
saw
hey,
your
Becky.
I saw your
It's gonna be a
billboard
really
on
weird
75.
Thanksgiving for whoever that is. you know?
Sorry, Becky.
But somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope this person doesn't have genital. This is what happens. It's been a long day,
Okay.
but you never know.
Hey,
So
you never know what you're gonna book. You always have to be. Bobby Finara talked about. You always have to say yes. So
that's true.
yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. I'm gonna do a
All
little.
right, we're gonna do the shuffle. All right, so this has been an amazing day. So I've been helping Alicia with the text messages. We have gotten so many text messages, emails. When can I come to the next live event? When can I come to the next live event? Okay, this is what I need you to do. You're putting it's been a long day. You're putting the cart before the horse. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. How many of you would love the opportunity to come out to a live event, to meet and work with Alicia, work with Ryan, work with Mike, work with myself? How many of you guys would love that on a scale of 1 to 10? How many of you guys would love that opportunity? If that sounds amazing, type that in the comments. Awesome. So but I don't want you guys worrying about that right now. What I want you to do is I want you to think about everything that you've learned today, right? You guys have learned so much. You've had the opportunity to learn what type of modeling you qualify for. You have had the opportunity to learn about transformation, like Jeffrey Gurian, like the talk that he gave today about his life and overcoming stuttering through his mindset and laughter, and just like his story is in and of itself is amazing. Having the opportunity to talk with Hobble and Stillwell, I mean, a Broadway star. I had someone send a text message. Well, if this is real, you would tell me the name of the Broadway star. Well, how many of you are here and met the Broadway star? Type me in the comments. Yeah, you have to show up for your own success. That's been an ongoing theme of the day too. You have to show up for your own success. Mike talked about the actor's resume, right? Like, how do you create your actor's resume? I had someone like, I'm going to start booking work and I'm not even going to have a resume. Okay, that sounds really cute. Like, are you going to do it through osmosis or how are you going to do that, right? You need to make sure that you stand apart from your competition. Even Bobby Finaro, like he had the opportunity to audition. James Gandolfini didn't say, okay, come on in. You're Eugene. Congratulations. He had to audition. You have to show up for your own success. All the success stories I talked about, they all showed up for their own success. You here. Hold on. Let's give us 1 second. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're still here. And I just want you to know, I see you. And I see that you're still here. And that's amazing because you know what? Some people didn't even show up for their own success, but you stayed because at the beginning of the call, I told you, if you want your life to change, you have to be all in. You guys are all in, and that's amazing. Carol, I like the photo of you and Hovland, but we're not posting that kind of stuff in the comments. It's really cool that you had the opportunity to meet her, but we have to keep some order in there. But this is what I want you guys to understand. Like, we're dedicated to your success. I told you at the beginning of the day that I want more success stories, right? We want to help people become successful. That's why Alicia and Mike started VIP Ignite, because they want to help people be successful. They want to put you in front of the right people. They want to give you the opportunity to be amazing, to do that thing that you love. That's why you're here right now. So this is what we're going to do really quickly. It's okay, Carol. This is what we're going to do really quickly. I wanted to show you guys around school for just a moment. So is it okay? Do I have your permission just to show you school really quickly? And Jemima, if you can share the link in the comments, that would be amazing. Everyone has had the opportunity to join. So if you haven't yet, definitely do that. And also please have some grace with me because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I am hosting an event right now. So it may take a little while for me to get you into school, but I want everyone to have the opportunity to join us in school. Okay, so let me go over exactly what school is, and then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about tomorrow. All right, let me share my screen. And if you're going to see me looking this way again, because my screen is here and you guys are here. Awesome. Oh, hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Share. All right. Can you guys see my screen? If you can, Stacy, Genesis, Reginald, give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you guys for your help. Okay. So this is school. So we believe in helping talent get more success. And like Alicia talked about, and so many people talked about, there's so many places out there that are just trying to take advantage of you. And that's not what we do. So what we did was we put together this community. It's called School, and School is very cool, just so you know. But it's the VIP School is cool. Thank you, Mike. So what we've done is we've created a community of people, because one of the things I hear so often as well is that, oh, I'm alone in this. Nobody supports me. How many of you feel that way sometimes? Like, okay, you know what? Like my friends and family, they're 9-to-5ers, which is totally cool. I'm not saying anything against that, but you want a community of people that know where you're going, right? That have similar goals. Because the way that you get somewhere faster is by being a part of a community. You can't do this alone. Your network is your net worth. It's not what you know or who you know, but who knows you in the industry. How do you want to be known in the industry? So that's why we put together School. Okay. So it's an amazing look. Courtney Yancey, thank you so much. You're being so supportive here. Like Courtney Yancey's been blowing up. She's been blowing up the school. It's pretty amazing. But it gives you an opportunity to join our community, get to know one another, and have people like support you. Okay. So let me talk about some of the cool things we do in school. So first of all, we have this thing that's called Classroom. Okay. So we have something that's called the 21-day challenge. So many times people don't maybe when we were talking, they said the word digital. You're like, what's a digital? Or self-tape? Like, so I don't know what a self-tape is. What we've done is we've laid out the basics of the entertainment industry. It's our goal that you go through the 21-day challenge and that you will learn what you need to do to start booking more work. How many of you are here because you want to be more successful? You want to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with, right? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. If you're here because you want to become the person an agent or manager wants to work with, what does that mean? That means it's someone that's bookable. You heard Alicia and Ryan talk about it. Then an agent doesn't get paid until you do, right? So it's your responsibility to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. So we have the 21-day challenge. We're going to take you through mindset. We're going to take you through the basics. Okay. In addition to that, not only that, we also have some notes from Alicia. Once a week, Alicia does a video in here to help communicate to you guys, like teach you something about the industry. She's been doing this for 18 years. Can you say she's passionate about it? So you have that in here in the classroom. You also have the boot camp replays. How many of you have enjoyed today? If you have, type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you've been loving this content. How many of you wish that maybe you can go back and listen to what Jeffrey Gurian said, or maybe you can go back and take some notes on what Haviland said? You're going to have that opportunity. What we're going to do is by Wednesday, you're going to have the recordings of this boot camp in school. Okay. Not only that, you can listen to some podcasts. Once a week in this group, I host an event. I host a call. It's an accountability call, and I have special guests pop in and do some Ask Me Anything. So if you want to have the opportunity to meet people in the industry and ask them questions, you want to join. Earlier, Mike spoke about finding fame, right? He was wrong. I set this up, okay? This is something we give you immediately. Immediately, as soon as you join school, you have the opportunity to get a whole copy of Finding Fame. I recommend you go to Amazon and buy a copy. And that's not because I'm not getting commission on these books, but you want a copy of Finding Fame so that when you come to an event, you can have Mike sign it. See what I'm talking about? And then you also have the opportunity to hear from Ryan Colby, because he did a training in here about his past, about his career, right? We have a model posing guide. We have ChatGPT. We have monologues in here. how to create an actor's resume. Like it goes deeper than what even Mike did on the call today. Model and casting guide. How many of you want to know where real castings are held? Raise your hands. How many of you not only want that, but you want to know real agencies? There you go. We have it all. And the best thing is that as you're going through this, okay, you level up. The more that you interact, the more that you participate, the more that you comment, the more that you're supportive. Like we literally reward you for being nice, which is pretty amazing, especially in this world. Okay. After you've reached level 9, we're giving away a high fashion photo shoot. How many of you would love to work with a former art director of Vogue to get you ready, with a celebrity hairstylist or makeup artist to work with you to make sure your look is amazing, your hair is perfect? Gentlemen, you need this too, so you should all be excited about this. And then working with a celebrity photographer who's worked with some of the biggest stars in the industry. Literally, we're giving away a high fashion photo shoot once you reach level 9. That's pretty freaking cool. Someone's like, oh, is this free? Do I have to pay anything? No. You know what? Go to school. Go learn. Okay. That's what we're doing here. We also have calls, like we do these boot camps once a month. We also have the onboarding call I was telling you about. So school is really cool, especially the VIP, like Mike said, the VIP Ignite school. Oh, 3 of you said yes. Thank you very much. Here, I'm going to give you a shout out. Ray J, good job. Alexis, I'm going to approve you, but go back and put a photo in. Kimberly Barnes, good job. Thank you so much. 3 people just said yes to their own success. Let's give them a round of applause. That's what we're doing. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. And I want you guys to become a part of our community. We want you to help to elevate your success. Okay. Now, Alicia did something really cool not too long ago. How many of you have heard of Shark Tank? You've heard of Shark Tank, right? How many of you would love to see her interview really quickly? Is it okay if I share that with you? Would you guys like to see the interview Alicia did with Kevin Harrington? If you do, type Kevin Harrington in the comments. Type Kevin Harrington in the comments. Okay, good. Cause you know what? It's the Zoom. I get to do this. It's the other one. It's not Mr. Wonderful, but very close. At least that means you know Shark Tank. Okay, awesome. So let me do this. Let me get this loaded up so that we can watch this video that Alicia did. And I just want you, the reason I'm sharing this, it's not to impress you, but it's to impress upon you exactly what we do here at VIP Ignite. Okay? We want to help you elevate your success. And the only way that we can truly elevate your success is by stretching ourselves all the time too, right? Before we went to this interview, Alicia was freaking out because it was raining, there was traffic, we couldn't get coffee. And she was absolutely freaking out. And she was like, I need coffee. We're like, you can't be late for Kevin Harrington, right? So, but let me tell you something. She is an utmost a professional, and she absolutely killed it on this interview. And I'm really excited to share this with you. All right. So I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see this. And then I'm going to give you a challenge, and then we're going to end for the day, and we're going to come back tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Can you guys see my screens? I'm just going to say yes, because I can't see anyone now. All right. So let's play this video. Are you guys ready to see Alicia Kavak on Get Down to Business with Kevin Harrington?
Oh, no.
Ready? Oh, yes. Here we go.
You're watching Get Down to Business with Kevin Harrington. Kevin is a product marketing mogul, inventor of the infomercial, world-renowned speaker, and best-selling author who's sharing his insight with entrepreneurs.
Hi, I'm Kevin Harrington, an original shark from ABC's hit TV show Shark Tank. And this is Alicia Kavak, co-founder of VIP Ignite. VIP Ignite is a disruptor in the TV, film, and fashion space, specializing in finding and developing new talent. Now, Alicia, welcome. Good having you here.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here.
You know, I would love to get an overview of what VIP Ignite is, VIP Ignite Live also, and why your company is making a difference in the entertainment industry.
You know, whenever anybody's trying to get into show business, there's so many preconceived notions about, oh, it's going to be so difficult. Yes, absolutely, it's going to be difficult. But we've created a formula, proximity, proof, and power to equal authority.
Right.
And you know, growing up, you're always taught you could do anything you want to do if you just put your mind to it, if you work really hard. But show business, kind of like entrepreneurship, isn't that easy unless you have a mentor.
Right.
So we created a formula where we put our talent face to face with some of the biggest names in the industry, but we discover them now on Zoom, which is really cool.
Right.
So we discover them on Zoom. They go through an open call versus flying into one of our offices. So essentially you could do it from anywhere in the world. You don't have to live in New York or LA, but we put our talent face to face with some of the biggest names who can literally snap their fingers and change somebody's life in a second.
That's awesome. In
Yeah.
fact, that's got to be pretty rewarding because you meet somebody that maybe has never done anything before. Now you're connecting them with some of the biggest names
Yeah.
in the industry. What would you say is the most rewarding part of your day-to-day life?
Well, I'm a new mom. I have a 3-year-old, and getting to work from home and getting my child to literally be in the living room while I'm working is unbelievable. But even more unbelievable is getting to walk through Times Square and maybe seeing one of our talent on a billboard. It's happened before. Or recently I was watching a Christmas movie and saw some of our talent in a Christmas movie on Hallmark.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
getting to see talent living out their dreams. I remember the time that they started on Zoom. Friends and family typically don't believe in them. They don't have any connections.
Right.
They don't even know where to start. Or perhaps they've tried before and it didn't quite work out.
Yep.
So we're different.
You have a mission at VIP Ignite and a process and a journey that folks take. Can you give me an example of somebody that's been through that process? And you mentioned you saw someone on the
Yeah.
movie the other
Yeah.
day, but
Yeah.
you know, let's talk about that.
We had a woman a couple years back. It was right when the pandemic was starting. Came on a Zoom call. She always thought about getting into acting or modeling. And you know, in her local market, she had gotten photos done before. And the problem is typically when people get photos done or even take classes, they're not face to face with somebody like you, somebody who
Right.
could snap their fingers and change their life. And we discovered her on a Zoom call, a little apprehensive because she was unsure, but she said, I want to elevate my life. I really believe in this. My friends and family are 100% for it. And we discovered her on Zoom and we were able to get her seen by an agent. Now, obviously, there are no guarantees. Our job is just to get you face to face,
Right,
to put
right.
you in proximity.
Then they gotta do it
Then
for
you
her,
got to do the
right?
rest, exactly. But she ended up getting signed. And now she's earning like $100,000 in one day.
Oh, wow.
Just from booking modeling and acting jobs.
That is awesome.
So, you know, getting to see talent that literally just all of a sudden a light bulb goes off going, well, why not me?
You take somebody from just off the street almost
Yeah.
to $100,000 a day. That's awesome.
It's not typical, but yeah, it could happen.
Right. You've been doing all this for many years now.
Yeah.
What's next for VIP Ignite, and how do you plan to continue to innovate and support the talent in your marketplace?
Well, we do have our new book that just came out, Finding Fame, right now,
Nice.
Amazon #1.
Oh, nice.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right.
My amazing business partner wrote it, Michael Fumpkin. But we also invest in things like Broadway. We love getting proximity, just being able to be in the room with decision makers because our talent essentially will build those types of connections. But right now, we're in talks to expand our business to South America,
Okay.
to bring the live events over there.
Yeah.
So we're very excited. I mean,
Fantastic. And
Yeah.
I love the Zoom aspect because now you don't have to travel. You can just get on your computer and connect with the right people. You are the right person,
Thank you.
Alicia Kback. If you'd like to learn more about VIP Ignite and how they can help you, text the word talent to 26786. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Oh
you
my
were
gosh.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone give it up for Alicia Kback. You are the right person.
Did you hear me
Go
talking
ahead.
about you?
That guy had a gay.
Exactly what you said.
Do you love
Awesome.
you, Janine?
I found a gay.
What? Mwah. All right. Kaden, do you think we should close this up?
Say, I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Say see you tomorrow.
Say be here.
Be here.
Okay.
Say Zoom.
Say I'm zooming.
He sometimes grabs my phone and he says, Mom, I zoom in. You better not be zooming.
Yeah, so if you get any calls, could be him.
Yeah, it could
Um,
be Kaden.
All right, guys. So that was amazing. Today was an amazing day. You guys have, how many of you feel the transformation? Do you feel the transformation? If you do, type 2.0 in the comments. If you feel that transportation, 2.0 in the comments. So here's your challenge, because I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you a challenge. This is what I want you guys to do. I want you to do a me 2.0 selfie into the school community. Okay. So go into school and do a me 2.0 selfie and just write one thing that's changed about you today. I'm not looking for a paragraph. I'm looking for one thing that you really have changed. One aha moment, something that you want to remember. Okay. So that's your challenge tonight. Tomorrow, just so you know, we are going to be starting same time, same link as today. Everyone type same link as today. Same link as today. I'm gonna start the Zoom at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me go through time zones because I know some people are a little confused. 10:45 a.m. Eastern, 9:45 a.m. Central, 8:45 a.m. Mountain, 7:45 a.m. Pacific.
Good job. Good meeting.
I had to math. Y'all know how I can math. All right, guys. So that's all. I just want to say thank you very much. First of all, to Alicia for being here today in studio with me. That's awesome. Thank you, Kaden, for being the cutest co-host in the history of co-hosts.
Say thanks for coming.
Seriously, coming.
I'd like to thank Michael Fompkin for, oh my gosh, just for being brilliant as he is, for sharing some amazing things for you. And guys, we have so much more
Wait, I
tomorrow.
think thank you for the mindset. We
Oh my
gotta
gosh.
do that mindset.
You're awesome.
Yay!
Can you tell I'm losing control of my thing here. All right. Let me just go over tomorrow really quickly and then we're gonna hold on. I know I have the schedule. Anyway, so tomorrow we have one of the biggest casting directors in Atlanta coming on. We have Ryan Colby will be back for multiple segments. We have Michael Fompkin who's going to be here for multiple segments. Here we go. Okay. We are going to talk about submissions to the screen, like an agent's view of the casting process from the casting director's perspective. We're going to be talking about set etiquette, like how do you show up on set and get invited back? That's really important. We're also going to hear from one of the funniest, least politically correct people that I've ever known in my life, Gino Bisconti. He's going to be coming and talking about comedy. We're also going to give you guys the opportunity to come work with us live in person. And that's why we're here today, right? Being on Zoom is cool. Being face-to-face, having the opportunity to get the photos, to do all those things. That is where the rubber meets the road. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow too. In the meantime, going to school. Jemima, if you can share the school link one more time, that would be amazing. Also, not only do I want you guys to join school, but we do have some free gifts for you as well. Okay. We have a newsletter. I don't want this to, obviously tomorrow we're going to be back together. We do have a newsletter. I would love for you guys to be a part of our newsletter, so you can know what's going on. Like what's the latest and greatest going on with VIP Ignite, Jemima, if you can share that. We also have, make sure you also follow us on social media. There's a lot going on over the next couple of weeks. We have a lot of really cool things we're going to be doing. 2024 is chock full of amazingness. So make sure you follow us on social media as well. We're also gonna have some more free gifts for you tomorrow. So make sure you come back because I can't give you all the good stuff today. We have to save some for day 2. But today we laid the foundation. Tomorrow is transformation day. So if you truly want that transformation, make sure you're here tomorrow. Again, we're gonna start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be here all day. And the one thing I can tell you is day 1 is amazing, but day 2 is amazinger. So make sure you're here tomorrow. All right, guys. Checking out. Have a great night. Make sure you follow us on social media and we will see you tomorrow right here live on Zoom. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Bye, guys.